Sentinels want to come out firing.
Yeah, for sure. From an Orcs perspective in his rivalry, you would want to cook it up this time around.
It is interesting to see. You don't need as much as the stars for post-plant now that you have Trent continuously playing that Tejo. And as we get into our first round, it's just going to be a spread out on the map for G2. And Sentinels, it's kind of heavy stacking towards B to start.
Yeah, and G2 is always going to be like this very slow start, just trying to figure out here what Sentinels would try to do at the beginning of these rounds. All of them focused into the extremities at first, playing very passively. Will there be any trap plays with the tail salvos coming out from Sentinels? And as it quiets down a little bit, they wanted to add a little bit of pressure towards this middle, see what type of rotate they could follow it. But you could definitely see here, they're trying to finish for a split towards this A site.
Interesting to see they're back to this Zelsis alone in mid. We heard Kaplan talking about how that was sometimes an avenue teams would take to beat mid and take the map away. So they started giving him help from John Cutie and others from a distance. Here they go back to it, and it seems like G2 will take that mid space, will take Heaven, but Zekin, ever so quiet, could be the one to start the round, and he does pop off with 2 fast ghost shots. Now they're trying to sort out where the rest of the members of G2 could be. They've creeped in so quietly, and now they have the sight to themselves.
Left.
Tried to fake plan at the beginning to see if a swing from Sentinel is going to come out.
Spike planted.
Oh, Zelsis. Oh, he gets him. Util out. The timing is there. Narrate through the paranoia. Gets the right click that counts, and now it's up to Trent. The post plant, the reason they have the Tejo.
Now trying to go on to this tap. Trent trying to move forward. Bang onto that tap. The swing for the first tap. And now the swing. He's sticking it out so far into the spike and gets the full diffuse.
Jeez.
Consolation prize for that kill from Trent, but unfortunately here for Sentinels, that smoke was a nuisance. But we talk about nuisance here, Riv, on the first pistol round. Zekin in that position just behind the Viper screen, right over here.
Yeah.
There's so many times going into the BCTs where this is not being checked, and it's a deadly spot. And Zekin, who's been amazing throughout the playoffs to kick things off against Cloud9, opens up with a nice little 2K against G2.
And it's not the aggressive Yoru there. The round had kind of played out a little bit. They wait, they pull back, and he's not trying to play off a gate crash. They're playing safe, and they're playing behind the walls. Very nicely done. Again, we see that opening mid up didn't really hurt Sentinels too much, and it's exactly, they almost were able to walk G2 the way they wanted through that vent and into a site before they attacked again. We do have a quick tech pause to start out here for a second match, and we'll get that sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah. So far, again, G2 has had great opportunities here to work towards the A side. Remember that smoke and the flash that we talked about from Valen switching over to this Omen. They actually use that to actually get a lot of space towards the A heaven when they were pitching across. So again, think about how Valen potentially could be sticking around with this group here for G2 to work as a pack to fight toe-to-toe against Sentinel, who loves to get muddy in these fights too. You saw how close it was one on top of the spike. Close range classics. It's been going well so far.
All right, ahead of G2's playoff debut, we did speak with Jonah P about the team's goals. Let's check it out.
Goals moving forward is obviously to qualify for Toronto. That's the first step. And then, you know, closing out the stage. We're not here to just qualify for the event. We want to win the whole thing. And we got to defend our kickoff title, and that's what we want to do. We want to, you know, we want to win everything and be that team that's very consistent, and you know, proves to the fans that we're the team to cheer for.
Yeah, so expectations pretty high here for G2. But going into this game again, just to think about here, what's at stake? Sentinels has a great start with this pistol on the Icebox. That second map has only been tested once by G2 coming out with this non-duelist comp. But Split in itself for G2, they've never played it in Split 1 in 2025. They played it once only during the kickoff, but it wasn't because G2's trying to avoid playing this map. They actually float it a lot throughout the season, and it's just other teams that's banning it against them. So going into this matchup now, it's been a while since kickoff that these two teams played against each other on this map. Now it's G2 that has the upper hand, at least in terms of what's new. What can we bring out here against Sentinel, who loves to play this map on split?
We'll have to find out after we get out of this tech pause. And I think the one thing we see here is one thing we definitely want to talk about.
The G2 Classic.
The way that these teams will use stingers on a low buy. Two of the best in VCT Americas here. We remember Trent's play from just the other day on Pearl, as well as what they're going to be able to do here. So it's going to be a treat to see what the Stingers will do, and I think this is going to make the game very fast on the low buy rounds. I don't think they're going to give each other too much space. We'll give them a little bit more space. We bounce back out for a tech pause real quick. Apologies for the delay on this, and we will get back as quick as possible into the game. But it's something that's very much so switched the rounds. We saw Sentinels as well in their 1v1s, their 1v2s, even 2v4s from their previous series being able to steal rounds they should not get. So we may have to see the G2 Stingers or vice versa from Sentinels even more than usual.
And a lot of that was on the back of Zekin and Zelsis when they were getting these clutch moments against C9 the other day. And for the side of Zelsis, he's been the vibe merchant. You saw him walk off the stage, or walking on the stage with Kaplan, just laughing along. A little bit late behind. He was supposed to be the coach in the back, but it's still Zelsis that moved forward. But at the same time, that vibe, the vibe merchant was definitely present throughout these moments. I think he want like 2 1v1s on Pearl and a 1v2, especially in that 2 versus 4 with Zekin when he flanked from the back. So you kind of need somebody like Zelsis who's been finding his groove as a Sentinel role, as a flex now going into split playing as this Viper.
Yeah.
But definitely somebody to look out for. And now you're looking from top to bottom in this roster. It's definitely a team that actually puts a lot of power into the server for Sentinels.
Zekin, I kind of wrote in my notes yesterday, this guy had so many ults you thought he was cheating. It was like 3 per half, 3 or 4 per half, and you might even see it here again, already starting out 2-1. As we get this sorted out, let's do some voting with the crowd. Who are you picking? Where's it going? It's going to be mirrored, so it might be weird at first, but it is Sentinels first. What do we got? That's, yeah, okay. Obviously, obviously G2. Okay, okay.
You're saying that it's mirrored. People today seem to be knowing the groove to...
yeah, 2-1.
To point in the right direction in the very beginning.
Oh, see?
Okay, maybe
you
not.
Cursed
Maybe
him.
not.
You
Maybe
cursed
not.
him.
Maybe not. I'm cursing this as much as I'm cursing the tech fonts, am I?
G2. So it's like 3-2 now? 3-2 G2? Oh, yeah, this is Zekin. Look at that. And Zekin's getting the votes here with the signs in hand. Also been a lot more vocal, it seems, this year.
Yeah.
After the rounds, getting up, not getting up, but being way more vocal, propping the team up, containing those emotions at a high level, and just keeping the vibe up with the team as much as Elsis, really.
Actually, when you talk about emotions as well, you see G2 when they're walking out here on the stage, they're quite stoic. And a lot of their matches going into this one here, knowing that they're the best team, but also I think there's a lot of those emotions that's just buried down, just to not let that take the best of their emotions going into the game. Because remember, they almost had a chance to win Bangkok going all the way to the grand finals against T1.
Yeah.
They had the lead over 2 maps, where they unfortunately lost those in overtime against T1. Where they had the lead, they had game point, match point, series point, championship point going into Bangkok, and let that slip. So,
and you know what things like that mean? We hear Jogamo talk about the effect it had for them on Pearl and how they had to get over that speed bump on Pearl, where it felt good again if they could get themselves to that map and play it through.
Well, let's get into this map then.
Let's get right into Split, though, as G2 Esports are getting one of their first plays here out of the stage.
Deadly spot from Bang at the top there of the billboard. And G2 going with the Stinger buy. You just mentioned it before, but G2 quite often successful with the Stinger buy, and now attempting to rush towards his B site.
That TP's back to A. Jogamo in back to site, but Bang is very much so ready. Gonna get swarmed, and he wants to go for more. Thinking he may have the positioning. Very fast move from Sentinels here to reposition and get set up for the protocol and retake.
They're staying as a group, closing the gap. Could be very deadly against the retake of Sentinels, who only has a judge on Zelsis too as a weak weapon.
Poison orb.
The W key has been a huge advantage for G2 on this one. They just pushed right into the site, running over anything that was in front of them. This is where The Stingers may fall flat, though, to the Bulldog on the other side of the swing of Sentinels coming through as a team. And it's going to be a find, and it's going to be a kill for Zelsis. They're able to get that one down on the default plant spot, and the defuse coming through as well. Zekin gets even more points on the board, and he is just 2 away from Dimensional Drift going into the bonus round.
And as we just mentioned, Zelsis with a judge was able to pick up a Stinger here to open up the first kill on the retake from Sentinels, who flooded back. Knowing here that G2 are really good on trades in these Stinger buys, they also wanted to stay as a group. And Sentinels takes the upper hand, and you just talked about it, Zekin being 2 away from the Dimensional Drift. Remember his game against Cloud9 the other day, he was having almost like 4 or 5 blade storms within the half.
Yeah.
He's been on fire so far. Doesn't have to be as prolific as he was in the game versus Cloud9, because again, the whole team's looking pretty good here for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Defensive round G2, we have a Stinger buy for Valen, and for the rest, finally we calm things down in terms of the economy so they can have a much healthier buy in round number 4.
Gosh, that judge towards mid. The vanity, artsy, and cosplay now coming into effect. Everybody realizes how strong it is in this position. A nice displacement, so G2 can still toy with this area and try to gain a little bit of ground. Oh, you saw it coming. It was just a matter of time there for Zelsis to be able to get at least one. The timing's going to be good, but the distance a bit too much for the judge to follow up, and that's going to be John Cutie on the other side for the pincer move. Now 4v2. It's going to be tough for G2 to even get into the site. Not going to happen. They rack up a bonus round there, and Sentinels continue.
So small scales from G2 trying to take control of the top middle. I think due to that type of buy that they had on the Stinger, they didn't have too much utility to allow the Flash to move up here towards Mail. So Valen just swings in with the Stinger, and that's not something easy to fight against when you have a judge here into Zelsis. And 3 unanswered rounds, but finally things calm down. G2's back into the advantage in terms of weapons in this round. Playing it very slow still. You have this wall set up on the A side for a slow lurk on the side of Leaf, where G2 gives a lot of responsibility onto Leaf in these moments where he's trying to find a timing on these lurks. And so kick things off with early util to set presence of towards middle here for G2. Everybody's grouping up once again. Just a pal drive towards this A site. But Sentinels, they're ready for it. They got 3 players out here.
So close. This is going to be tough. I don't know if they can both get out of this. No, they cannot. G2 pressing in so fast, and it was Sentinels in just that awkward window in timing. It's like G2 is going to be trying to do this the entire time. They play a little bit slower. They find where they can get through the armor of their opponent, and then it just looks so easy once they get the spike down.
Still good util for Sentinels, though, to move back into the site. Bulldogs being picked up. They have Salvos and Paranoid to start flooding towards the elbow.
Pop flash from Nagamo to see if they can retake this space, but nobody's engaged enough for him to want to take it. I think they back up here.
Maybe try to find exits, though. Zelsis only has his Bulldog, so he's going to be the one moving forward. John Cutie is going to fall back and save.
Double peek. He's just waiting. He doesn't want to give it away now. And then sees 2 on the other side. Jonah will take that. And you can Jogamo just vibing there. Cat jamming on the screen. And that is going to be a 4th round here for G2.
Still a great start. Finally, that they have their money right. They have a flawless round for the side of G2. But the good thing about this, though, despite G2 being able to open up this A site, is the correct reads that Sentinels currently have here on the defense. Something that's a masterclass calling that was even mentioned here in the post-game against Cloud9. Something that John Cutie is doing very well in terms of understanding the tendencies of their opponents. So when they have better weaponry, or even a judge back in the hands of Zelsis, maybe in the later rounds, it could render deadly for G2, who are kind of like just spitballing into a group push in the mid-round without getting too much information. And speaking of information, you start with the Dimensional Drift. A flash to come across.
Oh my gosh. Just straight to the back line. They're expecting it somewhat, but you know Zekin's going to try to do something crazy here. Leaf goes down, but so does Zekin. I'd say this is obviously leaving Sen in the 2-2 across the map, and if they don't lose anybody else, are looking pretty good here. G2 patiently waiting to get in. 1 off of quite a few ultimates could easily solidify this round for them.
And that's why they wanted to stay back towards the spawn. What type of moves are they going to do here on the defense? and they react to it. So far, reacting correctly. Moving inside this B side, it's open for now. It's been stalled a bit by some counter salvos out from Sentinel's side, and finally, Jonah P's going in for the plant.
Spike planted.
They get that down. G2 becomes so much stronger in this position. You already see Trent starting to back up. Armageddon could come in just a few of these kills, but he's got the salvos first. The retaliation now. They try to stop the entry back into the site. Sentinel's still thinking of which way to get in, and they cannot cover each other on these shots. The spams come through. And again, G2 get that post plant locked down.
That's always been the game plan for G2, knowing that, you know, we mentioned Trent just playing Teo every single map.
He knows that role.
Never plays a Sova, never plays a Fade, just keeps on to this Teo because it's so good in terms of what G2, how they want to approach in these maps. It creates so much space for them to allow Jogger to move in, and he doesn't need to move in with the rest of the team. From time to time, he'll come in with the special delivery for the assist, but if not, they need him to stay alive for the salvos on the pulse plan, and it's been working out so far. Not too many teams have found good answers into stopping the pulse plant for G2 so far.
All right. Now we get Jogmo. Oh my gosh. Zekin with the Guardian. We saw him doing the same thing just yesterday. Jogmo creating disruption. Looks like G2 slipped past again. They've definitely picked up the pace in the way that they're taking the sites overall. Just the game pace for them has been picked up here, and Sentinels cannot seem to get in front of it just yet.
But with losing Leaf, they're forced to play inside the site.
TP's it? No, does not time it correctly. That's 2 for Trent on the Armageddon, and he is just racking up the points right now. You'll already see John Cutie heading to the side here, and G2 may have lost the first 3, but we saw that Stinger be quite effective. It went down low, cost SEN the economy, so we're starting to see that go to the wayside here, and G2 will start to come back. Evening on this round, and they should be able to pressure very hard on next round too. Just
so
go
well
for
in
the
the
throat.
economy for sure, and you see now Zelsis once again looking to position themselves for exits.
Last player standing.
It's only going to do a little bit of damage, but you can definitely see what's left for G2. Definitely looking good into the next buy for round number 7 over here. And it's good that Trent did get that plan here to allow the Armageddon and G2 to just pressure back into the screens. The Salvos creates the space first. They think that they're going to fake it out. The clone that was actually thrown in here by Jogimo gave the tell that you're playing so far back for Sentinels after those salvos. And after that shot, that was the cue to pull out the Armageddon. Oh, he's able to cap 2 with
Playing for
those.
stats, brother?
I'm assuming that's a message of Zelsis.
Saving a gun, playing for stats. Either way. Got a timeout coming in here from Sentinels on this as they figure out how to kind of sort out what G2 has been doing. It's not been a consistent site. G2 have shown mid, B, and A now, and it's very explosive once they get to that point. I think, obviously, when you're facing this, a little bit of extremity control on one side, and hopefully the right one, you're not running into that death ball that's coming in, can kind of set you up with a bit more information.
Yeah, I feel from outside looking in for this timeout for Kaplan is just trying to lean back on those fundamentals. Going back to what was a pain point for them in Bangkok where they weren't really training off each other or even at the beginning of kickoff. And then once we see the turnaround into split 1, you saw that there were, 4-1 going to the group, only losing the crew. But the upwards trajectory that Mimi was talking about here at the desk was just being able to play off each other and just stay as a group. So far, and that's how G2 is going to play when they're entering these sites. So you do need that buddy system to come across, and you're definitely seeing it so far now. Because they do have a lower buy, they could maybe activate with a Rolling Thunder off reaction of what could happen here at the beginning of this round.
Sentinels go back to that kind of favoring mid with a bit more pressure now. Trying to activate Zekin on this, they leave Zelsis to go into the site. And G2 are once again going to play all around the map, making sure the extremities actually don't have too much vision on them.
The more you wait here, Sentinels could potentially start funneling players into those strong ults. This is why here Zelsis and Narrate also playing at different extremities. This could be a late pit to pivot players towards the middle. And then it's on to the flood here from Rolling Thunder. That could be a game plan. But now that you've already used a drone at the very beginning for Sentinels, they're not able to get too much information in the very beginning. So they have to be a little bit more reactive to G2.
Seem oddly spread out here. Unless we're going to get some activation out of Leaf, some noise. It's just going to be super late for him. So they're actually going to do 4 takes towards B. They feel like they've sorted out the defensive Sentinels enough by waiting down a minute and about 20 seconds here. What will they have to go for? They pressure cook the clock down to 30 now, and Jonah's going to get that plant in sight and feeling good about it here.
Oh, no. The salvos drop Zelsis, and that's the pit down. The idea was him to just stay alive so the rest could rotate over and use the Rolling Thunder, but now
they're just ready. They're already reading this play. They saw it before Sentinels even wanted to do it, and Zekin got shot in the face through the wall there before going down. So he's limping around for the rest of the round here.
That's too good there for G2. Just a little bit of a unluckiness there out for Zelsis, but towards the end, what happened for G2 in the post line was beautiful. Always leveraging Jonah P to able to assist Jongimo to get openings. Beautiful fault line towards the back. That doesn't allow here Sentinels to really capitalize on using that Rolling Thunder for the retake. Because that pit that was laid down by Zelsis was so nice. You saw that it covered really all of the map.
Yeah.
Outside of the salvos potentially to play the post plant for G2, there's not too much that G2 has to play within the pit.
Jeez. It just goes to show Trent is thinking so well with where to use these salvos, what the displacement along with the other information is going to be. And Kaplan watches his timeout fizzle away.
Yeah, you saw how that split across the Paranoia. Again, to switch back onto an Omen. So a fault line on one side, Paranoia on the other, and you have Joggenway between to get an opening. Such good coordination coming out from G2. But now put Sentinel, thankfully, silver lining is that you did have a half buy on that previous round. Now you have a full rifle round, and you could still have an outcome with the Rolling Thunder available, but G2 wants to press it forward. Split into the B site.
Going into the aftershock, they're just playing ahead of their own game here. I love it. Trying to catch the opponent off guard. Sentinels react really nice. They still have an anchor on the site, but do they know about Jogamo? Do they know about Jogamo? Rolling Thunder comes out, but it's already been routed on the back side of the site. This leaves John in such a tough spot now. Pincer down. And the rest of Sentinels picked, again, just deja vu. 2 outside the site. Can't do anything to get back in.
It's such a big pick. Jogamo getting that one onto Narrate, and not only that, it didn't actually get the hit onto Leaf, who's playing selfless. What they're doing there for G2 is just reset. Those that are towards the B side that didn't get affected by the Rolling Thunder just waits it out. They leverage Leaf, who just drops down and plays bait so they could double swing and trade off if Leaf falls. And he didn't even need to die. G2 looking very good here in Sentinels. You just mentioned it, a timeout that came out from Kaplan. No success coming out of the double ult. No success coming out from a Rolling Thunder to stall the hit from G2 because they're still leaving gaps on the reaction here that G2 is currently instilling on their attack side. And that's a change of pace. How many times so far in this first half that it's been very slow for G2 trying to scout around the map and then move as a group, but this time around, they quickly activate on top of B-Habit, and it seems like Sentinels weren't ready for that.
It's honestly not something you expect from G2. You expect to get a little bit longer of a series altogether because the rounds will go longer. The way they want to figure out their opponent, how they sort things back and forth. But you're right. The change of pace here is definitely throwing Sentinels for a loop as G2 continue to pressure these objectives instantly. Back towards A here, and it's everyone there, right? They're looking for a fault line hit if they need it. And they're looking to get right into the site if possible.
Is it Armageddon at least for John Cutie?
Yeah.
So the amount of times that they've been buying half armor, half shields, regen shields, they want to fight this right away.
Flying through. Narrate opens up big, though. Quickly traded back by Valen, the Smoker, the Controller, the IGL. Right at the front of the line to start this one is Seconds trying to get into a spot that can win this round back. It's already being waited on by Leaf, though. Almost 3 they get on different levels, and the drone also makes it indecisive for where to put the shot.
And they're trying to flip, so the IGL pushes down towards the screens, and he's trying to find an opening. Beck's waiting for him.
Hops right into sight. Zekin's going to give everybody a little UAV situation. 2 from screens. They start to hop back in.
Nice stun.
The swings aren't happening together, though. Almost these 1v1s being created. Trent from the outside, ready to hit that aggression from screens, and it's just Sentinels falling like flies on this one. One left, bang, trying to do what he can. Too much surrounding him, though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, John Cutie.
Time and
Jonah P.
Trent.
John and Jonah. The shots come through, and Trent's going to be able to do it. Oh, my gosh. John Cutie goes down 6-2, or 6-3, rather, for G2.
Util's just too good for G2. Even if Leaf, again, on those moments usually is good on like at least 1 or 2, but he gets the perfect information that there's 3 players from Settle swinging down towards that ramp, and look how Valiant activates to push back towards the spawn. He nullified the dimensional drift out from Zekin.
Good move.
Because when Zekin found all that information, he actually flashed back towards that spawn so that Settles cannot come back to fight. They had good rates to play so passively in the very beginning, but going into the hit in itself, the util coming out from Trent and from Valiant was so nice to stop that.
That timeout button is getting pushed fast over there on the Sentinel side. I mean, Kaplan just has to get in their ear to tell them what is happening, what's going on, where can they reset, or maybe even say you have the right idea, stop second-guessing yourself, right? It could be numerous things right now, but Sentinels is falling behind too much with 6 straight rounds in favor of G2 now.
I was just mentioned before that Sentinels like to get muddy. They love to fight as a group, and they don't mind to fight in the chaos. But the thing is, when they actually used that Armageddon on that previous round, Valiant that snuck through towards the entrance of the A site actually threw a smoke up towards the A ramp. But that actually just stopped Sentinels, and they didn't want to challenge through that because they were just afraid of the unknown of what was behind the smoke. But the Armageddon was already creating that space for them. They potentially could have moved down and find some good information and continue their trade out. But that little space that was given to the G2, you just saw what happened towards the end. A 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5 that came out in their favor. And Sentinels, you mentioned that red alert now coming out from Kaplan is, let's just try to salvage these last 3 rounds if we can. But he has nothing else to work with for the map.
A little bit of a learning round, too, here for G2 as they use Dimensional Drift. They see if Sentinels off that timeout, would it retaliate on an A play like that? I like this. I like this. Sentinels, though, have their own strategy ready for it. Zelsis, he is just not having fun with the salvos today. Trent has his number. Clone in, or drone in, narrate takes down Jog. That's actually a huge one to be getting right now if Sentinels can just slow this down and take a breath.
But Plant now has Rolling Thunder available here for Jonah P.
Fault line should just go right past Valen. They could work off this together. Zekin waiting very far out. There's one last one they could hopefully get in. They smoke off actually where Zekin's going. Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. And they're not even going to need the other person on the flank there. Sentinels straighten one out, and they stop the bleeding.
You saw the discipline coming out there from G2 as well. As soon as they lost Trent in the very beginning towards the A main, you saw Jonah P switch away from the Rolling Thunder back into a fault line, understanding that it's potentially a lost cause. They can try to go for a double swing. If it turns out into a victory on their side, they could use that towards the end.
Boys, let's go. Let's go.
Definitely see here that Sentinels are still ironed out here towards his retakes.
A big timeout there for Kaplan to get into the ear of the team. Can they continue this momentum? They have a lot of economy to work through on the side of G2 Esports before they'll feel comfortable. And they only have a few more rounds, so they should just see guns here for these last 2. They got to give it everything. Back to this solo Zelsis mid for now.
Rolling Thunder and Pit are huge now for G2. So Sentinel's not fully out of this yet.
This B Heaven strat is so fast for G2. They teleport right into mailroom twice with Omen and Yoru. It's so hard to not get overrun by something like that. But now Heaven controls a little bit faster for Sentinel side. That's the change on this round. They didn't have this before. The timing! And it's actually going to be just low on Jogamo's shot. Zekin retaliates beautifully with that shot flick downward as the site trades come in strong. They do find Zekin towards the top as Valen tries to reorganize where he can be and what will be the safest in this 2v2 or 2v3.
Big flank from Zelsis.
Just looked away. The timing's there! Chooses the wrong target, and Valen hits his.
Now they can take their time, though, for G2. Valen they're from the shadows. So if it has to come down to these trades where it might not work out for them, he could always TP away with the spike on his back.
30 seconds left.
They're going to have to keep Sentinels guessing and force them to peek out.
This smoke is crazy.
Didn't see him. Just snuck through. But with that, though, If the spike comes for a plant, John Cutie has his salvo, so they want to dodge off that first.
All right,
Double
they're just
faked.
yeah, double fake. Just getting everything they can out.
10 seconds left.
Plant for Trent so he can get another point towards Armageddon, and they get to post plant position here.
And the TP was just to get John Cutie away, so he can't really get in range for the salvos to delay the plant on B.
One shot from Trent. They saw it. They know where Bang is. Easy play here. Trent backs up as far as possible, making it almost... Yeah, Armageddon comes through. You're not even going to get a chance to get onto this spike yet. Next hit gets the salvos, and you still have Valen just around the outside playing a little game of cat and mouse here with Bang. The final shots come through from the IGL, and they pick up another round.
And that's always what's so annoying when you have Trent alive with Armageddon and salvos. Remember, he had these type of clutches on Icebox on a 3 versus 1 as well.
Yeah.
When he's alive on these post plans, I mean, they mentioned at the desk, one of the best Teo that we have here in the Americas, maybe even the world. Just because he's so self-sufficient, knows the right timings, knows the game sense to stay alive here in these post plan scenarios when he needs to sneak back out of the outside of the site.
I want to Teo games in a row that he has, because it's been a lot. That's
Yeah.
all he plays. You got to be afraid. This guy's Teo. I mean, they even play that on Icebox too. And they have Trent for Sova. Wait, these shots coming out immediately. The speed on A again. Sentinels forego attacking this for a few rounds and then try to deliver the punch once again here up a member after the fight.
But under Paul, Sentinels doesn't seem to have had the best conversions and man advantages. G2 walking in for the contact, spotted by Narrate.
Smart play by Nere. Beautiful flash, beautiful teamwork. Bit of an extended high-low there, but they do lose each other as G2 figures out the play.
2v2, drone still available. That's going to spot John Cutie towards the screen, so they isolated one. Zelsis still has a window to surprise one, and now they just got both spotted.
Player standing.
Up to Trent. Zelsis, we talked about winning so many clutches previously before. Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch from Trent in the 1-2.
Switching sides.
They have no more timeouts. You can't do that.
Oh, that has to sting. Just the patience that he has, you just mentioned it. Trent, can he clutch the 1 versus 2? Didn't have util to work with and just waited to see where the footsteps were going to be. And that's a collat.
Oh, it's a what? A boop. You see that through shot too? Yeah. They'll have to call that timeout next half. Even getting the coach going, like we said before, when you're surprising your team like that, you know you're doing it right. 8-4 here. Sentinel started to punch back a bit, but is it enough? We'll find out when we come back.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm going to trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
G2 lead at the half, 8-4. After a 6-round run there in the first half, they started to run away with it. Sentinels only able to battle back a bit, but we still have a competitive scoreline going into the second half. Sen's attack could easily start to flip this map on its head.
When it was very one-sided for Sentinels against G2 before, though, it was Sentinels dominating on the defensive side. Now you definitely saw that there was a little bit of struggles coming across here once G2 started to get the money right. But this time around, Sentinels has an opportunity to turn it back to their side. Four of them grouped together towards this B main. Really, the only responsibility is Valen trying to go for the little one-way smoke to see if he could spot some feet.
Oh, he knows, but he doesn't have the aim anymore. Not just aesthetic on that one, and Zekin comes in with one of the kills. It looks like G2 is actually trying to swarm the site, get in there to help Leaf, but do they need to help Leaf that much? He gets sorted out, and they will get the rest of the members there of Sentinels. Oh my God, Leaf.
How does Leaf still survive in that moment? So many players are coming across him, and he still stays alive. I think it was Narrate that was right in front of him towards that spawn and trying to get him with the classic and just couldn't. Where the opener was perfect for Zekin. They went for the TV, the flash. Yes, he was read by Valen, but he got hit by the fault line. He got fully blinded. A right click couldn't hit. And somehow Leaf solo inside the site delays long enough that even if he falls, the rest of G2 is already on the rotate. A great start for G2 now, winning this second pistol. And we're tying 1-1, at least in pistols. But G2 has the lead by 5 in his first map.
And they love to have Leaf in situations like that. I think they give him the opportunity to play up, be a little aggressive, draw the util out of the opponent, and he's still staying alive. Like you said, how? You just ask questions when you're watching it. A little aggression from Zekin here as he tries to push back Jonah P.
All they want is a plat now for Sentinels. All of them grouped in together, and they have a chance. Spike's been given away here for Zekin to get the plat, to get closer to the dimensional drift, and we'll put that little check mark there for a dub.
A long-range 2x scope on that Jogamo. Just stinger from across a site. They look like they're trying to get in with a few more stingers. The deadly push coming through, and then Narrate's going to be able to answer with the classic, but it is not enough. G2 swarm, G2W. They get another round for themselves here.
Not too bad there coming out for Sentinels to do that damage and to be able to get that plat.
Yeah.
That previous round, you saw that, we just mentioned it before. They're so good at buying in second rounds with stingers, but the reason why you go for these buys are what helps you in these buys is if you actually get the plat in the fifth round, which unfortunately Sentinels did not. But even if they're still trailing behind at this point, 9-4, they still went for a full classic round, so it seems that they still have faith towards what they could do here once they have their money right here on the attack.
So the other buy is going to be Vandals, Phantoms. They do get the rifles in for Sentinels here. This bonus round is very, very big to keep G2's pressure at bay. Already the 10-4 is enough to deal with. And just a push towards main. So a little bit of an extremity hold here. But still giving G2 quite a bit of space to start the round as they have an eye on just about every angle.
Yeah, and any of the game for Sentinel so far is just to wait out and find that minimum mark where the players could be.
Ooh.
Too suppressed.
Hello.
Not really answering to that yet, though. No fault line to salvos. They're just waiting here to just stop G2 or stop Sentinels on the hit.
Jeez. Even that activation you saw coming from Narrate, that was from mid, that fault line we just watched Jogamo jump out of. So they're trying to activate from across the map. Leaf ready to deliver the mail, and he gets one down. That's going to be too far for the Bucky, but the Stinger comes out strong. Another headshot coming through.
Time to jump.
We see Jonah P go down as Zekin finally answers the situation. They have to limp into the site now. Actually, not too bad. Zekin's still pretty healthy off that engage. Oh, and heck of a swing there for G2 trying to combo that. It's up to Valen now. Almost won the second. He's got the distance. Classic. Oh, he's indecisive about the weapon, and Zekin is not flying through the air to get a right-click win. A triple kill on that round and another one for Sentinels.
Split second there for Valen.
Yeah.
To potentially put the nail in the coffin onto Sentinels on the first map. But thankfully, Zekin once again is there to save it for Sentinels. But it looked so good here for G2 and how they played their bonus round. You saw that there wasn't an idea to do the trap play around these salvos and the fault line. You're just trying to find information, trying to suppress some players, and also just trying to stop and trade utility between both teams. And what to do after. hold it to tight quarters because you have Buckies, you have Stingers.
Yeah.
You just let them run into you and get these picks. And Zekin, thankfully, with that last kill and the clutch, is able to get some information for Sentinels to activate towards this A site behind a Dimensional Drift.
He's in the site. Zekin is definitely spicing up things on the map right now, but G2 has kept him at bay from what his performance was yesterday. That's for sure. Let's see if they can get themselves back into the action here. A really nice site take towards A. Sentinels kind of has to stop giving G2 that respect. We hear a lot of teams say it. You just got to move a bit faster, more aggressive, and Bang is all over that.
All missiles away.
Into sight. Tempered engaged for now as G2 drops in for a moment. There's so much util to be fighting in the orb. The fight in the smoke, or rather the wall, as Leaf and Valen are just taking down the members trying to enter into the site. Bottlenecked as they try to get through here.
No time.
And there it is. Jogamo grabs one. Leaf's already on the defuse, and that's going to be round 11 for G2.
It was close. I thought that Leaf was still too far back before he got in, but as soon as I heard that, we're good. But that said, you've just mentioned so much util being thrown towards Hell. That was the main choke point where everybody was focused on because the Armageddon already pushed everybody back.
Yeah.
Sentinels knew that the Flood was going to come back from Heaven and from A main just because of the Armageddon thrown by John Cute in the pulse plant. But high-low, verticality advantage coming out for
They played
G2.
4 off Teo solo.
It was just too easy to fight back towards the end there for G2. Two more rounds rather to close up the first map. They're gonna make things difficult here in round number 17. Already a thick pit towards middle.
Try to figure out how to dislodge him.
Exactly. It's so deep too that it doesn't allow for you to really get some good control towards the vents. So it looks like Sentinels has no choice but to work towards the extremities. Half buy that you have on their side. I mean, it even comes down to a force buy. Yeah. They absolutely have no credits left to work with, and at this point, if they're going to play this slow, I think you're leveraging on Narrate to try to get an opening here with this Guardian.
They're trying to sell something towards A. They might have gotten that teleport back just in range of Jonah P, though. You see no movement from G2. They're not buying that A distraction just yet. Jogmo hopefully getting the drone work. Drone on drone action. Ships in the night crossing. Now they just sit. Behind the column, the util keeps them protected for now, but Jogmo is trying to let them know where is the in the window to get back into this. Leaf's in sight, so's Valen, so's Jog. They just surface from nowhere and take down Sentinels.
Match point.
Sentinels tried to go back for their pistol round that allowed here Zekin to get the opener onto Valen, but instead this time around, it's G2 holding them back with Jogamo, with the Dimensional Drift, able to escape all that util and find all of that information on a fault line to stall, the salvos to push them off the spike plant. And then also to just close the gap to get that done on the side of G2.
Dude, it felt like everyone came out of a Dimensional Drift. They just popped out in the sight. That kind of teamwork is insane, and the reason we see G2 with so much consistency behind their plays. Stinger by for what could be the final round here as Sentinels try to keep themselves alive, and Leaf just snuffs Zekin as he sprints up mid.
And that's what makes it annoying, trying to play a judge inside mail. Thankfully, those Sentinels have control of B site, but they're fighting with Stingers long range.
Bang playing a bit of a game, but knows it's death at the top of that rope as he bounces back into sight. 5v3, or if you're looking from SEN, the 3v5. As they have to hold this one. Signatures are up. More smokes there for Valen as they can create their own angles that they want to be looking at when they re-enter the site. Just waiting on the go button here. You can see Valen discussing what the next moves are. They're very happy to see those Tejo salvos. I think that's going to pretty much activate what they want to do here. Just a 1-2. Where's the third? The punch comes across, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Trent gets another salvo kill here on Split as they end it out. It's going to be 13-5 in favor of G2. Full control of Split pretty much all throughout, and it's going to be a tough series.
Masterclass coming out for G2 for sure. Loud and proud, the IGL Valen standing up here, confident on the run that G2 could bring And only need one more map to move into qualification to make it into Toronto.
Yeah.
But in the map itself here on Split, man, did they look good here on any type of forefront. From post plants to hits into the retakes that was displayed across. They learned their lesson the last time they played against Sentinels on this map, and they came back for revenge.
The positioning that they had, I think, for the amount of multi-kills we saw coming from multiple members at a time, right? It was just a row of G2 kills coming up. The speed, the pace at which they were able to go fast and slow and then reactivate on certain rounds. Incredible stuff. Sentinels looking to come back strong here as we get into our second map, but we go to a quick break first. Don't go anywhere.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Now for Jaw. Oh dear.
Start running.
Don't start running!
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angle.
But Zekin's still moving, and Zekin's
2
just
kills.
mowing them down.
Here, the coach of G2, Josh RT, running away with that classic Sentinel split. Not your map pick. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next. What was your plan for split when that was floated, when that was out there? It is a Sentinels kind of classic sort of thing. What did you expect, and how did you prepare for that?
Honestly, I expected like a tougher game there. Last time they took us away, and we honestly underestimated their split dominance. This time we pulled no punches. We prepared well, and I think the boys executed really well.
Why do you think they underperformed?
I'm not sure. I would have to watch the tape to really see, but I felt like we put the right pressures. I felt like they were playing a little passive. We read their initiatives really well. We knew the situations. Even their early timeouts gave me an opportunity to just correct little micro mistakes, and then we were always one step ahead.
All right, well, best luck in map 2.
And that's what it's all about right there. Oh,
That's dangerous. That's so dangerous,
That's such a
Mimi.
bad idea.
That was such a terrible idea.
that's an expensive piece of equipment.
$10,000.
More than
Chip
that.
operator Gaston's going to kill you. He's going to kill you.
And they're carting me away. They're carting me away as we speak.
Wait, just got word that came out of your paycheck. All right, everyone. So, we are professionals.
Talking about the first map?
We are professionals.
Portland with the goose? That has to do with Canada. It was really topical.
Yo, G2 exec really well. Why don't we show that?
Before they fire me, I want to talk about this round because I thought this was really nice. G2 gets more value out of their Teodrome than I think most other teams do these days. They're almost always, when they're going for these kind of execs, have the TP set up, send in the drone, and they're holding the rest of their initiator util if they don't catch anything off that drone. Then this next layer is always so high quality to go in with the missiles, with the aftershock, and they completely decimate Zelsis here. And this is something G2 is doing on almost every map, on almost every attack round, of picking the perfect moments when they actually need their initiator utility. They're never just sending it because.
Yeah, a lot of other teams, I think, will just go into the motions of it, right? They'll just be ending up using their salvos to try and assist and get the Euro play into the back site and try and let that happen. But they're just reading the moments really well. I mean, Josh RT was saying, even in that interview, they were just one step ahead over and over again with their read overall on that map on Split. And they made it just look like just child's play for them, to be honest. They were just running rings around Sentinels overall, and they said that SEN are going to need to win this one in 2, to be honest. Split dominance in that fashion as well. We're now heading over into Icebox as well as a bit of a preview, but even before we get into that, I mean, dude, it's just... This is going to be more than an uphill struggle, I think, for Sentinels themselves. G2 often bring the best out of them as a team.
Something I wanted to note real fast, though, was Josh RT's in clearly why. I mean, you had so many moments where G2 just had the reads on them.
Yeah, and even when rounds were going wrong, it felt like they were winning every clutch. Trent, in particular, was incredible in these late rounds. I think of that 1v2 where they just line up. One bullet gets him with the Vandal. He has been on point. We were already talking about how good his utility is, but he's also showing up in these individual moments in the late round, Bren.
It's the way that they empower him as well. G2 as a team, they will try and set up Jordan up for success occasionally as well, but often Trent is going to be the one taking advantage of the space that the rest of his team is making, and Jorg is making himself as well, and being that second person in to be able to trade out often and being last alive into the clutches as well definitely helps his case. There's that moment you were describing. It's absurd as well, because with a team like G2, they don't just have one quality in space. They've got almost every quality in terms of individual firepower, coordination. You can just tell looking at them that the comms are so clean every single time they're in a situation. Barely ever does this team misplay with the utility.
4.8 KD.
It's unheard of.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Genuinely.
It looked like a cakewalk for Trent this game. He was winning every gunfight. You had no doubt that he was winning.
This is a match that's going to qualify you to Toronto as well. And they're doing it like this. They're doing it like this.
It's scary, honestly, with the way that they played that. I don't know, Mimi, how Sentinels look to respond, but we're going to Icebox. What are we expecting here?
I mean, there has to be a complete turnaround, but this is another strong map for G2, so need Kaplan to pull something big out for him.
All right. Well, guys, let's go ahead and hear what the Sentinels coach, Kaplan, had to say as we get ready for map 2.
Here, the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. They ran away with your map pick of Split, the classic Sentinels Split. A bit of an underperformance that we're not used to from Sentinels. What went wrong?
I mean, first of all, I want to give G2 credit. They're a great team, and I think they had a lot of cool strats, and they came out swinging. They played that really well. Obviously, at 13-5, I don't think that explains it. I don't think they're that much better than us. I think we're having a real hard time playing the way we usually play. I think we're a bit the stakes, the opponent is getting to us more than it needs to, and I mean, that's all that matters right now. Just making sure for map 2 we play like ourselves. Whatever happens, happens, but I really hate to not show up for anyone here, so.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you heard Coach Kaplan there. I mean, of course, if anyone knows his guys, it's him, and he knows when they're playing their best, when they're a little rattled, and he could definitely tell that they were rattled there.
But this is going to be a tough game. G2's only played Icebox once this stage, but they had a dominant win on the map. They played the same comp they did last year with the Harbor Viper, and I want to highlight Jaw on the Gecko. He's so good at using his util perfectly, and then once that's gone, he's fighting into backside. He's going so far forward and fully disrupting the opponent's retake. That's something they have to be ready for if Sen want to bounce back.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Cap as well. He's not overselling anything for the second map, honestly. He knows that they haven't showed up here, but genuinely, this is going to be such a struggle for them as well. Even though we haven't seen that much of Icebox from G2, they've really distilled it down to basically just trying to exemplify, I think, why post-plan util is so strong in this map. It's going to be tough for Sentinels. It's going to be tough.
Without a doubt, folks. All right, well, our second map is going to be Icebox. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Just got word. Mimi's fired. All right, everyone. That's going to do it for us here. We'll be back after this quick short break, and Mimi's got to look for a new job. Poor Goose, man. Poor Guillermo.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are ready for map 2 here in our second series of the day. G2, we heard the desk. It kind of looked like a cakewalk here because Sentinels have to come out swinging.
And I'm scared now because they're going into Icebox. Sentinels, last time they played it, they only played it once so far. They played against Crew. Crew came out with this double controller setup with the Harbor and the Viper, something that Sentinels had a hard time dealing with. But now we're going to this game. Oh my god, okay, wait, hold on. Sentinels comes in with something new here, and they're almost...
the Gecko now.
Exactly, they're almost mirror comping G2 if G2 plays the same composition, which then means here that they're pulling out the Gecko, but instead of playing the Harbor, they're going with an Omen. So you want to add a little bit more verticality going to how you want to exit into these sites. Because again, you're looking at this, both teams are not playing any duelists. For the side of G2, the way that they're playing it, they're scaling quite well thanks to the Harbor. But on the side here of Sentinels, I'm expecting to get a lot of that verticality coming out from Zekin to allow Sentinels to get a little bit more space, a little bit of crosses to allow to open up the sites. And they have a chance to do that now for Sentinels because they start on the attack.
Remember, this does mean a spot in Toronto here. Sentinels trying to keep this series alive. G2 could lock it down right here with the 13 rounds in their pocket. I'm sure Sentinels won't make it as easy on this. We're going to get into the map. Icebox, we see teams now bringing out the Geckos. I'm excited. These changes late in the season here. Let's see what teams cook up.
Yeah, pistol round's already underway, and Sentinels are kind of running things just like G2. A lot of pressure towards this B side on the pistol, trying to scout out where the defense could be. But it's a full setup for G2. Leaf has set his turret up towards this B site just to try to get early information. The pressure's coming towards mid and Sen, so they can try to go for this pinch in the back.
Already around yellow. Sentinels moving quite quick, but do they know how many will be around?
Yeah.
The flank splits up. Valen with 2. Classic. Easy as they just come around the corner all willy-nilly on the side of Sen. Zalsis is able to push forward. Everybody's getting a little tricky here as they don't know where the full capacity of each team is, but they're still trying to seek each other out. One more trade goes through, and very low health here for G2 to get back into the site.
Hilo is too good at the start for G2. Both players of Sentinels are isolated, though.
Just gooped on there, and they have to get now to John Cutie. Takes down one, turns, almost gets to 180. But it is just going to be a quick classic. Wingman's already on the defuse, and that's going to be enough. A round win for G2. They secure another pistol.
That was such a solid hold for G2 in the very beginning. You mentioned how many players would be flanking towards that back for the set of G2. And it was a split second where the turret was down, but it came back up on time for Zelsis to spot that. And that call just activated Sentinel to try to push back towards the back of the B site. But you have a high-low from the top of the bridge and kitchen towards the back of the site. They weren't ready for it for the side of Sentinels, and G2 were just able to play full man advantage throughout the whole pistol. Now building to a very strong second half. An Outlaw already comes out here for the side of Jonah P, allowing for them to play a little bit more of a 4-1 setup here on this Icebox defense.
It is nice. We don't usually see Jonah with it, but it is perfect for that B-long position. They have kitchen covered. He's going to be right under the tube. Leaf making the stinger sing, and he does it again. A third one. Knows it's going to be a... Oh, Jogamo! Stealing that away. Possible ace. That's all right, though. High Power taking a breath. They've seen too many lately. Jonah P finishes up that one, and it is going to be 2 here for G2.
And you're just playing Lemmings going into the kitchen.
Yeah.
So much util to stop towards that back, though. The Gecko flash towards that top really didn't allow Sentinels to play and trade as a group. And speaking of playing as a team, this time you're giving the Outlaw on the side of Jogimo. For this buy, Sentinels already respects it because of that second round shot that you have Jonah P already getting that first pick. So all buying full shields on the side of Sentinels at the same time puts a dent into their economy. They have to be flawless in this round to try to tie things up. But look at this push from G2.
Most expected on both sides. Bang is so ready in a third one. Trent knows there's going to be more of a fight here. He has to get out safe somehow. That swing, Bang finds a third kill and is going to get a 4th point for the ultimate on this round. Leaf is getting pretty close pretty quick here. Not waiting for the team. He just goes for the swing. That was an abrupt stinger swing for sure. And now we'll just see if they can take down Jog here as he gets the defuse. A nice round for Sentinels.
Yeah, you're trying to do as much damage as possible, pop damage, so that Jog will get 1-shots across the board. That would take down actually 3 of them. There's that burst with a headshot.
John Cutie answers back. It was a heady play, trying to tick off the armor there, but another one goes, or I should say the first for this map in Sentinel's favor.
And that was good for Sentinels to stay back towards the spawn for the very beginning. The bonus round, they've learned a little bit from Split that G2 likes to play in areas where you can close the gap. And when you're playing on a map like Icebox, where a drone could be very good here, the stealth drone from Mateo, where you're trying to close as much as possible, trying to rush into Garage if they actually do hear that drone. But they peek, they get punished. And Sentinels, we mentioned they needed a clean round, and they got it. Full rifle rounds for both teams, though. And you'll see this pressure continue on from both sides. This is something also that Trent has been doing with the salvos at the very beginning. We'll talk that point in a little bit here, because Zekin is looking for control and for some space in front of this A site.
Pushed up so far here, just on the other side of the wall. One smoke pops, doesn't get a headshot off of that wall diagonal. And they just reset, but it's all about Bang right now and how much info he can grab in this position. Inserted so far into Kitchen.
That's so nice.
They're not even thinking about it. Oh, there's the timing. Oh, Leaf turns at just the last moment. You have to be kidding. And now they're forced to push into sight. G2 know they have a lock on where the rest of the members are, basically. And they are going to give them space before the retake. Oh, yep. How many spams? How many shots? This smoke. They try to break the smoke without any utility. And just on the other side, Sentinels waits with open arms. Another one for Zekin and a second round for Sentinels.
The push and pull was very nice for Sentinels there. And then you also see why Zekin is playing this Omen for the side of Sentinels instead of playing a Harbor, smoking out the turret, allowing Bang to move up. And even if he dies, it pulled out the rotate from G2 back towards the A main, towards the screens, so that Sentinels could actually start moving into the A site. And not only that, continue to push towards the screen to keep everybody isolated from G2 on the outside of the site. Fighting through the smoke, the second smoke being thrown by Bang, or by Zekin, sorry, was perfect.
Let's go!
Those cleanups. And the hype from Zelsis is there. You can hear it. Sheriff's here for G2 as they go into this round. And I love that point about Sentinels having the Omen. I mean, the part of the having Harbor here was to have it with the Sova, to be able to move up in layers. Yeah. But it just seems like having that Omen allows Sen to keep fighting and get the angles they want overall.
And also, to discuss again this initiator coming out here from Trent and Joggivo, and also from Naren Dark Cutie, why no Sova? The tail salvos are just good enough here to take full control of pipes and in front of orbs so that people can't really run forward. You'll need to find that information first with a recon dart, because you could just brute force your way through with the salvos and fight for trades. And now you see an eco coming out for G2. They tried to go for a peek towards middle. Couldn't do any damage there, and Sentinels, they could just min-max the orbs, min-max some kills, and build up their ults here in the next round.
Pressure towards A does not seem like it'll be used too much since B is taken, but Sentinels are really gaining control of the map here and not giving up that space when they know they have the better weaponry. You can't be shy to G2 at any point in time, or they will attack, and Sentinels push even harder when they know they can go for the throat on this round.
Once again, the value of Zekin on this Omen. Trying to create space for the team. You just saw there as he TPs on the top of yellow, it forces the players of G2 to turn around and try to focus on them so the rest of Sentinels could just scale behind.
High five, Keebert.
And it seems Sentinels still wants to keep doing this conditioning. The salvos will continue up here. The wall comes out on the defensive side, though, and Valen scales into the nest. A great spot, because when this calms down, you'll probably see a couple of players of G2 start falling back. And the responsibility right now for Leaf is to play soft.
So what's the protocol here for Sentinels, right? They have identified that was a push. Like, we haven't seen this before. What are they going to do? And it's Zekin to teleport across. Just like you said, creating that space, helping the team get a forward position. But they have to be wary. Do they have that wall to go up for Bang just yet? Oh my gosh. Doesn't seem like they have the wall just yet, but they'll Armageddon. They'll put everything else over here towards the site as Leaf gets himself to safety on that.
And he wants to play an aggressive position here on the top of the site. One pick allows for him to get the lockdown, and you can trade out these ults.
Thrash goes through. Bang is able to start returning the favor. Lockdown almost gets thrown, but it was in such an open position. It's instantly thwarted. And now the 2v3. G2 still have stopped the plant, but now they'll have to look to get the defuse as Zelsis throws it down on the site.
And this should guarantee it for Sentinels. Zelsis has his own lockdown. And if it has to come down to that, they push them back, and then you have a pit from Bang. So the last two players of G2 definitely already falling back. But you saw how you were just so tunnel visioned on the side of Leaf. As soon as he gets the pick, he throws out the lockdown, and he's trying to plant it, but at the same time, doesn't really pay attention to his surroundings, that his teammates are actually falling down. So you have a couple of players of Sentinel slipping through the cracks and able to capitalize on that pick. And the silver lining is that he still has it going into the next round now for G2.
True, he didn't get the activation, so it just got destroyed. But you're right. It's maybe he was thinking people were snowman, people are over to the right side, able to see across the map. In that situation towards B, and that it goes to show how fast Sentinels are also moving to be in that position where we were just praising Leaf for having the 1v1 effect where you can get yourself into a spot that's draining the enemy's utility. This time he gets taken down before being able to use his. Let's see it all again. As they just fly through the Thrash. Through the Thrash. That's dirty.
It's almost two with this comp you could play.
They have 4 guns.
You can definitely see here that they have kind of like double drones into these ults when you have the Thrash available for the side of both teams for G2 and Sentinels. But now this timeout comes through, and I think it's important. So far, you've seen Josh RT do a lot of these early timeouts for the team where he already has a good read into the game. He probably already knows the type of protocols that Sentinels are kind of doing right now to execute towards these sites. So do you actually want to start saving your salvos to just land him where Bang could be TPing, or sorry, Zeki could be TPing it across? Or how do you just want to fight back maybe in fort positions here that Sentinels are, they're allowing Sentinels to take, especially on this B side at the very beginning?
It's a nice job. I think usually when we see G2 fall, if you think back to C9 G2 Haven, it was about Nets lurks on that. So the lurks, a lurker being able to get under the skin of G2, able to take out how they're playing and not allow that protocol post-plant retake they're so good at.
And that's a great point, because so far Sentinels hasn't been needed to use that yet. If it comes down to those moments where Bang could activate a little bit more, yes, they did it when he did the push and pull towards that too, but so far just the brute forcing from Sentinels has been good enough. And that could also be the next thing of conversation, the next point of conversation that Kaplan could instill here with the Sentinels team.
All right, let's see how G2 comes out of this timeout. What they have on their plate. 3 ultimates ready. Oh, no, sorry, 2 ultimates. Or 1 ultimate. Yeah, 2 ults ready on their side. Thrash, as well as that lockdown we still have from Leaf. And they're going to actually be pressured again towards that B site. Let's see if they get the lockdown earlier than later on this. With a push here from the right side, too. Jogamo should be able to tell G2 this is a B hit.
Yeah. They've already went for the drone in the very beginning. So again, the 2 players on the B side have to play a little bit more soft. You see here that you're playing very passively for Leaf, trying to activate here with the lockdown. If you're going to use that and push it back towards Jogimo, although Bang is already watching that flank. Sentinels are kind of pinned towards the spawn, though, and they might have to commit towards this B site. But thankfully, as you've mentioned, they have this lockdown to open it up.
They could stall on both sides with this. Does Leaf answer right away? He's actually on the outside, so they're going to wait, use their lockdown for retake from the side of G2. And we're just going to get a breathing moment here as the team's set up for sight.
Still not too sure yet with this lockdown that was placed down by Leaf. Because they could just wait this out for Sentinel. The wall could come back up, then they have to pit for the post plant.
I thought that was going to be coming in much later. Zelsa's kill comes in now onto Trent, though. They're waiting patiently for Zekin and the team to push through. They know Sentinels want to take a bit more space here. It's going to be tough to all hide on that B main, and Valen starts to collect another head on this. Sentinels falling left and right as Leaf finds another, a third, and possibly a fourth, but no, it's Valen. Leaf, it's a full house between those two. With Valen's defuse, they do pick up a round after the timeout.
And that's why I was going to mention the lockdown would have been perfect to counter into the pit. And if you're going to use it early, you're hoping that the rest of G2 could follow behind the Thrash on a retake. And again, it's G2. So they followed behind that towards the end and got the perfect picks coming out from Leaf.
Man, you just see how sorted they had Sentinels. How many members of Sentinels were actually looking at the person killing them there?
Nate.
Not
Thank
many.
God for Nate.
So the speed
Holy
G2
shit,
hit
I'm the
back
best player
with.
on this map, bro.
Maybe not on that lockdown round, but definitely on that retake.
Yeah.
One round separates these two teams now, and it seems like Sentinels, after getting snuffed out here on the pulse line towards the B site, but they don't have too many ults to work with. Now they can leverage verticality with Zekin towards this A site. Already TP on top of pipes, yeah.
Ready for the fight. Backs up if this goes away and that wall doesn't give him necessarily the right angle. He says, wait a minute. Pinged me out.
And here are those lurks that we were just mentioning here from Sentinels that they haven't really utilized yet, and they were doubling up in the first place.
Interesting. They're giving over Zelsis for this lurk now, along with Bang to start off, just making sure it's not going to be a lost fight if they do have to get into some back and forth. But no real push and pull just yet. I feel like G2 has met Sentinels right at the front door each time here. Towards mid there, towards pipes at A. So it's almost going to have to be a reset for these signatures. The salvos, the skills.
Ooh. This is the biggest fight right here.
Faked him out with the up and down on the wall. Jonah P gets a beautiful kill on the lurk. But they still have to worry about Bang making his way towards middle. Seems like G2 already has A sorted, and it should not be a problem for the time being.
I mean, you've lost all that space towards the garage.
Yeah.
And now you're wasting time, too, staying as a group. And Jonah still has a snake bite to work with. So if they're trying to push and engage back towards B main, he could still stall and delay. Walking towards middle, the alarm bot's going to come up, and G2 should be ready for this still.
They just drone towards A. So G2 should know they can all start to rotate out. Yep, finding themselves the clear here. Oh no, he puts his weapon away! Narrate goes for the util. Bang and John Cutie aren't ready. Jonah P grabs 4 as Leaf collects the round. 4-4 on the scoreline now.
And that's what happens when you're wasting too much time on the side of Sentinels. They've lost so much space. You've already lost your drone at the very beginning when you're trying to find info on A site. Then now you have to play contact, and then you can't even play contact anymore because there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
So you're not clearing your angles. You're still thinking that Jonah P's holding up towards the garage. He goes on at 10, and it's 3 free kills.
Jeez. That's the play, Jonah P. Play safe, play smart. That's what it gets you. My gosh. I think even in the vibes that we're seeing here, when we go from Josh RT to Kaplan, one's just smiling, laughing, and Kaplan's like, wait, we need to do this, we need to do this. Like G2 may be feeling different, and Sen needs to shut that down now and find their momentum, find their flow state. Leaf starts off here with the first blood. But Bang answers back, or Bang gets answered rather. Still the fight towards B. Drones clears. This would be the back and forth that Sentinels need here. They need to stop this economy of G2 and get themselves back in. Was it this star? Yes. What star do you aim at? What star? Throwing Mosh over towards the spike. No, over towards back so they get dispersed from hiding on yellow. It almost works. Sentinels is so ready for the trade, though, as they reposition and take down G2.
And that's a huge round for Sentinels. Very difficult to enter towards the B site when you've already lost Bang in the very beginning.
Yeah.
There's no wall to block it up, and Narrate just says, I'm going to up the tempo. I feel that I have a timing. I'm going to push up in the front, and he gets 2 backstabs. Maybe not the kill on the second one, but already gained all that space to allow for him to just plant thanks to the wingman. So that was a very nice answer back onto Sentinels after getting dismantled by Jonah P's position.
Yeah.
On the previous round. And
to shake it off.
Exactly.
A few early salvos you heard on the other side of the map, which probably means we'll get about a 1-minute hit if they don't find any frags coming over to this side of the site. A little slow down from Jonah P. Playing very close, though, for the unknown here. Ooh. Oh my gosh, Celsius goes down. The paranoia kind of locking him in, I think, for a second, not realizing what the situation was.
And that's a spike, too. Now being picked up, but Zekin cannot really TP away, so it forces Sentinels to push inside
Not
B.
again, not again. Keep the guns out, Narrate. He goes down, 2 bullets left for Jonah P. Again, he still peeks. Held just over the shoulder as Sentinels try to reorganize. How do they get back in? Bang, looking for that opening kill.
This is going to be so difficult. The up reckoning right away from Valen. He gets dropped, but they're still at a 2-player advantage for G2.
Tried to play the up and down wall. John Cutie in a great position here. He's pressed a little bit forward, but they can't really help each other in this situation. It's going to take solo star power from the positions they're in. Leaf on one, and the second one's not going to make it. The dance around from Jogamo, so Trent can get the kill on John Cutie. And a defuse comes in for G2 to tie us up again.
I'm not too sure towards the end of the round, though, if they saw that Jogamo had an operator or not, but even that.
Oh, yeah.
That aside, at the very beginning of the round, G2 did a great job just strengthening towards the B side. When they realized here that Sentinels were actually adding a lot of pressure towards this B side, punishing Jonah at the very beginning in round number 10.
Oh, he got team paranoid.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
And because of that ult that they utilized on the A side for Jogamo, they could actually strengthen that B side for G2. And yeah, again, just a little bit of misluck out for Sentinels, but G2 is able to tie this game up. And thankfully, though, it's a different story from the first map. We're going back and forth. It's 5-5. There's still a lot of fight left for both of these teams here. Going into round number 11, as Sentinels are actually adding, once again, more pressure towards A side. G2 wants to pressure back towards middle, and his early drone allows Leaf to push down and gain that space and prevent a rotate from happening.
Yeah, why not get Leaf a lockdown? Either way, kill or be killed. He comes into the final round with an ult here. But beautiful insert positioning. Sentinels knows they don't have any of that coverage behind. They'll be forced to work forward, but I feel like they're almost good, not almost, but they're almost ready for this position a lot of the times, and good in the situation. Fire in the Armageddon towards the backside. Well, they know they're going to have sight with Armageddon. G2 won't play in sight for that pain, but they will answer back.
Plant still goes down, though it missed.
Ooh.
Towards the front of Jenny.
Haven't seen that plant in a long time. It's easy to post plant, but oh my god, they're not even going to have to try! Leaf gets presented with a 1-2-3.
Hello.
Easy as that, and Jonah P going to give that one to Trent. No, to Jogamo on the defuse as they go around the ring. And yeah, 6-5 here for G2. It just looked like Sentinels was not ready for what they were getting hit with.
I mean, that's just unfortunate, too. You had to fight in the front of the site to allow this fight to go down, to set up here for Celsius and throw his nanostorms down. And Leaf finds the perfect time to go towards that back. And when you throw a Reckoning for the retake for Valorant, Leaf is there on that flank.
I don't even have to shoot nobody. I'm just jumping around.
And that's what I'm saying. It's just Leaf being the best of the map right now, as he mentioned before, and he's able to just isolate all of these fights because of that Reckoning that was thrown by Valid. It looked easy on the side of Leaf, but there's still a lot of util for G2 to not allow Sentinels to set up here on the pulse plant.
I feel like that works for Jogamo. Last time we talked to him about the Gecko play, since it's one of his most recent, he said, I just got to use the util. Right? Use it, pick it up, use it. So if he doesn't have to shoot, then he's got all the time in the world to use that util and help the team get into situations.
Remember when they had this drone and also the thrash from Narrate? They're utilizing it as a double drone, so already gaining that space in the very beginning towards B. Yeah. And then Narrate's moving forward, so they could probably leverage the thrash.
Zelsis, what do you hear? Seeing if he can get some footsteps and find the back of any of these members coming through. But look at Leaf. Leaf still wondering what's going to be coming out of A. The entire team actually not buying this so far, fans.
TP for the A site plant. Zelsis has a huge responsibility trying to get this pick if they're trying to flood back in.
Oh, the #1 job right now. They're not even going to try. They don't know who's actually made it in off the timing. So G2 just go for a regular post-plant retake. The 5v5 is going to occur here for the last round of our first half. Oh, jazz hands. Half defuse doesn't get hit. There's going to be some utility coming out here. Jogamo answers with 1, and we stay at half. 2v4. G2 trying to get these members back into the site as they're getting swarmed by Sentinels now, and it's just looking like too much for G2 to overcome. But Jonah P has 1, can't find a second as Narrate locks that in. And we go even in the first half of Icebox.
So nice for Sentinels for the last round of the half. Just throwing the boomerang thrash here to force the rotate over, and Zelsis cannot punish anybody to rotate across, but at least he gets space. And that's a beautiful call coming out from John Cutie. That we haven't seen that all throughout the whole half for Sentinels. So for G2, they were thrown for a loop. And that means that for the second half, I'm expecting more ace under the sleeves from both teams.
Good job.
Crazy stuff. We have the even 6-6.
Even dito start matang pala sa may yun lang dito sa match place ng
toss to Liz on stage with Imi and Googly.
Thank you so much, Vansili and Riv. And yes, I have the coaches of Cloud9 with me, Emmy and Googly. Now, if you watched the games yesterday, you saw. Yes, you can give it up for them. You can give it up because if you watched the game yesterday, it was a hard-fought battle, but we sadly said goodbye to Cloud9 yesterday. Emmy, I'm gonna go to you first. We saw you in the coaching booth. We saw you afterwards. What was the immediate conversation afterwards with the team after the loss?
Just making sure everyone was okay. That was the main thing. Like, I was more sad than ever. Last year, I was angry at my team. This time, I was just sad for them.
Googly, going to you next. This is, obviously this is your first time being in the States with them. You were in Italy, I believe, or last time before you came here. Being in person, experiencing this loss, what was that like?
It was nice to see the players, be able to talk to them, and be able to work for what we want to do next. That's the most important thing. What is the next step for us?
Now, going to you, Emmy, you are best friends with Zelsis. For those of you who don't know, Sentinel Zelsis on stage, currently focused on the game, is best friends with C9 Emmy. What would it mean for you for him to qualify to Masters Toronto as his best friend?
Well, I lose him for a month, but other than that, I really want him to win. He messaged me yesterday to see if I was okay. I was like, don't worry about me. Just go out there and win tomorrow, and I'll be there supporting.
Well, when he watches his back, what do you want to say to him?
That I love him.
Anything you would like to say to anyone on Sentinels?
Good luck.
Simple as that. And what can we expect a Cloud9 Champions visit next year in Stage 2?
I think we're definitely capable of it. We just have to figure out this playoff issue and just really grind into why it's happening, and hopefully we can make it out.
Well, thank you so much. Everyone get it for Emmy and Googly one more time. But we have a 6-6 have to get back to you. So friends, please take it away.
And the scene
and Emmy and Googly.
first second places
we do.
Analum playoff
That is G2 and Sentinels here. The brain power of Valen and John Cutie call these two teams into an even first half on split, but it is G2 with that first map, Van. So Sentinels, they have no room to let up here.
G2 likes to scale behind a harbor wall on the B side and leverage a flash to take control of B. Sentinel still decides to play a solo player towards this B site. All of them being stacked up on the middle for the rest here for Sentinels. And they're expecting some sort of a pump back towards mid. But unfortunately for them, it's a wrong call for now.
Salvo's in the Ghost. Secondary wall goes up, and they've really already taken the zone 1 of space here, so no problem. Of course, Valen will go ahead and connect with the Narrate to start off on his pistol round, and that's huge. The Gecko util for retake is one of the biggest things you're going to want to have if you're bringing that to Icebox now, and it's gone for Sen.
Definitely say their team like 100 Thieves on this map when they had that Gecko for the defuse, or the wingman for the defuse, rather. But this time around, you have to force a body on it.
Swinging in, Valen with 2 on the round, but he goes down, done his job for sure. But Bang, John Cutie, and Zekin are ready. Half defuse puts him in a pretty good spot here, but they still have to source out the rest of the members of G2. Very, very close. Oh, they can't get it. Leaf goes in and gets him a hug. The knife kill to come out as well, and it's not going to be enough as the salvos are already ringing true on the spike. Absolutely amazing to get the clutch of the pistol round for G2.
And Sharkybo was mentioning that all he does in his server is jump around, jumps inside the smoke for a knife kill, headshot onto Bang. And you keep Trent alive in the post plan. He's alive with the salvos. And that's G2 with the pistol.
And they feel comfortable doing that. They know what the situation is. They know the chaos they have to create. But still, you have Trent, like you mentioned, not in that chaos, off to the side, win condition in mind that I just have to stay alive, and it helps collect the round. So many pieces to the puzzle there, and they're all working very well together for G2. And the sum of the parts come together for Sentinels is the question here. Pistol round is going to put the pressure on right away, Vance.
The stack that you have for Sentinels, it's not going to be the best. Maybe the smoke could help them so far. And he won't.
No. Just cleaning up left and right for this. Because they're actually looking to keep this one flawless, probably, as they go through the round to make sure it feels that much better.
Yeah, and Sentinels, you saw the flash coming out from Zekin. But he couldn't really flood outside of that smoke because Zekin was throwing a one-way on top of that to just try to fight under that smoke if G2 were going to try to flood through. So no punishment be done either. It's very clean for the side of the attack. And they still have a pretty decent minor bonus with Guardians on the side of Trent. You can utilize that for long-range battles on top of the belt.
Yeah.
And then a double Bulldogs for P and Jogging.
We're already seeing the way the harbor walls are working for G2 too. They're just like, we put up a wall, we will walk up to that wall. And Sentinels, they have to realize it. They have to respect it and give that space.
Yeah, so Jonas setting up this lineup to throw the smoke right towards middle, so they'll probably try to have him lean more towards the B side to start, but instead immediately covers towards the A side. So something has to be called by Valen to just stay as a group. Just battling against Sentinels who actually have 3 players stacked up on the side.
A little bit of a lurk underneath by Zelsis in mid, just keeping an eye where the turret cannot see. So this is on Zekin right now to call for Zelsis' utility if they do go towards B. Zelsis will have a bit of an idea now that he's moved himself over into that spot.
Simple default round now for G2, inserting players left and right towards jail, trying to see if Sentinels are going to try to push somebody forward. They had the fake being sold by Trent just to break that turret towards middle. If they have to finish down towards middle for G2, they have an opening to push that middle and move towards that B side for a plant.
Very G2 of them to take down to 30 seconds in the round to make this hit. Dizzy on Dizzy. I think both get shot on that, so they really don't get too much information, but it's Jogamo trying to go high. Bang's ready for 2 as he fires low, then high for that elevation change, and Sentinels eye on the prize here. Hit all their shots.
Spikes down on top of pipes. It's so hard to go get, and you already have a double flank from Sentinels. Clean towards the end. Good stop coming out from Bang just on the side of 410. And unfortunately there for the side of G2 with the bar that they had, you had Stingers on the top by Leaf, who surprised 2 players, but those bullets get out of the clip very quickly and couldn't get the double kill. And John Cutie trades that onto Bang to allow here Sentinels to stop at least G2's push and potentially win the bonus.
Let's go.
It may have been a little quiet, just kind of base Bang, fragging and playing standard throughout the season, but it has definitely been a playoff buff so far for him in these past few series, and Bang is showing up again here on Icebox to help lead the team in frags. Molly over the top each time John has to deal with.
And they tried to triple swing that at first. If somebody was peeking, he could punish it and then get the Nanoswarm out. But now, realizing that somebody has anchored up towards Boiler, that they're probably playing like a 2-2 style, so they have to stay as a group for G2.
Tries to get in early. Oh, he gets denied again. G2 don't have any good reads on these plays that would completely stop what your opponent is doing. Reckoning's going to start dislodging the site just a little bit. We've already had 1 frag go down as Jogamo makes it 2, 1 for each side now as Thrash is ready to pounce. He's going to be saved by Valen. The teamwork is huge for G2. But Sentinels start to come back in. The 1v1 power that they can show, this prowess to get back in and make sure the clutch is theirs.
Sentinels are down for now and just came back up. So Leaf is the one that has to stay alive here.
Oh, the tap just misses. Bang gives it another sidestep. Almost the 1-2 for Trent.
It's not half.
He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. Can he do it again? Half didn't even get hit. And he pulls on again!
Unstoppable is Trent in these moments of the clutch. A 1 versus 3. Jiggling, isolating these fights, getting a salvo, stopping the women on top of that, not allowing Sentinels to get the 6-man for the defuse. And Trent pops off one more time.
Absolutely nutty performance from Trent. And put in this situation a bunch of times, it's not just the 1 post plant. It's post plant after post plant that he successfully doesn't even break a sweat while doing it. 9 now for G2 here as they steal it back from a Sentinels round win.
Smoke is pretty good though. Jogamo couldn't get this kill onto the defense on the left side of the A site. right now it seems that G2 wants to pivot along towards this B site, and that's spiked down though with this kill from Second.
Again, Spike's up top, so now they can easily keep a focus on somebody having to get towards Belt. Yeah, Zekin gives that up. They're not worried about just getting one shot. Spike getting picked up isn't worth losing another member here, so they reset, and now Sentinels enjoy knowing where the Spike is. Have this good push into the pit. This B long fight's getting a little weird. Oh, bang! Absurd. Absurd play from Bang. And they creep in. G2 is in the third or fourth page of the scrap book for this one. They've got to run everything with what they've lost.
And Sentinels gave up the A site after Jonah P died. You saw here that they were just playing inserts. The idea was just to get Jonah P up and try to break the turret so they could rework the map. But Sentinels gave up the A site, allowing G2 to turn it back in their favor.
John Cutie, pretty full on util here. Doesn't have the drone, so they can get back into a bit of the concuss. But Valen just on the other side of the wall to play cat and mouse, and Zelsis finds one. A bit of util. Yeah. Leaf is chock full of util right now. Still has a molly to put on the Spike as well.
And with this lockdown, Trent is just waiting so he can try to fall back with a few seconds left, potentially, so he could use the salvos.
Moving forward. They're actually trying to play this one a little different, Vansili. They want to play it different, high-low. Oh, the separation and the angles, though, could make this so tough. That's one. It gets traded, but it's behind Trent now. Could he do it again? No! John Cutie! Sentinel IGL calling and hitting the shots to bring back a very needed round.
And why not? You have your Fletcher and Trent and one of your best aimers and Leaf playing together inside the site. Instead of giving that space away that you gained with the lockdown, you just tried to surprise Sentinels on a rotate. But it was close. It came down to that 1v1. First mistake happening by losing that spike. Yeah. Some nice shots there from back and forth from both of the teams, but
அது பிளேயர் வந்து அந்த ரோமன் ஸ்மோக் பிளேயர்ல தெரியும் ப்ரோ டிஸ்டா இருந்தா
And they don't have the best in terms of economy for G2 coming back from this time out.
ஆமா ஓபன்ல இருந்தானா
I think that was the longest round so far.
கொஞ்சம் கண்ட்ரோல் இழக்கிறனால கொஞ்சம் கூட டைம் அவுட் கால் பண்ணிடுவாங்க என்ன தப்பாகுது
that round that was the Valen push in the mid. They were still trying to decide to take A. So this may be a call from Josh to say, yeah, we have that kind of strategy, but it's working less against Sentinels than it would against other teams. So maybe back to the speed, maybe back to a little bit
And when you're adding that pressure for G2, when they tried to move very quickly towards the A side, what really seemed to stop them was just that singular smoke from Zekin. One way that's being thrown that side, because yeah, even if you push that away with the salvos and you're trying to push back through the orb, you're running through it one way and they spot your feet first. So that's why you see so much pressure on the left side. A double setup on the A side over here from Sentinels behind that smoke. And G2 really hasn't used util towards that side yet. So maybe you want to save those salvos for those hits. You want to try to drill a little bit later, or maybe use the Armageddon in the next round to really clear out that site. And force Sentinels to play a retake again, and where G2 has been shining so far.
A little bit of A. Yeah, A noise to make Sentinels think that there's going to be more coming, but it's the 3-2 split mid. Quick check, early util. See, G2 is, they're definitely worried that Sen will push up more, but they want to take the space. Woo. That was close.
Cover going out.
When you talked about a 3-2, the cascade went up on the side, and you're seeing that Sentinels are playing very slowly, trying to clear every single angle, and you're basically pulling a little bit at rotate at the very beginning just to try to move as a team towards this B site. But that window's now closed. All of Sentinels has rotated towards this B site, and G2 will potentially have a very hard time trying to plant here towards this B site.
That smoke thrown out from Zekin is denying a bit, but Wingman still able to make it happen. Zelsis
with plot armor.
Yeah, somehow dodges all of that. Just short enough. Ooh, the pressure, defuse. Defuse Dizzy up, who's going to try to peek it. But that was a really nice concuss coming in from the side of Trent to try and delay all of this. The shot's still missing there for Zekin as he can't get one to connect. Okay. Narrate says, enough funny games, enough funny business. Let's get in here and take the round. Very nicely done. They were given the low buy of G2 a little too much respect there.
Yeah.
The Sentinels finally decided to just take the round over.
And now this timeout is where it's going to be Josh RT not only identifying how they can maybe work towards this A site potentially through the smoke executive, but also understanding the state of the game that Sentinels currently have in this 9-9 scoreline. Because you have 4 ults now activated on the defensive side. This is a huge swing round potential for Sentinels to potentially even run away in the second map and push us onto Ascent. Sentinels that's been stomped on the first map of Split on their map pick. But seems to have figured out here G2's attack plan with no duelists on their Sun on the attack. And Sentinels with no duelists on the defense. But they're just letting G2 run into them and winning these fights.
Thought he might have seen one, but Narrate does not catch the foot there of Leaf heading into the nest. Decent push up for a moment by Zek. Tries to bring over a bit of the vision, and Celsius underneath 2 with an outlaw on the full gun round back and forth. Screams through with a headshot on the round.
With Leaf not being able to capitalize on that frag on the A site, G2 has to tempo up here and maybe try to break a bit of util towards B.
Second self peek here. This is going to be a play for him. He's trying to play some timing. Waiting off the util. It's one. Armageddon comes through and he tries to play within the fight. Celsius picks up another one across the map as well here. Joggum was taking damage from this quite a bit. And now it's just trying to run the spike back. See if they can get to Leaf and if Leaf can hold sight solo.
Bang was waiting at that spot. I don't think they heard the jump. So Leaf could actually bring the surprise.
Yeah. And they'll have wingman plant, so 2 watching the angles if they need it.
Almost caught with util, and that could have been dangerous, but both players now for G2 in the pulse plan are lower on HP.
That's an inside the site plant, really. You can play a little bit far back on that, but it's got to be towards mains. You can't play up top, and that, I think, just missed. Doesn't matter, though. Celsius with the outlaw finds a third one here. Return on investment, maybe? Can send Narrate. Cleans up the round again to make sure they can get to 10.
I don't know if there was a mismanagement from the side of G2 not looking at what ults were available, but that alarm bot with the Armageddon out from the combination of both Zelsis and John Cutie made it very difficult for G2 to really fight back towards this B-side control.
Solo holding B2 as Zeka needed to rotate out.
So I had to rechange it, but I put a 0 at the start of it, so I was just aiming like this with the outlaw.
He did 0.0.
It's still got a kill with it.
Yeah.
So all you had to do was crosshair placement, allowed to get the pick onto Valen. But that said, on a 2 versus 4 and you force out the Thrash, that's at least something there for G2 that could even up the tally. And back into the classic of the G2 Stinger buy. Grouping together this time around, and you can already see the salvos are not used at the very beginning on the top of pipes. They're using it here to try to clear on the execution. There's the salvos on the left side. And Trent gets the opener.
Stingers flying through. I feel like it gives you a speed upgrade here. They've laced up. They're running it down. Oh my God, the 180, the 360, 720. Tony Hawking him. Celsius takes down Leaf there. I don't even know how Bane was seeing people. Jeez. Yeah, he's definitely getting a little bit of a playoff buff here, and he's using it accordingly.
Agreed. Going into the regular season, doing pretty decent, but not having too many of those highlight reels that we know that they did back in the last season with 100 Thieves. But in the playoffs, remember, he aced going into that Pearl game against Cloud9, putting huge numbers. And now this time around, it's just activated in the second map. And what better way, what better position here to activate for Sentinels, because they're now in the lead by 2. G2 on that Stinger buy still has 2 ults now and weapons to work with, and still trying to go back to work towards this A site. And there's 4 players of Sentinels here.
They are not allowing Pipes control. It takes a lot to be able to guard this, right? You are dedicating most of your team if you want to defend. This was right off the bat, and Sentinels, they have stacked it. Oh yeah, saw an elbow there. Trent pushing forward. They don't know where G2 can come from them. How much scaling G2 has already done, and Leaf answers back. for this round. G2 feeling pretty good about the positioning, but still pretty hurt here to move through.
Only one person unaccounted for, and that was Leap, and he's able to open up everything here for G2 to trade back and get the player advantage.
Ooh, a quick thrash so he can pick it back up. Defuse, or plant Dizzy. Rinse and repeat. Spike actually went down for that, so they are not going to matter though. Valen's on the other side. Able to keep eyes on that last frag. No plant money is fine though. They should be okay getting to this next one. Oh, that's that plant money on the squad. But still enough to buy. Seeing the low armor here. G2 1 away. That had to happen before the post round. I mean, look at what Sentinel's been doing. 4 diffuses in a row. And they've been owning it once G2 takes the site. So G2 said, we'll do a little bit before and in between.
And that's just one small mistake coming out there from Sentinels, because again, the position was perfect. They read it perfectly on that push coming out from G2. But because they had one player less, when they went for the high-low swing on the left side, it was perfect for those trades. But Valen snuck through towards that left side of the A tower and got that trade-off against John Cutie to allow G2 to close that gap. But you mentioned it, the economy's not the best on the side of G2, but Sentinels definitely want to pull the timeout to slow things down for a bit, because you need to instill that to your players. You have to check those
அடுத்து உங்களுக்கு முதல்ல டிஃபென்ஸ் ஆசெட்ல கிடைச்சுனா லக் தான் ஜெயிக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு மேட்ச் மொத்தம்
up towards the left side, but I think it was actually Trent in the back of the of the nest that was able to swing out to get the first blood.
Man, 11-10 here. G2 takes Sentinel's map of split, and Sentinels 2 away from taking Icebox. G2's pick.
Good team ஆடிருக்காங்க
this time out. Kaplan not really liking
first map 13 5 இருந்துச்சுனா அந்த ஒரு டீம் நல்லா ஆடிருக்குன்னு
look to get this map and bring us all the way to Ascent. 3 ults per team here as we head into this round.
It almost seems that since the timeout for G2 is just drill it in, hit A site. But this time
actually G2 ஓட ஸ்டைல் என்னன்னா நீங்க நல்லா ஆடுனீங்கன்னா அவங்க நல்லா ஆடலன்னு அர்த்தம். அவங்க சான்ஸே கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. That is the reason they are the best.
All these rounds, they've now moved that over to A with them for the full fight. So we'll see if Zekken still kind of plays that aggressive or wants to get out now that he hears some noise.
Yeah, I mean, he can stay back towards yellow. They have a alarm bot to watch, a very passive turret all the way in the back of spawn to look to walk up towards 2. So all of Sentinels once again a great read to stack 4 players towards this
ஆனா ரெக்கனிங் வரப்போகுது என்ன பண்ண போறாங்கன்னு
Yeah, they're playing pretty far up.
உடைச்சிர முடியும். இப்போ இத போட்டான்னா உடைக்கலாம். ஸ்டேஜ் மட்டும் போட்டா உடைக்க முடியாது. ஆனா மாட்டி அப்பா எல்லா அல்ட்டும் வந்துடுது.
And those circles can be seen here by G2 as they move in. You can see the focus right up towards screens and up towards that catwalk.
Interesting plant all the way in the back corner. I don't know if there was a misclick, but
I mean, this is good util. You can easily throw some things in here like Jonah Peas. Oh no, Viper's his actually just went down. Wait, they're fighting in this right now. Viper's pit there.
Zelsis diffusing.
It's going to be at 75%. Goes down. That's going to be at half now. Shots coming in.
He's
trying to play the jungle gym. Can he swing down? Oh my God, the cove. It's the only thing that separates them. Shoulder. And that's going to be the half defuse. They give it over to narrate for this as Zekken was prepping it up. And Sentinels again are so strong on the post-plant retake here.
Towards the end, I don't know if it was intentional or not to have that plant in that corner, because it's very, very unorthodox to get it out there. But maybe the reckoning and everything that allowed here the wingman to plant towards the corner allows for you to spam a little bit more easily. But you definitely did have to force players to swing out towards nest, to swing out towards pipes. And Sentinels again, it's pretty cool to get a fight back.
I shot you guys, I shot the ref.
He's like, I shot everything but what I needed to. I think I hit someone in the crowd for a moment. Yeah.
Oh, back in the action though.
Yeah, okay, there we go. He shot Valen that time. John Cutie on point here. And they've moved the utility back for Sentinels. They don't think that A push is coming anymore from G2, and it seems like they've got a pretty good read on it here. And G2 now without Valen.
Maybe dual
only have to use Jonah P's walls to get themselves in.
So low on HP is Jonah P.
Yeah.
You need Trent to stay alive here. That's probably the silver lining to keep G2 back in the game. If it's not going to be for the post plant, at least to open up the site towards A. Instead, G2 are playing contact. Bane playing very passively because all of Sentinels were leaning towards middle with a triple swing in the very beginning.
Toxins going up. Finished.
That's a big kill.
G2, on these silent rounds, you got to give them credit. They get into some real crazy spots.
And Zelsis had so much value on flanks in the past, and he's fighting against Trent. That's the silver light. That's what's needed for G2 to stay alive and to win this round.
Zelsis 1v1s have been spectacular here, but it's two. He's going to have to come up big. There's the first one. Trent's going to turn, but he's going to have a second. Now the third, and it's not enough. Trent with the stinger. Close range is just too much, but it's the post-plant king here. Tejo, Trent, ready to lock this round down. Armageddon's already passed. One shot comes through. It can't be traded back by Zekin. But it is Zekin versus Trent. He delays more time now, just trying to put the pressure on to Zekin. Is it possible? Firing to the left, doesn't know he's to the right. Zekin looks like he's got the defuse. Now Trent's gonna hit the shot! Stone cold.
Trent is insane again in these clutches. And a selfish play is coming out from G2. Jonah P low on HP saying, let me swing into this one. Let me give my life away. The second player to come across, I think it was Leaf, also to fall down, just so that Trent could bait that kill. The trust that G2 has for Trent in these moments.
It's crazy. Honestly, it's like it's going to be a strategy for teams to find Trent in these just engages and kill him so they know the post plant can't be a possibility. There's nothing you can do against this guy if he is alive and that spike is planted.
The last one of this map before we could potentially go into overtime or Sentinels pushes this to the third map of Ascent. Nary and Bang
next round
on the attack just to try to salvage and win that previous round. And despite that clutch coming out from Trent, despite the few rounds coming through for G2 in this comeback, they've always played in a deficit in terms of weapons available. Going back into this timeout, yes, such a low buy coming in for Leaf. He's small shields, Guardian, Jogmill's also with the Guardian. And Jonah P's at 35 small shields and rifle.
I mean, honestly, G2's been kind of limping through these rounds with the buys, so for them to even get a few has been spectacular, but still got to recognize this run on the second half from Sentinel spectacular as well, and looking like it's going to be good enough to bring us all the way to Ascent. This round here may tell us.
They're trying to get back into the nest for Sentinels. Something that was pretty decent for them earlier on. Again, stopped right away here by Salvos. Yeah, that cascade doesn't allow for them to get through anymore, so a little bit of a win here for G2 to start.
Went down when he was on the belt there. Pressure towards A. G2 have gone back to that regular, or sorry, SEN have gone back to that regular defensive setup. Oh, that's a head being seen. Good damage onto Valen. I wonder if that is actually retrievable.
Because of that pressure coming out from Sentinels, Valen actually had to throw the cold down just to try to stay alive. So they won't really have it to allow the wingman to get the safest plant. So they're pulling back.
Wingman plant does give Thrash now, though. But again, we just saw that Dizzy get used at sight. This is going to be pretty much a dry retake, and Jonah P has to be the spearhead. Sees one, so the jig is already up on this fast rotation. You see Spawn. Sentinel's defense is already starting to lead. Zekin takes the spike out. That's not going to be the alt point. Joggle wanted for the Thrash. They deny it, and he's not going to be able to use it. Huge kill, Zekin and Zelsis. The two Z's coming up big to stop that site take, and now the lurk in from Valen. It seems like they have an idea of where every member is. Zelsis is going to be able to get a lockdown on that too. Another one from Zekin before he falls, and it looks all too good here for Sentinels. The shot from John Cutie is the one. We're going to Ascent.
We will see, bro.
Second anchoring solo towards the B side. Great delays being done. The one-way smoke being thrown as well. Has been a wrench into G2's attack side.
Selection
And the TP is out towards that last round, round number 24, to allow Sentinels to just rotate well and fight toe-to-toe against G2 and pushes into Ascent, the final map. That's going to decide who's qualifying to Toronto, G2 or Sentinels. But Ascent is a map that has been heavily tested against G2, and that G2 kept winning with this Whaley comp. Sentinels comes out with a brand new composition against Cloud9 with the Teo and KO and the Jet. This is going to be such a good battle to see who moves forward to Toronto.
I cannot wait to see the next matchup.
upper bracket choice
Everybody's finding a bit of their star power here when it is most needed by their team. Amazing stuff coming in from both Sentinels and G2 as we are. Going to the third map. Don't go anywhere. There is much more.
G2 தான் attack pick பண்ணிருக்கு. G2 தான் attack pick பண்ணிருக்கு. அந்த போட்டோ கட்சி ஆஃப் பண்ணிக்கங்க, அதை உருவி விட்டுக்கோங்க சாத்து. அவங்க ஏன் அட்டாக் சூஸ் பண்ணாங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட்? போக்கலான்னு இது பண்ணிட்டாங்க போல.
இல்ல அவங்க போகாதுன்னு நினைச்சிட்டாங்க அந்த அளவுக்கு.
ஏன் அப்படிலாம் நினைக்கவே மாட்டாங்க பாய், அதெல்லாம் லூஸா. அது மேபி அட்டாக்ல முதல்ல கொஞ்சம் ரவுண்ட் எடுத்துட்டா டிஃபென்ஸ்ல எடுத்துக்கலாம்னு நினைச்சிருப்பாங்க.
பிக்க பார்த்தாதான் தெரியும் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு. ஐஷு டேஜு சோவா ஆடுவாங்களா இல்லை ப்ரீச் ஆடுவாங்களா? இவரு வெயிலு 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 வெயிலு. பதில் ஜெயிக்கிறவங்க எம்ஐபிஆரோட மேட்ச்சு. இப்போ அதில் ஜெயிக்கிறவங்க எம்ஐபிஆரோட போட்டி போடுறணும். Little content.
Now for Jaw. Oh dear. Start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angles. But Zekin's still moving, and Zekin's just mowing them down. Sentinels came into Icebox with a new comp and now are forcing us to a map 3. We're talking about the pivot here with Zekin picking up the Omen, and I loved what we were seeing out of him on this second map. Specifically, what he can do on this age that you can't do with anyone else. And really it comes down to Sentinel's opening utility here. What Zekin was doing was throwing an Omen smoke over on pipes, which is really effective for taking early space because A, it sort of stops the early aggression, you know, enemy team getting a player on pipes, fighting you forward, but it also blocks off the common angles that can see down like off top gen and get a pick there. It also blocks off the player top screens, seeing your players going down this line over on belt. So it's just really effective at taking early space. Now I want to look at this early utility that Sentinels end up throwing because, right, even though there's a harbor push wall, they've still got the double Tejo missiles again, trying to force these G2 players back early on. And then that Omen smoke, like I was talking about, goes ahead and blows. And now just watch and see how Zekin plays around. Look, he's already teleported up into the smoke, and then he's going to creep forward and try to play off of a Tejo drone in a moment. So right, he clears, he gets in front of this. Now you see over on your minimap, Tejo drone coming. And because he's in front of pipes, if this drone pings anyone through his own smoke, he'd be able to play for a spam kill. Now, no one's there, he doesn't get that, but what he does do is fall back because now it's about setting up Bang's lurk. Right now, see Leaf, there's a Killjoy turret right next to him, which is currently seeing through the window. And what Zekin is going to do is he's going to use his smoke to allow Bang to get this timing to go for the cross. They used the Viper Orb earlier, now Bang is able to sneak on forward here, and we can ignore the part where Bang dies. He's supposed to get the kill there, but that's all fine. It's all about the ideas and how this can open up lurk opportunities. Now the thing is, as soon as Bang dies over in mid, it's time to accelerate into the site, and this is again where Omen has some benefits, right? Omen has the Paranoia, which he's going to use a line here to clear backside to rafters, and he's also going to throw down a very deep Omen smoke that allows Sentinels to play very forward on site. Check this out. Smoke goes down first, now comes the Paranoia, and now SEN can play actively on site. Zelsis is all the way up on top of this smoke. He even has a teammate playing above him in a moment here, right? He calls in the Gecko, who's then going to cover this heaven line. It's really, really nice for them to play off this, win the round. They'll go aggro, get kills, but at the end of the day, it was Zekin's Omen that helped so massively for SEN to win this map, and now we get ready for map number 3.
We decided it'd be a good idea to do this next, setup in the crowd. Beautiful people. Look at them. Gorgeous humans. Now, of course, let's talk about what we just witnessed over there because, of course, Icebox go in the way of Sentinels. A lot of people here were quite happy about that one. That being said, though, it was a tight game. G2 SEN took it all the way, Brent.
Yeah, definitely. But I honestly, I'm dead impressed with how much Sentinels, I think, have worked on their Icebox as well. The last time we saw them play it when it was against Crew as well, they've worked on this over the last few weeks. They completely changed up their composition. Everything was looking tip-top. The player form has been in great form as well. I think individually, everybody's shooting. They're winning clutches. They're going toe-to-toe to G2 players. They're looking like they are on fire right now. And leading into map 3 as well, Ascent. Listen, I said that Icebox was going to be maybe like this unknown quantity. Sentinels needed to win in 2.
Yeah.
But with the way that they're playing, there's significant chances that they can take this win here today and book their ticket to Toronto.
SEN came out with 2 new comps for our last 2 maps of this series, and I thought the pivot to the Omen here on Xbox was so strong. Teams after 2024 really moved away from that agent on this map, but I think it's such a good one-for-one sub into the duelist slot. Christy talked about how strong it is on attack, on defense as well. The Paranoia, the way they were using the TPs as the second dive agent to get through the harbor utility looked amazing. But now it's going to Ascent, where they also just showed a new composition, but they're playing against a G2 that is undefeated on this map, and it has been an absolute home ground for Jojimo. He's incredible on the way lane.
Yeah, that is a scary thing without a doubt, right? A G2 that looks clean on Ascent. What are the expectations there, I guess, then for Sentinels? What could we maybe see from the try? Incredible talent that G2 are bringing.
They had really good ideas of what to do against Cloud9's Ascent as well. So we already know that they're going to be coming into this pre-prepped, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Great ideas of what to do against G2's Waylay comp on Ascent as well. I mean, as well, it's going to be good news for them, I think, that Ascent, G2 haven't played it that much. They don't opt into it as heavily because I think their composition has a lot of set pieces, but once you get the footage on it, it can be broken.
That's exactly what I was going to bring bring up. This waylay is really strong when you're not ready for it. Think of the plays diving into market, diving into the punishing anchors there. But if you're prepared for those setups, you can change the way you play a little bit. But G2 as well, you know they're going to come up with new stuff for this, especially with the stakes being this high. Toronto on the line for these two teams.
Yeah, this is it, folks. One map away, and the winner will move on to represent VCT Americas in Toronto. The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? Okay, good. Actually, try it again. It's going to be G2 Esports. Or is it going to be Sentinels? That was loud. All right. Well, you heard it from the crowd. We're going to get this thing set up and get ready for Map 3. It's SEN coming up right after this, and we'll see you on the other side.
நேற்று எம்மா மேட்ச் நடந்துச்சு இல்லையா விசிடி எம்மா அதில் வந்து டெக் பாஸ் அடிச்சுக்கிட்டே இருந்தாங்க ஒவ்வொரு ரவுண்டுக்குமே
இல்ல அது மொத்தமா ரொம்ப நேரம் இதாயிடுச்சு. அது என்ன 8:30 மணிக்கு ஆரம்பிக்க வேண்டிய மேட்ச் 10:30 மணிக்கு ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. மொத்தமா டெக்னிக்கல் பாஸ் ஆகும். 2 மணி நேரம் டிலே ஆயிடுச்சு. பிசியே இதாயிடுச்சுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். மொத்தமா புது பிசி.
We are back. And no, you're not seeing things. That is a 1-1 on that screen for G2 Esports and Sentinels as we make our way to Ascent. We've gone all 3 maps, and now one of these teams will go all the way to Toronto with this win. It's anybody's game now as we get in.
Forget split. Forget Icebox. Everything is now decided here on Ascent, where Sentinels are coming out with what they came out with against C9 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Jet on Zekin, or Zekin on Jet rather, and he's been amazing on this agent on Ascent. But it also proves how much he was good at anchoring around the sites. Also finding openings and gaps here against Cloud9. And it was kind of the first we saw coming out here from Zekin. And I guess for Sentinels fans, we're hoping to see that type of Zekin perform against G2. But G2, with their own composition that doesn't change, forces you to play offsite so many times. And when you're going to play flood retakes against G2, there's still so much util coming towards the end.
Very difficult. The protocols they already had with Jogamo's Waylay. It's going to be pretty crazy to see how Sentinels react to all of these, or even get in front of the plays and try to play ahead of that aggression. All right. Oh.
Yeah, I'm loving these transitions.
Explosive transition.
Breaking a fourth wall here. Love these transitions.
We're in there. We're in there.
Okay, here's a great start, though. With how G2 are so good at opening this with pop flashes and salvos, there's actually a vice wall in the very beginning here. And you're already playing all sight here for Zelsis.
All the way up. Jogamo jumps forward. The rotation still coming in from Leaf. So G2 are very much set up here. It's the find, blind, and kill game for Sentinels as they get themselves prepped to get back into sight. All that util they could want is really here. The 0 point is first. I mean, not seeing too many on that. They know it's got to be an A main hold, and they can take out the site. They should feel pretty comfortable getting back in. Oh, the swing through the smokes. It's going to be for Sentinels right now, and it is just Sentinels taking out G2 left and right. Still post plant. Where else would he be? When else would it be on the round?
But I think he's made
because the side steps from John Cutie, the face palm from Trent himself, and the defuse for Zelsis for pistol round.
A rare miss coming out from Trent. No salvos available. No salvos on Icebox. He was still able to clutch a 1v2. This time you mentioned a little bit of sights as players not looking after him. And he just missed that shot. It's costing us. Sentinels able to turn around here this pistol. I thought it was going to be quite interesting with Sentinels putting that vice wall at the very beginning towards A main.
மண்டேல இது பண்றதுக்காக என்ன பண்றேன்னு கேக்குறாங்க.
Allow G2 to play offside.
இவனும் தான் ட்ராஷ் டாக் பண்றான்.
Played the flood instead, and the trades were perfect. And now they're trying to move here into the second round. A stinger bite out for G2 and a fight towards B main.
What else would it be? A blood-hungry G2 on a stinger by second round. You have to expect it, and it's not expected from Sentinels. They get overwhelmed at B. Second even tries to peek out to do a solo shot, which would be a full team of G2 looking at him, and he gets the safety somehow with that dash.
Almost like that shot with the L1. Now you have a clear advantage out for G2 in the full splat.
Close range
or closing that gap. Look at how close they are towards the staircase. Not too many chances to flood back in. You do have Paranoia and double flash though from Bang and John Cutie that could
Leaf is already coming through market right now. They just heard him, but it's not going to be enough. The stinger by is again more than enough for G2 to get back in the second round.
And free upgrades, 3 Bulldogs picked up on that side. Mustard of what happened on that pistol round that trade.
இது பண்ணுவாங்க. அது என்ன கொஞ்சம் ஸ்பீடுக்காக.
They didn't really give a chance here for Sentinels to set up into the double flash, flood back into the sights.
இது ஜெயிக்க வேண்டிய அதான்.
Yeah, I mean, what is the setup there to play at the front of the archway? You question with knowing there's going to be stickers at somewhere on the back. With how G2 plays, you have to expect.
Almost on the timing with a knife that waited to be up here for John Cutie, but this again, back into the same protocols for G2. The conditioning of the Salvos, always going for the paw flash right into main. Salvos into the front of the site and towards wide.
ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் பை பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருந்தா இந்த மேட்ச் ஏன்னா டிஃபென்ஸ் சைடு ஆஃப் மேட்ச் ஒரு ரவுண்ட் போலாம் அப்படி போய்கிட்டே இருந்துச்சுன்னு வச்சுக்கோ அதுதான் ஸ்பைரல் மேட்ச். அவனையே தான் பிளான் பண்ண வைக்கிறாங்க பத்தியா அப்பதான் வந்து இது பண்ணலாம் சால்வோ போடலாம் அல்ட் போடலாம்.
Easy ult points on the way in here for the spike.
இந்த தடவையும் டேஹோ ட்ரோன் போட்டு செத்துறது
and not for G2.
I think with the door closed,
pick எடுக்க ட்ரை பண்றான்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
I just had to dodge a spike here. Clear out towards catwalk, realize that nobody's there. And just wait it out.
Okay.
Looks like they want to fight this. Salvos to break the door and they flood out.
அவன் எங்கயா ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கான்? அவன்கிட்ட கன் இருக்கியா?
It's a party. Oh, they're actually grabbing these orbs. They go on to balance, so not too terrible with the ult accrual.
இவனுக்கு 3 கில் கொடுத்தாங்க.
That's going to be big to get the steel guard online though for sure. 2 points away for G2 pick up a solid.
அதுலயே செத்துறலாம் இல்ல சாலோ போட்டு செத்துறலாம். இதுதான் தப்பு.
Allows him to get from the
பாரு 3 கில் எடுத்துட்டான்.
In a bonus round that could be actually quite
பைக்ல செத்தா அவனுங்களுக்கு ஏறாது. இவனுங்களுக்கு ஆர்பு கிடைச்சிரும்.
Behind enemy lines. But look at this once again. You'll have
ஆர்பு கிடைக்கும் ப்ரோ. செத்தவங்களுக்கு ஆர்பு கிடைக்கும். யாரும் கொல்றவன் இல்லையா அதனால ஆர்பு அவனுக்கு கிடைக்காது. ஆனா இப்போ இவனுக்கு 3 ஆர்பு கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. அவனுக்கு அல்ட்டுக்கு 3 ஆர்பு கொடுக்குறது எவ்வளவு பெரிய தப்பு.
Teleport and insert. As that mid hit starts to happen, expect Jogamo to go mid and then maybe refract or jump all the way up back on the cat with these guys. Instant play into the site. Smoke top mid. They're going to go ahead and play with this shear. Now they know the shear is here from Leaf's first adventure to mid, so they can start messing with their wall for Zelsis as much as they want.
Get the wall out.
Yeah.
ரெட் கலர் இல்ல அது ப்ளூ ஏன்னா டிஃபெண்டரோட வால்.
G2 is trying to figure out how they do that. It looks like it's just going to be dry on this one.
அவன் அதுக்கு தான் அந்த டிபி பண்ணி
Tejo's salvos just run silly on the side of G2 as Bang cleans up 3 with that sight anchored. A clean one from Narrate. 2-2 now for Sentinels as we're trading them back and forth to start a SEN.
Signature position for Bang in a back of dice of the A site. So hard to deal against him there. Didn't even need to throw the smoke between a dice and generator to
full flash
stay alive here.
Right through. அப்பா ஃபிளாஷ் பண்ணிருப்பான் அவங்க டீமால.
Both you and me barking at the same time.
Yeah. And and Bang's a phantom lover. So you get that sight smoke that goes inside, you can play around it. No tracers. There's smokes main, you can play around it. No tracers. It all just plays into his favor. 5-3-1 now for Bang on that side. And he's continuing this from the last map. Flash over his shoulder. John Cutie's ready. Yeah. confident in his attack here. There was a flash ready for John there, and the narrates salvos.
This will be difficult, though, if Sentinels stay within the site. Look at all the ults available. You have the Armageddon that can open it up. Valiant can TP inside. And all they got to wait here is exactly that, to activate the hit for G2 inside the site.
Much more it's going to be on Jogamo, and he goes right into the smoke. They've realized the past few times that Jogamo is playing this, he is going into Valent smokes 90% of the time when he jumps forward, trying to win that initial fight, and Sentinels has been playing there, and Narrate catches that one. They see him. He saw it, and he was like, yeah, maybe not, maybe not. They do get it out, though, as the 0 point comes through.
And the other now, Leaf picked up an orb, now has the Steel Guardian to try to enter, and that's a skills through the smoke. Just as it drops. I think that might cancel the plans for G2. You're not going into this one anymore. All three of them walking back, and they'll try to save their weapons.
Right
That's what happened the previous round. They had a perfect pop flash setup to allow Jogimo to just dash right into the garden. But John Q2 was waiting for him right there. Even blinded gets the full kill. So the game plan, I think, right now, Brent was mentioning the preparation that Sentinels brings into this game to try to fight against G2. You see that they're playing in positions right where the waylay lands, and doesn't give a chance for Jogimo to even land down before he refracts. He's trying to find information for the team, but he's finding information from the grave.
Yeah. Super smart here by Sentinels just to make the few adjustments. See it right here from Narrate's point of view. It's like Jogamo isn't expecting people to be in there, because I bet he's usually in and out and making the plays that makes Waylay feel so safe. But there is a window to get that attack in. Narrate finds it once, and now it's up to G2 to adapt, to make sure Jogamo can get in on these plays, because it is the focus for their win condition. Jog opening up, denying Sheer in mid, and being able to draw out that utility so the team has a bit of an easier second take.
Yeah. And G2, remember, pretty good on this map so far. Now it's the first time that it really tested with the positioning from Sentinels going into this game. So now you have to go into the later pages of the strat book.
Yeah.
Right now, what Shaq, Anders, Josh RT has been building up here for this moment. This time not using a refract to try to break the wall. It's just Jogamo jumping across. Need to leverage now his refract for the actual information gathering into the B site.
Be right back.
He's ready. He's ready. They tried to get Narrate last time. He comes out on top, and it's not going to be a problem the second time. Jogamo, after 2, is finally able to sit Narrate down, but there's backup. There's John Cutie, and being low on HP means they back up. Sights are held. There is no reason to try to get a push here as your number's up.
And that's the thing, you're playing against Sentinels. If you're going to miss a couple of shots here, you're going to lose that duel no matter what. Narrate clean on those 2 shots to hold and anchor up the back of this defender spawn. With 18 seconds left, Spike is down. Leaf potentially has no choice but to save. Forced to fight. And now taken down, and that breaks the econ for G2 going into the next round.
And man, what a step up from Narrate. You know, from the beginning of the season, always a great player, but we saw the emotions coming out, getting him, and he's changed that to have such a strong game form, a strong mental on that. Really see a little bit of the best time coming out here. Trent was trying to swing out behind a refract.
அவனை அடிச்சிருப்பான் அவன் தூக்கி போடலன்னா அவன் பின்னாடி போறானா அவன் பின்னாடி போகும்போது இவன் பின்னாடி திரும்பும் போது ஃப்ரெண்ட் வந்து அடிக்கணும் டைமிங் இல்ல அதுதான் அவர் சொல்றாரு அவன் பின்னாடி திரும்ப அவன் கிராஸ் ஆயிட பின்னாடி திருப்பும் போது அந்த ஃப்ரெண்ட் வந்து அடிக்கணும்னா அவன் டிபி பண்ணி போகும்போது ஃப்ரெண்ட் வந்து அடிக்க ட்ரை பண்ணானா அது ஜஸ்ட் நார்மல் ஒன் தான்
continues on into practice after practice with Josh RT and the rest of the squad. He's using that full minute to his advantage.
Yeah. Having that discussion. And you're right, with G2 kind of varying it, pushing towards mid. I'd say most of the time that you have Jogamo doing those strats, they've gotten that kill and they're through it. So now they're being presented with the moment it doesn't. and they're getting flipped on their head for that. It just takes a bit more control in knowing that anything can happen once they're going into the site as opposed to their probably usual results, honestly, because G2 is so good at executing these.
And remember when we started this map, I was mentioning here that G2 forces you to play out of sight a lot.
Yeah.
If you're going to use a lot of these utils from this double initiator from KO and also Jonapi's KO. But Sentinels are doing a great job not even allowing G2 to get into the sites yet.
Oh, second hit. It was perfect.
Perfect.
And they're actually drawing him to the top side of mid there. The shots coming from Zelsis were so good to draw Jogamo's attention. And they went a little bit more towards mid. Second knows it only goes for so far to peak numbers up, and they get back to safety.
Seems like we waited a little bit too long there for G2 to run through that smoke. Catwalk was open. It allows here Sentinels to get the paranoid advantage. Now it's...
Okay.
Gonna mention a flawless, but it's Valen in a 1v5. GL.
1v5, and he has the site to himself here. B site can be tricky enough to get this win. He plants close to stairs, which means aggression. No, okay, he stays in sight.
Yes, sir.
Just TP stores the back. One paranoia and a smoke in two to create the angles that he wants.
Not the best spot to be, though. Narrate has Armageddon salvos.
He's pinned himself.
The
initial fight, which gives your opponent that opening. I don't think he was seeing that first time. Yeah, they're looking right at him. Oh, he gets hit by the concuss. Half coming through, but he has the angle for the 1v1 on the left side. Here, he's waiting for the peek first. That's going to be the defuse coming through. A 4K for Valen in the 5. The 5th won't be there as Bang and team collect the round. 5 for Sentinels.
It's so difficult to deal against that. Valen
has
tough to play against Salvos, the Armageddon, and Bang's still alive to throw a smoke down.
Exactly.
There had a full kit going into that one, and unfortunate there for the side of Valen, but still very great protocols for Sentinels.
We do a little bit of throwing, and that's what makes us us.
Oh my gosh. They're talking about the kills against Valen there. Should have been a cleanup, but yeah, a little bit of throwing indeed, but still the round is collected.
What's so good though, second opens things up towards B main.
A little bit of throwing into a little bit of owning, kind of evens it out.
Yeah. G2 hasn't really found the correct footing here on their attack side in the last 4 rounds. Leaf has still the steel garden that's been holding on for the longest time. Contact play, trying to find maybe a safe spot. Steel garden is down. It's Zekin back to his form against Cloud9. Back into his dominant form on the defensive side on this Jet on Ascent.
And already looking to make more opportunities out of it, switching his position, staying mobile, and keeping G2 guessing. We still have 5 members of Sentinels, and they aren't over-rotating out of this either. Still holding. Know that Zekin has put a stop to this. All right, side open. Zekin looking for 4, but Trent's able to get the side swing on that one from lane.
2v3.
And now they organize around the rest of the members of G2. Trenton team trying to find a few kills before they enter site, hoping Sentinels would push a little aggressive.
Now it's 2 hero plays. Jonapi has to fight the B-main against Narrate.
He gets the short swing on Jonapi. Coming in from stairs, the swing out, the double to Trent, almost split, and that's going to be Bang with the kill. Narrate's still alive. They'll give that defuse over to Bang on this one. Okay, we're back. We're sorted out here. 6 for Sentinels. As we get into round 9, Sen are starting to pull away a lot.
If you're a G2 fan, that's the raw moment for Trent to lose his mojo in these clutches. Because now Sentinel's running away with this first half on a defense, in the lead by 4. Almost the line of 30 HP remaining on that Bang when they line up again. Good thing I was talking over that. But now G2, they want to fight quick again with the double util. There's already potentially a special delivery on the defense from Narrate to stop them down, and a 5 versus 2 potential fight into B main.
Straightforward. Zekin trying to be the spearhead once again. Bang starts off onto Jogamo, starting this round 0-6 first kills, first death. They'll make that 0-7. Vans not having a great time on the waylay to get that initial attack for G2. And Sentinels is really playing off.
Instead of going for the special delivery, they went for the salvos just to push him back. Good old classic Taos pinch.
The agent release on order.
Process now for G2. Double really switched things around. Just got picked by the knife.
The agent release
lost so much space. I don't think they want a drone to give their position away because you don't have John things up. Now the jump spot coming in here from John Cutie sees and identifies to rotate over back towards the A site where Zelsis will get tested.
Backs up, plays it safe. You can already see just across is John Cutie ready to help with that high-low. Man, what a stall here. This is going to put G2 back on 30 seconds. Are they in control is the question, as they now have to consider mid is not the play. They only leave Leaf, but they're losing people on Cat.
Uh-oh. They're losing people everywhere for G2.
Falling like dominoes on this one. Jonah P is able to get one trade back, but John, with the quality tactics, locks in another round for Sentinels.
Now it's Sentinels time for the fragging IGL to step up here for John Cutie. So good on the defense so far to defend the A site. Playing solo towards the tree. The high-low, yes, at least with Zelsis, but you saw the idea for G2. Putting a lot of members down towards the market, hoping to pull a little bit of that rotate out. And Sentinels are doing very similar things as G2 is doing at Trent. Give a lot of that responsibility and trust to Zeki that can anchor the hole so they can continue to hold on the extremities and fight perfectly here for Sentinels defense. Seconds working out with the outlaw, but G2 wants to rush into the B site.
Dashed in. Looking for that first one, has to refract, does get the info, but it's not able to be played off of. Sentinels are reacting perfectly, and it's Leaf. They have to run through with the stingers. It seems like the only thing they can do is press W to get this to work, because Sentinels has the read left and right on these plays. John Cutie just stepping to the side. Zekin picks up another kill here.
And he can't run forward to get the kill because Bang just threw a perfect paranoia, so they can't punish. John Cutie got caught.
The peaks left and right. They're just playing with their food here. The pop flash comes out. A great duck. That's the story. It's just not enough to take over Sentinel's retake right now. They were showing it last on Icebox, and now they're showing it again on Ascent. The retakes are just too good.
Sensina now getting as loud as Sentinels are inside the server. Following behind every kill, clean through smoke, staying alive for so long. For the anchor players for Sentinels within these sites.
Game of retakes for Sen, and they are winning.
Barely needing retakes, actually.
Barely needing to, yeah.
They're so good at fighting against G2's attack.
I mean, I guess that's what you have to do. Keep Trent out of a winning position. Do not allow that post plant to happen. Because, man, he just brings that win percentage up for the side of G2.
It denied a space given by Jogimo, and again, it's the classic get in, refract, and there's going to be a player swinging behind. It's almost playing against a Yuri when they're going to the dimensional drift.
Armageddon back, but they've hardly cleared sight with the util to get in for G2. Narrate's just able to stand there. They do finally trade from tree. It's going to be a bit of chaos, and G2 thrive right now as they head to site, but the retake potential still there. John Cutie's knife. Zekin with full util.
Crossfire setup would be good, but now they're leaving Jogimo alone on site.
And this is the question. Is it just a post plant that they can't get through, or can Sen break apart G2 here?
That's such a big knife. They know now that there's two players fighting towards main.
That's 2 kills. 1 on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade this and make it uneven. Trent, the one we were wondering about, is first the 2 shooters for Sentinels here. Zelsis is going to be the first contact, and it's not going to be a nice as they collect the 9. Wrap it up. Oh, no. This is the mental game as well as the game in the server now, Vansili.
G2 look like they're predictable in the side of Sentinels. Look at when you see the refract coming through. Narrate doesn't even care about tree anymore. He knows somebody's going to be swinging behind. So waits 3-2, gets the first pick, goes back towards the tree, has easy second kill. Again, it's just a mini dimensional drifts from a Yoru. when you have somebody getting away from the space that was taken, the other ones will try to move in to try to fight back for G2. Sentinels has such a good game plan now on the defense.
All right. In numerous strats now, a bit of mid, and a lot towards A. The Sentinels has the read. Phantoms across the board for them, knowing they're going to be firing through smokes the whole time. We usually see Zekin with that Vandal, especially last on Icebox. But switch to the Phantom here, feeling comfortable on it. And now a little bit of mid work again, but it does look like that A landing here for G2. Drone towards mid. Give them a bit of an idea, and they're trying to fake out Sentinels here, but they are not moving. They are rooted in their defensive spots.
Oddly enough, okay, so now they're utilizing Trent. So far, it's always been Joggimo breaking open that wall. So they need Joggimo for the execution when they decide. And Trent can stay in range to use his salvos to help the hit.
Joggimo start off this first blood. It's going to be Valen that actually gets Bang out of his anchor position. Something very hard. The spam goes through! And Zekin unknown again with the Phantom through the smoke. They give the sight for a moment. Zekin checks the back. Oh, we didn't see him. But Trent did, and that could be the play as Trent makes this call.
He needs to find the timing, though. Has to go for the backstab. He's not going to play the salvos.
He missed. They found him and took him out. No, but it's going to be Jonah P. Can Jonah P save the round is the question. John Cutie comes up here. Sentinels get through an error, and they take 10 on the first half.
Jonah P just didn't have enough on the Bulldog to fight against John Cutie, who's been so good on the defense again. Another moment that had such a good moment to backstab players and just unfortunate missile shots. And Sentinels able to capitalize in the end and take the lead by 8. Getting closer here to be the second team to represent the Americas at Masters Toronto.
It is a screaming first half here for Sentinels. G2 have to bring everything as we come back from the break here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
இல்ல எனக்குலாம் கேஸ்டர்ஸ் மேல வன்மம் இருக்கு, சரியான வன்மம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரவுண்ட் இது தோத்தோட மேப் தோத்தோடனே தூக்கி போடுவாங்க, டாக்கை தூக்கி போடுற மாதிரி. ஒரு இது பொம்மையை தூக்கி போட்டு ஓவரா பேசுவாங்க. சென்டினல் இப்படி தூக்கி போட்டாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி பேச. இல்ல யார் சொன்னா, போய் பாரு. எல்லாருமே G2 தான் ஜெயிக்குன்னு போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஒரு ஆள் மட்டும் தான் அந்த குண்டா இருக்க. போல சென்டினல் தோத்தோடனே பொம்மையை தூக்கி போடுற மாதிரி சென்டினலில் தூக்கி போட்டாங்க அப்படின்னு தானே சொல்லுவாங்க. நீ போய் பாரு, இப்போதான் வந்திருக்க நீ. அவன் வேலையை அவன் கரெக்டாக பார்க்குறான், அவ்வளோதான். ஹீஸ் த எல்கே. என்டி ஜெல்சிஸ் அவன் வேலையை கரெக்டாக முடிச்சிட்டான். வந்துட்டான், கிரீன் பாக்ஸ் வந்துட்டான். ஒரு லெஃப்ட் கிளிக் கூட பண்ணல, எல்லாம் ரைட் கிளிக். நேத்தா யாரோட பூமா? பூம் இந்த வட்டம் தான் வந்துச்சாலும் நல்லா தான் அந்த டீம் இருக்கு இப்போதைக்கு. பேங்க பாரு எங்க ஏறி உட்காந்துருக்காண்டு. இது பண்ணவே இல்லையா அவங்க, ட்ரிகர் பண்ணவே இல்லையா? அது ஜெட்டு டேஷ் ஆகையிலே அது ட்ரிகர் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னு நினைச்சேன். போன மேட்ச் சென்டினலும் ஸ்டிங்கர் நல்லா ஆடினாங்க. நம்ம அதை குப்பையில் போட்டிருப்பா. Just 2 round. Just 2 round. Spike push. Time out. நாங்கள் அதில் கழுவுமா இதை அது அவன் இதுதான்மா சார்ஜ் போட சொன்னாமா.
அதை கொடுத்துட்டு அவன் வச்சிருக்கதை நீ வாங்கிடு. ஒன்று வேலைக்கு வாங்கி மாட்டிட்டு தெரியல. இதெல்லாம் போனாடா கொடுத்தது. ஆமாம் நாங்கள் அது உள்ளே போக மாட்டேன். ஆமாம் இது டீ குடிக்கிறது. ஆமாம் அது உள்ளே போட முடியல. The fuck bro. டைம் அவுட் எடுங்கடா, டைம் அவுட்.
No, it's not. It's not when you don't have the momentum that G2 has right now.
It's not.
Right now for Sentinels is the wall has been a little bit of a pain point at the very beginning for Sentinels on trying to enter
தான் வந்திருக்கு. இவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்பட்டு கூப்பிட்டு வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. 8 தான் வந்திருக்கு. இதுதான் அந்த 10-2ஓட அந்த பேண்ட்
the crunch that G2 is pulling in from the rotates on the defense. But you're definitely seeing here that the pressure
பயங்கரமான ரீடெக் லைனப்ஸ்லாம் வச்சிருக்காங்க.
That G2's rotate is not necessarily on flanks in the front of catwalk. They're actually playing back towards defender spawn, trying to scale back towards the market and try to fight back towards the spawn towards B. So there's potential here for John Q. I mean, you're going to ask a lot for him to try to have the perfect calls to manipulate the rotates and to actually start activating a little bit more alerts, maybe even towards the A main. Force maybe a 1v1 into Leaf, and then maybe you have a chance to pull back now.
Oh, technical pass.
That's a little bit cleaner.
இது நாங்க நம்பணும்.
I like that. I like because
பயங்கரமான ஏமாத்தியா இதெல்லாம்.
say the Vice is more acting like a killjoy with an alarm bot.
அவனுங்க மொமெண்டத்தை கொல்றதுக்காக டெக் பாஸ் போடுறது.
They're not getting that wall in mid. They're not able to mess with any utility, and G2 is just saying, hey, someone outside the front door, we don't have to react yet. So I think a lot of what Sen's doing is too telegraphed, a little too slow there. We saw Zekin dive into the site and capitalize on one. They just have to be able to keep that pressure.
உங்க டீம்ல இருந்தாயா போயிருக்கா?
They're not really giving respect to those engagements. It's being a pain point for Sen.
இவன் ட்ரெண்ட் போயிருக்கா போல.
First time as well that G2 was tested on into the retakes.
Actually, இவனுங்களுக்கு பாத்ரூம் அடிக்கடி வந்துருது போல.
I like to say simple, but they did have a good buddy system to run back into the site off the information that Jogimo is able to bring.
ஒரு மணி நேரம் 2 மணி நேரம் ஒரே இடத்துல உட்கார்ந்து ஆடணுமா? நானும் பையாவும் விக்னஸ் பையாவும் 12 மணிக்கு ஆரம்பிச்சோன்னா அடுத்த 4 மணிக்கு தான் எந்திக்கிறோம் தெரியுமா?
They haven't really had an opportunity to really put narrate into these close plant scenarios.
ஒரே இடத்துல உட்கார்ந்துருக்கான்
throughout this whole series.
ஆமா அவன் தண்ணி குடிக்கிறாங்க அவன் அது உண்மைதான் நான் ஃபுல் ஏசிய போட்டு உட்கார்றதுனால ஒன்ஸ் தான் கேட்டேன் அவனுங்க நிறைய இது ரெட் பூல் வேற கொடுப்பாங்க
13 with 7 assists there too the whole package this game for sure coming in from
இல்ல அங்க ரொம்ப ஏசியா இருக்கும்னு சொன்னாங்க ரொம்ப கூலிங்கா இருக்கும் ரொம்ப கூலிங்கா இருக்கும் அதனாலதான் பாத்ரூம் வரும்னு சொன்னான் ஒரு பிளேயர் ட்ரெண்ட் தான் சொன்னாங்க
கோல்டா ரொம்ப கோல்டா இருந்துச்சுனா இதா வரும்
trying to catch up to you guys over there
ட்ரெண்ட் தான் போயிட்டு வந்திருக்கான்
okay
that said though if you're looking back to on the side of G2 remember on the first half
பண்றது நிப்பாட்டிருப்பா
how they were so good for Sentinel's side to shut down Jogimo on the entries 0-7 at some point but now he's currently sitting at 10 and 13. You saw the triple kill he just had on that retake.
Yeah.
You don't want this guy to start activating, which is why
10 and 13,
probably Kaplan started calling these timeouts a little bit earlier because you're starting to see a war.
இவ்வளவு மிஸ் பண்ணி அவன் தான் 19 and 13 ல இருக்காயா?
It's not the right time for Sentinels to cool down when they don't have any timeouts left to work with.
Jog with an early op. Not even
அவ்வளவுதான் டைம் அவுட்ஸ் எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சு விட்டது. Nice and slow now.
But they have an idea on the read with all the pushes they're doing on tree and towards tiles here.
And this buy that they have for Sentinels, Nary doesn't even have a drone to come out with, so they're actually investing a lot of force buy into this round. Because Zekin has Bladestorm, he could be that pivotal piece that allows here Sentinels to turn the map back in their favor, especially on their attack side.
Yes,
he's currently moving here towards this A side. Sentinels are getting ready for a time
hit. வால் மிட் வச்சிட்டான். அதனால இந்த தடவை பயம் இல்ல.
G2 are ready for
வந்துட்டாங்க. ரெண்டு பேர் தான் இருக்காங்க.
Here goes the smoke towards A main already slow. Valen is prepped. The 0 point starts to come out. They actually get tagged. Zekin takes one down, but Jonah P answers with 2 and Tree is done. The pincer move is no longer there, and what's in sight has to hit like a brick. It does not.
Oh, the wall bang!
It does not. John Cutie coming up with 2. Sentinels feeling the pain on this one as they cannot get to the side. Just too strong. Safety here.
I'm going there.
This is dangerous though.
பயங்கரமான இடத்துல ஆடுறான் நான் லீஃப்
just on his right will he think to check it looks into sight first that's 2 for Lee for the drive-by. 9 for G2 and like you said they're pushing themselves into a bye.
நீ உனக்கு வாலாக்கு இருக்குப்பா அது கஷ்டம் நீ நம்மளே ஆடும்போதெல்லாம் லைக் நார்மலா செக் பண்ற இடத்தை செக் பண்றது
They still had util up towards that wall and it seems as though the last 2 players
அதான் சொல்றேன் அவன் கொஞ்சம் டேஞ்சரஸான
there was a chance for your fragging IGL on the side of Sentinels to clutch that. Yeah, a nice little opening but unfortunately wasn't enough because of this push coming out from Jonah P.
Jonah P தான் இப்போ ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கான் கேவலமா ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருந்தான் அட்டாக்ல ஆட ஆரம்பிச்சான் டிஃபென்ஸ்ல ஆடுறான்
Trying to go for a double swing potentially on the top of middle here from Sentinels after the drone spots the op from Jogimo. And they also spotted that wall, though. It's been pinged out right away.
எவ்வளவு தூரம் வருது drone
Until they get his refract out, they think
போன round alt
push is
waste
coming. They got the drone out. This is the time Sentinels have a step ahead of the play and one where they can start to come back. Let's see how G2 reacts.
And somehow
இந்த
with the
round
stinger by two,
ஜெயிக்கணும்.
but identifying that wall, they know that they have a clear path moving towards the
One time
second wall to
rotate
stop them.
to
And Celsius
Ivana.
places a nice wall for the post plant.
Oh, all 5 heaven. They are going to waterfall into sight. They got to be ready. The paranoia comes out. Jogamo hits one. Already able to just spread out onto heaven here. The trades are in favor of Sentinels to start. Jogamo can't find that position to jump in just yet. The door's broken and they need
அவன்
that extra
உடைக்கணும் அவன்
attack
அங்க
point.
உடைச்சாதான் அவங்க
There it
pressure
is. They
வரும்.
draw the door focus. Beautifully done. They're working it all together. They find a way to do it. G2 perfection on the retake.
One round away for G2 to tie this game. A stinger by for Sentinels, a stack towards hell, but wasn't enough to go for the ping pong swings to fight back against a retake of G2. And again,
அவன்
it's
எப்படி இக்னோர் பண்ணான் பாத்தியா மூமெண்ட்டை வச்சு அண்டர்ல இருந்து அடிச்சிட கூடாதுன்னு சாட்டி எடுத்துட்டு ஜெனரேட்டர்ல இருக்கிறவன் இதெல்லாம் பயங்கரமான மூமெண்ட் ஸ்மார்ட்னஸ்
Sentinels had a plant, and now with the buy that they have is just small shields, regen shields, not the best in terms of armor to keep them alive.
எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ண போறாங்க மொத்தமா டென்ஷன் ஆயிட்டாங்க.
Valen and team pop flash out. They're gonna get the win here onto Sentinels, and they're going for the throat. Sentinels get another buy, and they're gonna just put that money back down into the gutter.
1 HP 6
to go for the throat again.
You have to escape with only 6 HP remaining on Bang. The best thing you can do right now for Sentinels at this point is to try to salvage these orbs. Trying to build up the ult here for John Cutie. Bring this to potentially the last 2 rounds of this map to determine the winner.
Crazy.
Of who qualifies to Toronto. They don't even want to go towards B to try to pick it up because they lost all that information towards middle in the very beginning. So now it's just, okay, use this minute right now for John Cutie. There's no more timeouts left for Kaplan. It's all up to the IGL to try to call out the next 2 rounds.
ஆமா டைம் அவுட் இல்லங்கறதுனால அந்த 50 செகண்ட்ஸ் டைம் அவுட் மாதிரி யூஸ் பண்ணி சேவ் பண்ண போறான்.
Continues to just remind us and instill that pedigree that they bring to the table.
நெஞ்சி நின்னு ராப் ரவுண்ட் அது இதுன்னு பண்ணாங்க இப்பனா
30 seconds
They're
left.
still able to make it happen here. Tying up the game with this one, still got work to do, but the momentum is fully in favor of G2 here. They string another round together.
And that will tie up the game. 11-11.
இப்ப புரியுதா ப்ரோ எதுக்கு கே வச்சு முன்னாடி ஆடணும் கிளாஸ் போட்டான் அவ்வளவுதான் காலி மொத்தமா டீம்.
A little bit of a strat book from G2. Going for the salvos to take control of line and in front of sight. But look at the answer back of G2. That other teams haven't really
இவங்க
been
ஆக்சுவலி
doing
தேடலாம் ஏன் இவ்வளவு நேரமா தேடலன்னு தெரியல.
Double initiator util to take over A main. The counter salvos to come across and a pop
அது உண்மைதான் 11
That's right. You can't even get your Omen TP over at that point.
அவனும் காலி 6 HP அதனால தான் ஓடிட்டான்.
Have the double peak. So yeah, everything is being shut down. Super smart plays here, getting mastermind towards the end of the series.
கிடையாது ரெண்டு டீமுக்கும் ஆடிக்கிட்டே இருக்க வேண்டியதா.
On the last bits of the strat book being flipped, the last pages.
And right now towards this B main, you have Zelsis potentially trying to throw a flash, but no, he's going to fall back instead. I was going to say that's a perfect position for Jogamo to be at. Just get an opening, avoid the flash, and get a pick with the op towards main.
All right. Oh, does get the wall.
Okay, but the drone did see that it was the jet.
Yeah, they know that's a fake. And this is what we kind of talked about before too, Vans, is that's not enough to be faking G2 out right now. Because they bring the fight to Tree. Just right in there. They're not even worried.
So much util has been used in the very beginning though from both initiators, and the off shot missed though from
இந்த ஷாட்ல தான் இருக்கு மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டான்.
But all of that util expense here towards the side of G2.
Mid to
now
B
this is
வராங்க.
opening for SEN to go for the mid to B split.
They finally go through the door on this one. They've been tempting it. They've been trying. They squeeze through that choke point. Do they know Jogamo's
அவன் டிபி பண்ணி வந்துட்டான். இல்ல வரல.
I've hit him. So they know he's towards that back. But they're wasting so much time for Sentinels. Exactly. G2 could flip back in this fight.
There's one. There's no one try peek by Narrate to go in. A second one, they try to get a bit of util. The flash Arcros goes down. Jogamo can't get another one. Sentinels finally dislodge him from the back of the site, but they don't know how close G2 is, and they're right on top of John Cutie.
And so much has been wasted. Trent may have salvos very soon. As I mentioned, he just has it. Here comes the one back into the site.
Always in the iPad for him. Ready to attack. Flash goes over. Hide from Zekin keeps him safe. And he's the only one on stairs as Zelsis is trained on that lane side. Flash turned. And that's going to be another round. Sentinels! 4K for Bang, and that's what it takes to get him to game point.
ஒத்த சைடுல இருந்தே வந்தா அவ்வளவுதான். அது எதுக்கு டிபி பண்ணான் அவன்?
Pops it, allows for him to get 2 assists and for Sentinels to just fight back on the foot of G2. All the util was ready for G2 to move into the group. And look at the position towards the end. Bang once again, stepping up to the plate when needed. And Sentinels are one round away of qualifying to Toronto.
What's it going to take? Jogamo gets the operator back out for the hard line. He's going to go straight mid. The smoke just at mid keeps Jogamo from opening the round with a kill. Inside for that party.
And G2 haven't really been doing this so far. Not with the op at least. And Jogamo will try to get it done. That's his responsibility here. The drone spots a couple pairs towards Sabrosa. Josh just trying to find that time. That's no salvos to open up the site towards the tree. So you can't manipulate the map so far for Sentinels.
G2 win this. They flip us into overtime and reset the sides. Everybody's defense has been stronger, it seems, so far. Sentinels look to string back over towards the A side now. They've chosen correctly, but that only depends on how well Valen and Jonah P want to pop off here.
Valen still has a flash to the lane, and Jonah could throw a knife and volley towards the tree.
One. Valen starts the pop off. The fuse is lit here for G2. With overtime on the horizon, they have 5 members to retake this site from just the 3 of Sentinels. And Zelsis makes it 4 members of G2. He gets back on the other side of the wall. Huge play. Definitely not going to expect this. Maybe the timing is reset for Jogamo now, but Zelsis goes for the deeper reset here. And now he knows the drop is there. Zekin answers with 1. They're looking to take the round. Only 2 kills away. 1 more. It's just going to be it. Bang gets the kill. That's 13 for SEN. The glow up from the young team. And SEN City is headed to Masters Toronto.
First defense மட்டும் எடுத்துட்டாங்கன்னா உங்க டீம் ஒண்ணு கூட ஜெயிச்சிருக்காது போல அப்போ.
Taking all the rounds of regulation in order to qualify to Toronto.
ஒரு 11 13 வெச்சாங்க.
Facing the adversity, going to potentially overtime, but they shut down G2 at the right moment with the shining stars of Sentinels denying G2's easy track to qualify.
A kickoff revenge, a hard-fought last map. The timeouts so necessary from Kaplan there to correct what was happening, and Sentinels show us a revenge match that they have wanted since kickoff.
Team here for Sentinels, who bombed out of Masters Bangkok. A slow start that they had during kickoff, and they needed to iron things out. Zelsis mentioned it, Naren mentioned it. They needed to just talk and be better inside and outside of the server. And they've turned things around here in the midpoint of that first split. And they've been up and up ever since. The Vibe Merchant seems to be back for sure with Zelsis.
Absolutely. And the playoff buff is there for
MIBR
everyone coming out, narrate, having his rounds. You said Zelsis there, second is frying John
easy actually. Easy
as well as
ஆனா இந்த மாதிரி அவனுங்களும் உங்களுக்கு பிக்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க, அட்டாக் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எடுத்தாங்கன்னா வாய்ப்பு
மேபி ஆஸ்பாஸ் சப்ரஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா போன தடவை மாதிரி ஜெயிக்கலாம்.
on the rearing Canadian.
போன தடவை வந்து வேற பிளேயர் இருந்தான், வரணும் இல்ல போன தடவை ஆடும்போது அவன் தான் ஸ்டார். போன தடவை வந்து வேற பிளேயர் இருந்தான் நீங்க ஜெயிக்கும் போது, MIBR ஜெயிக்கும் போது ஆர்டிஸ்ட் அது என்ன பேரு நாசர்னு ஒருத்தர் தான். எங்க இருக்கு ஆடலாமே
towards this Masters International of Toronto. I mean, look at this, Riv. It's been such a good series overall, back and forth. Almost even an old.
யாரெல்லாம் இருக்குன்னா MIBR சென்டினல் வந்து 3ஆம் தேதி இருக்கு உங்களுக்கு 2:30 மணிக்கு. அந்த மேட்ச் என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்புறம் 2:30 மணி மேட்ச்
ட்ரை பண்ணுவேன்.
இந்த டீம் ஆடுறதெல்லாம் பாக்குறதுக்கு நீ 2:30 மணிக்கெல்லாம் முழிச்சிருக்க. இதெல்லாம் ஒரு டீம், ஒரு T1 பாக்குறதுக்கு முழிச்சிருக்கேன்னாவது ஓகே. பூம் ஜெயிச்சாங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோ, இந்த தடவை ஜெயிச்சாங்கன்னா அவங்களோட பண்டில் கண்டிப்பா வாங்கலாம். இன்னைக்கு ஜெயிச்சாங்கன்னா அழுகுறாங்க இதுக்கேவா.
யாரு?
அவங்க அம்மா, யாரோட அம்மாவோ வந்து அழுகுறாங்க.
ஜக்கனோட அம்மாவா தான் இருக்கும், அதிகபட்சம் அவங்க தான் வருவாங்க, வேற யாரும் வருவாங்க.
ஓ இதுக்காக அதான் நான் பார்த்தேன்.
சந்தோஷம், ஆனந்த கண்ணீர்.
அது ஓகே தான், ஆனா இது என்ன இன்னும் ஃபைனல்ஸ் தான போயிருக்காங்க.
நான் அந்த ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
ஓஹோ
யாட்டோ ஆடி இருக்காரு நேரத்துல.
யாரு?
யாட்டோ சைஃபர் மெயின்.
இவங்க வரட்டும். அது யாரு? நான் அந்த வேலன்ட்டே சொல்றேன் பாரு. எதுக்குல டிஃபென்ஸ் போதல எடுத்தேன்னு கேக்குறேன்.
வரையா இல்லையா பாய்?
வரேன் ப்ரோ, இரு ப்ரோ. ஆக்சுவலி நான் நினைக்கிறேன் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் ஆக்குறதுக்கு இந்த மாதிரிலாம் பண்றாங்கன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். 13-2 முடிஞ்சிருந்தா யாரும் கேள்வி கேட்டிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. ஆனா வேணுக்கூன்னு இங்கிட்ட வரைக்கும் கொண்டு வந்து ஒரு காமெடி பண்ணி பேங்காக்கே போல. பேங்காக் போனேன். பத்தாயிரம் வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி நடந்த மாஸ்டர்ஸ் மெடல் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
What? MIBR குவாலிஃபை ஆயிடுச்சு, இவங்களும் குவாலிஃபை ஆயிடுச்சு. என்ன போட்டிருக்க?
அது
ஹலோ
என்னயா ரெட் மேட்ச்யா?
ஏன் இது போட்டிருக்க?
ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா காம்ப்லாம் போக முடியாதுயா.
Fight.
டொராண்டோல சப்போர்ட் நிறைய இருக்கும். அவ்வளவு மிஸ் பண்ணி அவன் டாப் ராக் பண்ணிருக்கான். என் மேட்ச் எக்ஸிட் அவன்லாம் இதுதான் ஒரு பிளேயரோட கேலிபர் இது பண்ணு. மிஸ் பண்ணியும் அவன் தான் மேட்ச் எக்ஸிட் வாங்கியிருக்கான் ட்ரெண்ட் இந்த மேட்ச். அவன் அந்த 2 ரவுண்டு மிஸ் பண்ணாமலே எடுத்திருந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்க டீம் ஜெயிச்சுப்பாங்க. அவ்வளவுதான் டிஃபரன்ஸ். இவ்வளவு நல்லா விளையாடுறானே இவனுக்கு எவ்வளவு பேர் பாப்பாங்க தெரியுமா? இவனோட கேம ட்ரெண்ட் விளையாண்டானா வெறும் 60 பேர் பாப்பாங்க லைவ் போட்டாங்கன்னா. ஆனா ஒண்ணுமே ஆடாத இந்த டாலிக்கு பூரிக்கு இவங்களெல்லாம் 10,000 பேர் பார்ப்பாங்க. This is why I don't like overrated people.
It's called பொறாமை.
பொறாமை இல்ல ப்ரோ, இவன் அடிக்கிறான் ப்ரோ. அது எப்படியா பொறாமை? இது பேரு டிசர்விங்.
உன்னால அத கண்டென்ட் ரெடி பண்ண முடியுது, அதனால பாக்குறாங்க. உன்னால முடியல பாக்குறாங்க.
சரி கண்டென்ட் ஓகே. சாரிக்கு கண்டென்ட் போடுறான். அந்த நேரேட் என்ன கண்டென்ட் போடுறான் சொல்லு. சும்மா ப்ரோ, அவ்வளவுதான் ப்ரோ. எப்படின்னா இப்போ ஆர்சிபிக்கு ஒருத்தன் விளையாட்டானா அவன் வந்து ஃபேமஸ் ஆவான். அதே இது அவன் லக்னோ சூப்பர் ஜாயிண்ட்டுக்கு ஆனான்னு வச்சுக்கோ, அவன் ஃபேமஸ் ஆவான். அதுதான் ஒரே ரன் அதிகமா கூட ரன் எடுப்பாங்க, ஆனாலும் அவனை வந்து ரேட் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. இதுக்கு பேரு பொறாம இல்ல, டிசர்விங்.
This is called பொறாமை, not deserve.
இந்த பையனும் அதே அளவுக்கு 4 மணி நேரம் ஸ்ட்ரீம் போடுறான். அதுக்கடுத்து அது என்ன விசிபில வந்து ட்ராகும் பண்றான். டாப் ட்ராக். இது லைக் ஓவர்ரேட்டட் பீப்பிள்.
Ten kills remaining. 5 kills remaining. Fixer down. One kill remaining. Dominating. Match found.
What to play?
What you playing? I am playing this.
So chat.
Are no duelist? நான் இதான் ஆடுறேன்.
You suppose similar player or boy.
No one can hold their breath forever.
We don't need a duelist, bro. Duelist. Because I am the duelist, bro.
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு உன் அக்கவுண்ட் செகண்ட் டைம் கை மாறி இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேங்க.
ஆமா ஆமா.
இல்ல லைக் நீ வந்து செகண்ட் ஹேண்ட் ஓனர் இல்ல தேர்ட் ஹேண்ட் ஓனர் நினைக்கிறேன்.
செகண்ட் ஹேண்ட்.
இல்ல ஏன் சொல்றேன்னா இந்த பாரு நீ வந்து இந்த இதுல நீ அவ்வளவு மேட்சஸ் ஆடல கரெக்டா?
ஆமா.
ஓகே ஆனா இது அந்த ஐடி கிடைக்கும் போதே கேடி வந்து 0.85 தான் இருந்துச்சு. இத ஒரிஜினலா ஆன வந்து பிளாட் போயிரு ஐ மீன் டைமண்ட் போயிருக்கான். அதுவும் ரீசெண்டான ஆக்ட்ல தான்.
அது நான் சொல்றேன் அது வந்து அவங்களே இன்னொருத்தை ஆடிக்கிறதான். இந்தியாவில் யாரும் ஆடல ஆக்சுவலாக இது பிலிப்பைன்ஸில் ஆடிக்கிறதான்.
அதான் அதனால தான் நான் சொல்றேன் இது வந்து
தேர்டு பிளேயர்ல செகண்ட் பிளேயர் தான். ஓனர் வந்து அவனுக்கு ஃப்ரெண்டுக்கு கொடுத்து ஆட வச்சிருக்கான்.
அதான் அப்படின்னாலும் தேர்ட் பிளேயர் தானே. ஓனர் நான் சொல்லல. ஓனர் செகண்ட் ஓனர்னு சொல்றேன். அனி தேர்ட் அண்ட் ஓனர்னு சொல்ல. பிளேயர் 3 பிளேயர் இருந்திருக்கான்னு நான் சொல்றேன். தப்பும் நீதான் தேர்ட் பிளேயர்.
Poison's off. Toxin screen down.
Ball down.
Toxins going up.
Up and away. Spike planted.
Reloading. Toxin screen down. Enemy
One enemy remaining.
Toxins going up.
கையெடு பாய்.
Diffuse பண்ணதுக்கு
Toxin screen down.
கரண்ட் வேற போய் தொலைஞ்சு.
Viper is back.
Viper, can I have your ghost? Viper, can I have your ghost?
Ghost
கொடுத்துட்டேன் பாய்.
அவன் திரும்ப கேட்கறானே.
இல்ல 2 தடவை கேட்டான்.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
வச்சு இந்த பீக் எடுத்து சாப்பிடுறேன்.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Play retake.
ஏக போட போறான்.
140 clove.
கண்ணை கொடுக்க போறான்.
Clove 140.
Toxin screen down.
भाई बैंडल लेके
Last
ऐसे
player standing.
140 clove.
खेला भाई.
Easy. 140 clove.
Okay.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Dead fool. Toxins going up. Priorities, they're suffering.
காசில்லை நண்பரே, காசில்லை. ஸ்ட்ரிங்கர் தான் ஆட போறேன்.
இதுல நம்ம ஸ்கின் வாங்கி போடலாம்ல ப்ரோ நீங்க.
ஸ்டிங்கர் கேக்கு.
அதான் ஸ்டிங்கர் வாங்கி போடலாம்ல.
வாங்கி போடலாம்.
ஸ்டிங்கர்
வரல, அதெல்லாம் வரல.
கார்டியன்
நீ அதெல்லாம் வரலையா? ரீஜன் மாத்தணும்.
சைரக் கார்டியனே வா.
பி
என்னையே விட்டுக்கிட்டே இருக்கான்.
Spike planted.
स्पैम करता ना भाई.
Poison's off.
Reloading.
50 clove, 105 dead. 50 clove.
Poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
Cover.
Last player
kill him. ஏ டிஃபே பண்ணிருக்கலாம்டா அவன். டிஃபே பண்ணிருக்கலாம்டா ப்ரோ.
கில்லி மணியா வந்தான் வச்சு எடுத்தா போ.
ப்ரோ அதுல பாத்தியா ஒரு பயங்கரமா அடிச்சடா.
என்னாச்சு?
சரியா அடிச்சயா? இல்ல ஸ்டிங்கர்ல டபுள் எல்லாத்தையும் ஹெட்.
நான் டிஃப்யூஸ் ஆவறானா இல்லையான்னு பார்த்தேன். இவன் என்ன டிஃப்யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்கான்? பயந்துட்டான், பக்கத்துல வந்துட்டான். ஆக்சுவலி கொஞ்சம் கேர்ஃபுல்லா ரீடேக் பண்ணணும்.
என்ன ட்ரேட் பண்ணுவான்னு நினைச்சேன்.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Spike down A.
Toxins going up.
Go back. நான் வரேன்.
இவனை ரிட்டர்ன் போயிட வாய்ப்பு.
Toxin screen down.
என்னையா ஆடுறான் இவன்?
ட்ரிப் இருக்கு பாத்தியா?
Spike planted.
ஆமா. வால் போட்டுருக்கான். வராங்க என்ன? ஓய். One both side.
எங்க?
Left.
Last player
Left, right.
standing.
எனக்கு தெரியலையா?
One enemy remaining.
I need calls.
Yes.
Wingman's on defuse.
Bro, वो वहां से क्यों आएगा फिर से? Are you dumb? जब प्लांट ही उस साइड का नहीं है वो कहाँ से हुआ?
B வந்தாங்கன்னா வந்துறியா? நான் ஆல்ட் போட்டுருவேன்.
B வந்தா.
ஆமா.
அந்த சைட் ஈஸியா கிடைக்குது. Yes.
Breathe deep. Poison orb emitted.
Mid.
Poison enemy spotted A. Toxins going up. You fought well. Toxin screen down.
Enemy A.
Here. Enemy down. Toxins going up.
Back side 65 low.
Face your fear.
நீ பொறுமையா இருக்க ஜெகஜ நீ வெயிட் பண்ணு. இவங்க ஏறட்டும்.
Spike planted.
மதர் ஃபக்கர்ஸ் அத கூட உடைக்க தெரியலையா? வெயிலோயா அவ்வளவுதான்.
Remaining. My territory, my I have them now.
Go fight him.
Nice work.
Nice work. லக்கியா லக்கி பிச்சியா தேவலாம் போய் சேஜ் ரிவைவ் உடைச்சிக்கறாங்க. எட்லாக் ஃபைட் பண்றது.
भाई वो वैंडल ले आना.
Trust my boss. It only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly,
Anyone have funds to spare?
placing sentry.
B வருவான்னு தோணுது. சேஜ் யூ ப்ளே. டேய் ஆடுங்கடா ஏன்டா விட்டுட்டு வர்றீங்க இப்படி? கடுப்பேத்றாங்க ப்ரோ. B ஹோல்ட் பண்றோம்ல அப்ப
நீ அடிச்சு போட்டு உட்கார்ந்து போலாம்.
Poison orb emitted. Poison orb. Don't get in my way.
வெளில வந்தேன் வெளியில வந்ததாயா ஜெட்டு கில்லே நான் எடுத்தேன் ஆக்சுவலா. டேஷ் அடிச்சதை பார்த்துட்டு போய் அடுத்து உன்னோடது ட்ரிகர் ஆச்சு அதுக்கு ஆடலாம் போனேன்.
ரிவைவ்
Resurrect.
அடப்பாவி.
அல்ட் இருக்குன்ட்ட.
ஆமா ஆமா.
yellow box.
Last player standing.
Over இல்ல.
No one will remember them.
कितना टाइम लगता है उसका? और
स्टिंगर गन வாங்காத ஸ்டிங்கரே வைக்க.
ஆமா ஸ்டிங்கர் மட்டும் தான் ஆடணும். பஜ்ஜிக்கு வரணும்.
சரி நான் அந்த ரவுண்ட் ஏ ஆடுறேன். மதர் ஃபக்கர்ஸ் ஆடவே மாட்டாங்க.
நர்ஃப் பண்ணிடுவாங்க அப்படியே.
இல்ல ஸ்டிங்கர் வந்து நர்ஃப் ஆகி பஃப் ஆகி கடைசில இப்பதான் ஸ்டேபிளா இருக்கு. ஆக்சுவலா இது ஸ்டேபிள்
இது ஸ்டேபிளா இல்ல பாய். இது பவர்ஃபுல்லா தான் இருக்கு.
இது பவர்ஃபுல் அதான் ஸ்டேபிள் ஆக்சுவலா.
இல்ல ப்ரோ பயங்கர
ஒய் பீக்கிங்
எல்லாரும்
மேலயா?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
உன்னால ஒரு I found one. தேவலாம இன்ஸ்டன்ட்டா பீக் கொடுத்து சாகுறாங்க ஏறி.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying forever.
ஸ்டிங்கர் மட்டும் தான் வாழ்க்கைன்னு வாழ்ந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கு.
Strike out.
But what? Meet.
Damn.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting.
Run away. Bro, varan, இங்க தான் varan. Hey, bag. Salah cheat. What the fuck? இங்க வேற லெவல்ல. ஓ மर गया.
ஹிட் மதர் ஃபக்கர்ஸ் எவனால வராயமா பாரு அங்கேயே உட்கார்ந்திருக்கான் என் வாளுக்கு பின்னாடியே. டிங்க்வே டெட்லாக்.
என்னத்துக்கு எனக்கு என்னத்த கொடுத்தான் அடப்பாவி.
டிங்க் டெட்லாக்யா ப்ரோ ரவுண்ட வின் பண்ணிருக்கலாம் ப்ரோ. வேணாம் அதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணாத. டைம் இல்ல
கன்னே இல்ல
டைம் இல்ல அதுக்கு இதே அல்டியா வேஸ்ட் பண்ணுவான்.
இவன் என்ன பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கான்?
சேவ் பண்றான். टिक कुड़ कतावल्लै
भाई तू गन की मेरे को दिया लगा फिर गन ही नहीं है मेरे पास पता
அவன் ரேஸ் அல்ட் எடுத்துற அவனே முடிச்சிட்டேன் நான் அல்ட்லயே
இவனுங்க கன் எதையோ தூக்கி போட்டு எக்ஸ்சேஞ்ச் பண்ணான் சட்டி தலைங்க அதுக்கு அடுத்து ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை என் கையில நான் வேண்டல் அது என்ன ஸ்டிங்கர்ல கில் எடுத்து வேண்டல இவன் கையில கொடுத்தா இவன் ஸ்டிங்கரையும் காலி பண்ணிட்டான் எங்க என்னன்னு தெரியல
Spike down A.
உள்ள போயிருக்கானே
யோ
Every time.
Toxin screen down. Toxins going up.
அவனெல்லாம் ஒரு ட்ரிப் இல்ல ஆனாலும் பயங்கரமா நல்லா ஆடுறாங்க இங்கதான் எல்லா இடமும் வச்சுட்டு ஒண்ணா அதுக்கு மேலதான் இங்கதான் இருக்கான்
120 bro
Player standing. Jets ground.
Race 120 kitchen இவன் தான் அங்க போயிருக்கான்னு மார்க் பண்ணி எல்லாருக்கும் காமிச்சா இவனே அந்த ஆங்கிள் பார்க்க மாட்டான் பாரு நீ எல்லாம் என்ன செய்யறது ஈஸியா ஏ விட்டுறாங்கயா
I'll take everything from them.
Cover going out. Enemy spotted A.
Toxins going up. My husband isn't ready.
அத கூட உடைக்கலையா அவங்க
Toxin screen down.
They will rotate now.
வேணா மிட்டு போதும் பீக் அடிக்காது சரி you hold A don't leave it A
ஏய் இங்க வந்துட்டாயா
they're coming B
nice
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Last one A
40 clove
எடுத்தானா ஓகே
சரி அங்க ஓகே
bro get be calm down
30 seconds left.
சாமர் को சொல்லியா
stop
என்ன கண்ணு வச்சிருக்க நீ கையில
Get back to chilling.
ஸ்கின் அத கூட இது வச்சுக்க அது வேணாம் உனக்கு
டேய் இது என்னோடதுதான்யா அந்தாயா
அதுல என்னால ஆட முடியாதுயா விஃப் ஆகுயா அதுல புல்லட் ட்ரேஸ்க்கு அதுக்கு தயா சொல்றேன்
ஆளே கீழே போட்டது திரும்ப இலக்கு எடுத்து தராது.
Isolate them and kill them.
Apex நான் யாரு இது?
Toxins going up.
Revive करो.
போட்டாங்க.
Ball and revive.
எடுத்து போடுவான்.
Alarm bot. Placing swarm.
Sage, you go upper and revive. You daya போக மாட்டறா எதுவும் பண்ண மாட்டறா man.
They B bro B.
இல்ல இங்க இருக்க ஆள்
இல்ல பிளான்ட் வந்துட்டாங்க.
Take a gun, Sage.
For you.
Go up, but take a gun.
Enemy spotted.
Hey, கண்ணே எடுக்க மாட்டறா பிஸ்டல்ல உட்கார்ந்துட்டு நோட்.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Mid.
Spike இங்க இவங்க 7 தான் இருக்கு spike.
Okay.
30 seconds left.
Protect spike.
Just play for spike. Shotgun. Yes, shotgun. நீவா
10 seconds left.
கன் மாத்திட்டான் நீ வந்தடி
எங்க மேலயா
கீழ தான்
Last round in the half.
We cannot keep our goods accidents. Spend all.
பார்க்க மினிமேப்ல பார்த்தா மேல மாதிரி கீழே மாதிரி. நீ மினிமேப்பை பெருசாக்கியா? நீ வந்து நிறைய தடவை
பெருசாதான் இருக்கு மினிமேப் ஃபுல்லா இருக்கு.
நான் பார்த்தேன்.
நீ போய் பாரு அதுதான் பெருசு.
ஆமா 98 இதுல ஃபுல்லா தான் இருக்கு. 1080ல ஃபுல்லா இருக்கு. பி கரெக்டா ஆர்பா ஆன் பண்ணேன்னு வச்சுக்கோ.
கரெக்டா டைமிங் என்ன இதுவும் வந்து மாட்டுது ஃபேட் இதுலயும் மாட்றேன் நானு இதுலயும் மாட்றேன். நைஸ் எல்லோ பதம்
Spike down.
லோ டால்ட் இருக்கு
பயங்கரமா இருக்கு.
Your duty is not over.
எல்லாரும் பண்ணுவாங்க.
One
yellow claw.
One enemy remaining.
Mid one.
One enemy remaining.
Don't die on it.
Go for ace.
Do not.
वाह भाई क्या बात.
Claw நீ அடிக்கல இல்ல இப்பதான் அடிச்சான்.
இல்ல ஓ 5 கடந்து.
Someone get this? No charges left.
நீ லர்க் பண்றதெல்லாம்
நான் எப்பவுமே பீல வால் போட்டுறேன்.
செக் பண்ணேன்னா அது ஓகே. நீ எப்போ லர்க் பண்றதுல தான் இருக்கு. நீ வந்து எல்லா ஆங்கிளையும் செக் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்காத. கொஞ்சம் லிபர்ட்டி எடுத்து அங்கிட்டு இங்கிட்டு லர்க் பண்ணுவோம். எங்கேயாவது இருந்து அடிச்சிட்டான்னா அடிச்சிட்டான். காமனான ஆங்கிள்லாம் எது இங்க நீ மற்ற ஆங்கிள்லாம் செக் பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சேன்னு வச்சுக்கோ. அவ்வளோதான் கஷ்டம் தான். ஸ்லோவா போகாது ஃபாஸ்டா வாக்கிங் தான். நான் ஃபாஸ்டா
கழுவுமா ஊத்துங்க. திரும்பி பாக்குறது கிச்சன் 1 எட்லா கிச்சன் தேவலாம எதுக்கு ஓமன் வந்து மிட்ல இது பண்றான்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. 4 இருக்கு போகல.
ஓமன் வேற இருக்கானா?
ஓமன் நம்ம ஓமன் வந்து அங்க இது பண்ணிட்டு போறாயா ஃபைட் பண்ணிட்டு போறாயா? நான் வாட்ட லெஃப்ட் பண்ணி போனேன்.
Spike down B.
பேக் வால் போடுறேன்.
Last player standing.
Can't use this yet.
இவனு நாக்டர்னம் தான் வச்சிருக்கான்.
One enemy remaining.
என்னோடது இல்ல ஆனா. ஆஃப் பண்றான் ப்ரோ.
லெஃப்ட் ரைட் கிளிக்.
Hey, nice. Bro, waste bro, waste. எப்போ டிஃப்யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கான். அவன் பயந்து
ஸ்பைக் ஏடா கூடமான பிளான்ட் தான், இவனுக்கே தெரியல ஸ்பைக் எங்க இருக்குன்னு.
அந்த இது நல்லா இருக்கியா? அது என்ன சைராக்ஸி
பிடிக்க வச்சிருக்காரு, எடுத்துட்டு வர மாட்டறாரு.
இல்ல எடுத்து வரத பொறுத்து இல்ல ப்ரோ, நம்மளுக்கு வந்து கேட்கறதுக்கு வந்து டைம் இல்ல. நம்ம செட்டப் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கா, சென்டினல் எடுத்து ஆடுறோமா? பயங்கரமா இருக்கு ப்ரோ அது, லைக் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டா இருக்கு. நீங்க அவனுமே அந்த மேப்ல நல்லா அடிச்சான் லீஃப்ங்கிறவன். உள்ள போய்
மாட்டிருக்கான் டெட்லாக்.
அவனே கூப்பிடக்கூடாது.
Poison orb emitting. Powers up. Poison's off.
A dual is pick N3.
Don't have a view list.
அதான் அவன் தான் டூலிஸ்ட் ஓமன். Wait. Cut noise will go here itself.
Poison's off.
Cut noise na pojak marittu irukanga.
Toxins going up.
Better venum
Toxin screen down.
Time illaya. Ana edutharan.
30 seconds left.
நான் உள்ள போறேன், வரீங்களா?
Enemy spotted. Variable removed.
Spike sticking. Thank you, man.
ரெண்டு பேரும் ஸ்பாட்டடா.
One enemy remaining.
Next time, yeah.
நான் என்ட்ரி தருகிறேன் என்று சொன்னேனே நம்பரே.
Hope so.
நானும் உள்ள போனேன் பாய்.
அவ்வளவுதான். இப்பதான் போனவங்கன்ட்டு வேடிக்கை பார்த்துட்டே இருந்தாங்க.
Thank you.
உண்மையிலே நல்லா இருக்கு சைராக்ஸ், பயங்கரமா இருக்கு. அதுலயும் வந்து அதனால தான் நீங்க அவன் அதை ஆடிட்டான்.
அதுல கார்டியன் பயங்கரமா இருக்கும்
பண்றாங்க போல. கார்டியன் ஓகே தான் பாய், நீ அதோட கார்டியன் வந்தா கூட வாங்கு, ஏன்னா இவர் தான் நம்மகிட்ட இருக்காரு. எம்எஸ் வேணும்.
Poison's off. Poison orb emitting.
Wait, उसका ट्रिप होगा.
Jet is mid. Also is mid.
அனச்சேன் हमारे
Poison's off.
இது எப்படி கவர் கொடுத்தோம் பாத்தியா?
120 jet claw backstab.
ஓகே பாஸ்.
எனக்கு அந்த கன் வேணாயா. அந்த ஆர்கேன் கன்னா பூஸ்ட் எனக்கு பண்ணுது. ஸ்பைக் எங்க கொண்டு போய் பிளான் போடுறான் பாரியா.
இவன் ஏன் ப்ரோ பேக் ஸ்டாப் வால்
ஜெட் 120 லோ.
Last player standing.
அடிச்சிரலாம். சேஜ் வந்து அடிச்சிரலாம். கையில எபிலிட்டியோட நிக்கறாயா.
அது ஓகே தான். இவன் எதுக்கு இங்க அனுப்புறான்?
நீனா சொல்லணும்.
சொல்லிட்டேன். அவன் இதுக்கு என்ன
அடேனா ஆடுவா.
பை இல்ல ப்ரோ, யார்கிட்ட பேசாம ஸ்பெக்டர் ஆடும். இது ஆடும் ப்ரோ. சேவ் nobody's buying. சேவ் ஓமன் சேவ் कर ले.
மிட்ல போட்டு சாகட்டும் நாய்.
என்ன பண்றான்?
போன ரவுண்ட் மிட்டுக்கு போனதுக்கு நான் கொளுத்தினாங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் வந்து.
Poison's off.
Hey bro.
அடிச்சிட்டியா? அதான் பிளான் பண்ணணும் போல. வெயிட்.
ஸ்பைக் கிட்ட
Oh my
Spike
god.
down B.
स्पाइक नाड़
भाई उसको किल क्यों दे रहा है तू? போய் அவன்கிட்ட கில்ல கொடுக்குறான்.
நான் அவனை ட்ரேட் எடுத்து ஸ்பைக் எடுத்துட்டு பேக் வந்தேன். நீங்க இதுக்குதான் இருக்கா?
இப்படிதான் நான் ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன் எல்லா மேப்பும். ஆனாலும் தோத்தா போறேன். புரியுதா?
எவரோ பெரிய புடிங்கி மாதிரி வந்துட்டு சேஜ் எடுத்துட்டு விளக்கு மிட்டு என்ன மயத்துக்கு போனான். போய் கண்ணை அதை கொடுத்துட்டு வந்தான்.
இவன் மட்டும் தானே போனான்.
ஆமா, ஓமன் போய் கண்ணோட செத்துட்டு வந்தான்.
கண்ணு தான் இருக்கு. அதையும் நான் உனக்கு ஒண்ணு சொல்றேன். நீ வந்து இந்த ஆர்ப போட்டு அந்த ஆர்பு வழியா ஆரஞ்சு வரப்பாரு.
இல்ல கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டாங்க. நான் ஆர்ப்ல இருக்கத கண்டுபிடிச்சிடுறாங்க பாய். ஒவ்வொரு ரவுண்டும் ஆர்பு போட்டு அதான் போட்டு ஆஃப் பண்ணலாம்னு இருக்கேன். ஆர்பு மட்டும்.
இது என்ன क्या है ये? ஸ்மோக்க பாரியா. இவன் போட்டிருக்க ஸ்மோக்க நம்ம டீம் பிளேயர் போட்டிருக்க. எனிமிக்கு ஸ்மோக்
Poison's off.
ऐसे बैठे रहो भाई तुम लोग. बैठे रहो ऐसे. इधर ही बैठे. मैं एंट्री.
Let's go.
ரிவைவ் போடலாம். நான் சேஃபா தான் இருக்கேன். ஆனா போட மாட்டேன்.
Face your fear.
Poison's off.
Yes, cleared B. Go fast A if you want some.
120 deadlock. Fuck.
Plant the spike, Wings.
30 seconds left.
My ultimate is ready.
இங்க வரலையா? நீ மிட்டே பார். ஐ மீன் பேக் ஸ்டாப் பார். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு பயமா இருக்கு. வந்துட்டான். Diffuse.
One enemy remaining.
Not diffuse. I think he went. He is.
இல்ல.
I think maybe he is. Yeah, AFK. I think. I never heard. Mid पे ही था. इधर ही था. Check. மினி மேப்ல தெரிஞ்சான் பாய். அங்க நான் மார்க் பண்ணிருக்கேன். எக்ஸாக்ட்டா அங்கேயே தெரிஞ்சான்.
Look them in the eyes when you kill them.
இல்ல தேவலாம் போய் செத்துறாங்க. ஒரு கில் எடுத்துட்டு பேக் வரத விட்டுட்டு.
Let's go B.
பாரு இந்த ஜாகுமோ மாதிரியே இது ஒரு பாகுமோ.
யாரு வேற?
புல்டாக வாங்கி அடிச்சுட்டான் பாரு. கெக்கோ எடுத்து சேவ் பண்ணணுமா இல்லையா?
Spike down B.
இவன் தான் அடிச்சான்ல.
Poison's off. For you.
Mid. Backstop. Then backstop.
அது ஓகே. ஸ்பைக் கோட் ட்ரைங் பார்.
You going mid. Sage go. வால் போட்டு பிளான் பண்ணலாம்ல. இங்க இன் அப்பர்.
My territory.
Nice.
ஏதோ பண்ணி காப்பா.
நீ முத வெளில வா. பேக் ஸ்டாப் இல்ல एक्चुअली பேக்
ஸ்டாப் தான் இல்லையா நம்ம. வெயிட் டைம் मिलेगा. चलो. Why keep bro?
उनका कोई येलो बॉक्स. Don't revive. வேஸ்ட் பண்ணான்னு கனாஸ். வேணாயா. அது ஓபன்ல இருக்காயா. அவன் அங்க போய் ரிவைவ் பண்ணனும்ன்றாயா.
அவனையா. If you want, you can revive Gecko. Go revive Gecko.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
என்ன ரிவைவ் பண்ண
Your
போறானா?
duty is not over.
What's this?
Reloading.
அரே who planting?
என்னால முடிஞ்ச ஸ்பேமா பண்ணணும். சீக்கிரம் பண்ணணும் ப்ரோ, முடிவு எடுக்கணும்னா.
ஓப்பன் பிளான்ட் அடிக்கணும் ப்ரோ. ஓப்பன்ல நிக்கிறத விட்டு உட்காந்து க்ளோஸ்ல அவன் டிஃபோல்ட்ல போய் பிளான்ட் அதெல்லாம் தெரியாதாக்கும் அவனுக்கு.
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச அவன் அந்த முக்குல இருந்தே டிஃப்யூஸ் பண்ணிருப்பான்ல.
ஆமா. மிட் இது பண்ணல அந்த ரவுண்ட்.
ஓகே ஓகே.
ஹீல் மீ.
இல்ல ரொம்ப தூரத்துல.
You have heal?
145 jet.
For you.
இதெல்லாம் கோமாளித்தனத்தும் பண்ணா.
டி மதர் ஃபக்கர்ஸ் அதுல பட்டு இதுல வருது.
Jet is 5 HP. 5 HP.
போக மாட்டான். நீ அல்ட் போடனா போட, அவன் போட்ட மாதிரி லெஃப்ட் சைடு அல்ட்.
Last player standing. Down A.
டேய் கரெக்ட்டா அவன பார்த்து ஸ்பாம் பண்றேன் ப்ரோ. நீ எதுக்கு இப்படி ஏறி சாகுறாங்க?
ஏறவே மாட்றாங்க.
கரெக்ட்டான டைமிங்ல ஏற மாட்றாங்க ப்ரோ.
வேற சாம்பியன்ஸ் கூட அது கூட ஏதோ குடுக்க வச்ச மாதிரி கேட்டான். அவன் நான் கேட்கல, அங்க எனிமி
தெரிய பார்த்துட்டேன்.
ஐ அம் பேட்டர் ஆமே.
நீ பேட்டர் தாயா?
இந்த பேட்டர் இது தோசை
பிக் எடுத்துட்டு பேக்ல வந்து எல்லாம் பண்ணி கொடுத்தா இவங்களுக்கு.
நான் பை என்ட்ரி கொடுக்கிறேன். அவன் லோ 128.
நான் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு டாக் அவனுக்கு ஒரு டாக் கொடுத்திருக்கேன்.
128. நைஸ். இல்ல எடுத்தான்.
க்ளவ் அடிக்கலாம் ஆக்சுவலா. டேய்
Spike down B.
You had your fun. My turn.
செத்துருவான்.
One enemy remaining.
இப்ப பாரு ஏசுக்கு ஆசைப்பட்டு ஏதாவது செய்வாங்க. தோத்துருவாங்க இந்த ரவுண்டு தோத்துருவாங்க.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
செத்துருவான்.
I have the spike.
அப்படியே வச்சிட்டே உட்கார்ந்திருக்கட்டும் செத்துரு.
அதான் சொன்னேனே ஓடிட்டே இருக்கானுங்க ப்ரோ. ஏதோ அது என்ன
திறந்த வீட்டுல நாய் ஓடுற மாதிரி அப்படித்தான் இருக்கு நீ பண்றது.
2 கில் எடுத்து 4 பேர் கில் எடுத்தானா இவன்.
கபர் இருக்கிறது 24 செகண்ட். இதுல இப்ப பி போனாலும் ஒரு மயிரும் புடுங்க முடியாது இவனால.
भाई जल्दी जाना बड़े टाइम तो है नहीं.
बच्चे शांत रहना लोड़े.
शांत रहना.
10 seconds left.
Shadows traveling.
I'm tapusta.
Planted.
Clutch பண்ண போறா பாய். ஓடிக்கிட்டே கிளட்ச் பண்ணுவார் பாய். இங்கிட்டாங்க. ஐயோ ஐசன்ஸ்ல ஆடுறான் தெரியுமா அந்த வந்துட்டான்.
மதர் பக்கர். ஓகேவா?
இல்ல முதல்ல இங்க பீக் பண்ணான்ல அது ஓகே தான். அது ஆனா அந்த ஷாட் அடிச்சிருக்கணும் அவனுக்கு. அப்ப இவன் எங்க இருக்கான்னு தெரியாது. ஆனா இப்ப என்ன பண்றது அவ்வளவுதான். இவன் ஓடிட்டே இருக்கான் சும்மா. சேஜ் ஏதோ சேஜும் 6 கிலோ உட்காந்துருக்கான் பாட்டு. இவன் ஜாகுமோட மோசமா இருக்கும். 6 கிலோ எப்படி எடுத்தான்? இந்த சுத்த 6 பேரை எனக்கே பார்க்கணும் போல. யாரு அது? எனக்கே
Poison orb, toxin screen down. Poison's off.
You guys plan? அரே
ஒண்ணும் முடியாது. நல்லா இது பண்றாங்க ட்ரேட்.
Face your fear!
Last player standing.
இதெல்லாம் ஒரு டீம் மயிறு டீம்.
Defenders win.
ப்ரோ டிஸ்பிளே அவன் 6 கில் பண்ணிருக்கான் பாரு. செக் இதுதான் நடக்குது எனக்கு.
கில்லு கூட சரி, எனக்கு கில்லு கூட எடுக்கல. ஓகே அது ஓகே. பிளான்டாவது பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்கணுமா இல்லையா? ஒவ்வொரு ரவுண்டு ஸ்பைக் எடுத்துட்டு போய் எவனோ ஸ்பைக்கு பிளான் பண்ண போய் இது பண்றாங்க.
இத பாத்தியா? அவ்வளவுதான். இப்படிதான் நான் வந்து கோல்டு 1க்கு வச்சிருக்கேன் இப்போ. போன மேட்ச் இப்படிதான். நான் நல்லாதான் ஆடினேன் போன மேட்ச்.
இவர் யார்டாப் இருக்காரு, 10-9ல இருக்காரு. அவங்க எல்லாம் எப்படி ஜெயிக்கிறாங்க? நமக்கு மட்டும் இப்படி வர்றாங்க.
இல்ல ப்ரோ, நம்மளே கேரி பண்ணணும் ப்ரோ. அவ்வளவுதான். நீ பேசாம ஐசோவே எடுத்து ஆடு. எந்த மேப் வந்தாலும் பரவாயில்ல, ஐசோ எடுத்து ஆடு.
ஜெட் எடுத்து ஆடலான்னு தான் நினைச்சேன். எடுத்து ஆடிருந்தா கூட இம்பாக்ட் இருந்திருக்கும் போல ஆக்சுவலா. அதுல
ஜெட்டு என்ன பிரச்சனைனா இவன் இருக்கான் பாத்தியா, டெட்லாக். டேஷ் பண்ணி போற இடத்துல பிரச்சனையா இருக்கும். ஐசோ தான் பெட்டர்.
Match found.
ஜென்ஜிக்கும் பூமுக்கும் 1:30 மணிக்கு மேட்சா?
அதான் இத ஜெயிச்சாங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோ, உண்மையிலே பூம் தான் ரியல் டீல். ஏன்னா ஸ்டேஜ்ல யாருனாலும் அடிக்கலாம். C9ம் அப்படிதான், ஸ்டேஜ்ல நல்லா ஆடினாங்க. நான் இப்ப ஆடுவாங்களான்னு பார்த்தேன். ஐசோவே எடுத்தாடு. பீல வந்தாட்டு நீ புஷ் பண்ணலாம்.
ஐசோட ஹரே பிக் எப்படி பண்றான்னு பாப்போம் ப்ரோ.
பார்த்தா நம்ம ஃபீல் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்க வேண்டியதான் கடைசி வரைக்கும். நான் ஆஸ்ட்ரா அல்லது கேஜி ஆடுவேன்.
இது ஆடவாலனா
அது ஆடணும். அது ஆமா, நீ பிளான் நல்லா பண்ணுவேன். அந்த பக் ஸ்டார் இருக்கானே, அவன் இன்னையில இருந்து என்ன பண்றான்னா டெய்லி கஸ்டம் மேட்ச் வரேன், நம்ம வந்து செட்டப்ஸ் பழகும்னு இருக்கான் ப்ரோ.
இப்பதான் ஸ்கூல் படிக்கிற அந்த பையனுக்கு கூட இருக்காரு, கூட இவங்களுக்கு யாருக்கும் கிடையாது. நேத்து அவங்க கூட ஆடையில கூட எனக்கு எந்த டிஃபரெண்ட்டுமே தோண மாட்டேது. நேத்து டேஜை வச்சு இது ஃப்ராக்சர் மேப்ல அங்க மெயின்ல வந்து கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணி உட்காருன்ற எனக்கு கரெக்டா சப்போர்ட் பண்ணேன். இத்தனைக்கும் ஒரு ரவுண்ட் இல்ல ஏஃப்கே
ஆயிட்டாரு.
பிடிகே தான். ஆக்சுவலா அது ஏறி இருக்கணும். 3 ரவுண்ட் டக்கு டக்குன்னு அங்க ஏறி அங்க அவங்கள கன்ஃபியூஸ் பண்றது. ஆக்சுவலா அது நம்ம சாகல அது வேற. அவங்களை பொறுத்தளவுக்கு என்ன ஆயிரும், ஓ அவங்க ஏறிக்கிட்டே இருப்பாங்க, அப்ப நம்ம கொஞ்சம் பொறுமையா ஆடணும், அவங்க மைண்ட் செட்டை உருவாக்கணும். அப்படி யோசிக்கணும். ஏறி
சைட்ல அந்த மேப் சைட்ல உட்கார்ந்து டிஃபெண்டே பண்ண முடியாது ப்ரோ. அது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். நம்மளை எதிர்த்து பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஏன்னா நம்ம தான் ஜெயிக்க முடியுமா? ஒரு சோவா நல்ல பிளேயர், மற்ற யாரும் பாடி ஷாட். நீ வந்து ஹெட் ஷாட் பர்சன்டேஜ் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணும் பாய். இவ்வளவு கம்மியா தானே இப்ப சென்ஸ் ஆடுற ஹெட் ஷாட் பர்சன்டேஜ். அது காரணம் நீ வந்து நிறைய ஸ்ப்ரே பண்ற, டேப் பண்ண மாட்டேன்.
வேண்டல் தான் ஆடுற, அதனால இப்ப டேப் தான் பண்றேன். மொத ஃபேந்தம் படி
இப்ப 18% இருக்கா? நிறைய மேட்ச் ஆக்சுவலி ப்ரீவியஸ் பிளேயர்கிட்ட இருந்தும் வருது. அது அடுத்த சாக்ட் பாரு, நான் நீ வந்து 24க்கு மேல வைக்கணும். 21 வச்சு
பி
He's inside.
Spike
was
planted.
98. So why is low?
நான் ரெண்டு பேர் மட்டும் தான்.
One inside.
ஹெல்ப் கிளியர் பண்ணு.
Last player standing.
Ay, shit.
Good joy, I could never wear that jacket, but on you, superb.
Yeah.
मैं तो मिड के लिए लगा रहा हूँ भाई ट्रिप। ये कोई तो देखेगा।
अच्छा ये मिड आया था एक बंद।
तो वही तो उसको मार्क करने के लिए लगा। मैं पे बंदा दिखे सीधी फेंक दिया।
Yeah. Gun set agala gun set. Nice.
Last player standing.
Inside.
Spike down A.
பரவாயில்ல எடுக்கலாம். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு
எடுக்கலாம். அதே இப்ப போன மேட்ச் எப்படி இருக்காங்க அதே மாதிரி தான் இருக்காங்க. ஆனா நம்ம டீம் எப்படி ஆடுறாங்கங்கறத பொறுத்து தானே இருக்கு. அதான் பிரச்சனை. இவன் ரீதியில ஆக்ட் போடுறான். சட்டிக்கலாம் சைட்டுக்கு போடா. ஒரே ஒருத்தன் தான் வரான்.
கன் வாங்காம இருக்கான்.
अरे मैं खेल लूंगा लास्ट टाइम मेरे तो ये था ना करंट मारा मैं எல்லாருக்கும் செட்டப் என்ன பண்ணனும் பாரு. இவர் என்ன பண்றான்?
अरे दीदी बोला फेंकने।
Nice. Hall.
Back soon.
मैं सही ठीक है.
अरे मुझे बॉडी ब्लॉक कर रहा है कुत्ता कहीं का।
सब स्पॉटेड है नहीं.
இல்ல மெயின் பேட்டா.
ओके दे कमिंग ये एक आया है.
நான் வரேன். यार पर साइड
नंबर साइफर पीछे चला गया बैक साइड. बोल तो रहा हूं बैक साइड आ गया.
Spike down.
Main spike.
30 seconds left.
Nice.
पूरा काल बैक साइड गुड डन.
अम्मा
तो बस डीजी फेंक दो आप मत करो.
मैं क्लो है के विकेट का.
Placing swarm grenade.
Turret out.
Time to jump.
अरे
Enemy B.
Hi, I'm pissed.
My ult.
I have ult. Wait. Retake.
Enemy B.
I'll handle this.
80 लो यार कुछ तो मार ले गेको मेरे भाई.
डबल डोर पीछे क्लो
Time to jump.
ज्यादा तो कॉल नहीं दे सकते
எங்க
डोर्स ब्रो मर गया तुझे देखना पड़ेगा मिनी मैप कॉल जितना तेज हो आता है मेन लग रहा
Back soon.
Popular.
और टाइम இருக்கு நீ ये கூட போலாம் பார்த்து
Fake out of charges.
30 seconds left.
ஐயோ
இல்லதான் நான் சொல்றேன் ஸ்ப்ரே பண்ணாத
The cool kid in class has some brains too.
இந்த மாதிரி இறங்க கீழே குதிக்கும் போதும்
சுடணும் தெரியும்
Is but thoda
இல்ல அவனுக்கு சவுண்ட் கேட்கணும் அவன் என்ன பெயிட் பண்ணி ஆட வருவான்னு தான் யோசிச்சேன் நான் நீ செல் பண்ணியா நீ அதை செல் பண்ண எனக்கு ஃபேந்தம் வாங்கி கொடு ஃபேந்தம் வாங்கு நான் தரேன் ஃபேந்தம் வாங்கு
अरे मैं कर रहा हूं
प्रेम दाव கொடுத்திருக்கேன்
केयरफुल मिड पे साइफर आ रहा है तेरा फुटस्टेप सुन के वो आएगा लगता है देयर आर पीपल हियर आई मीन ये
எனக்கு சப்போர்ட் வேணும்யா
Can't use that.
हां வந்துரு
78 லோ இல்ல எனக்கு டிபி இல்ல இத நான் சப்ரஸ் ஆயிட்டேன் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அதுதான்
ब्रो तेरे को स्मोक किसने करने को बोला है
प्रेम लो प्रेम साइड था बैक साइड प्रेम तो எனக்கு இதனால தான் இந்த க்ளோவே பிடிக்காது ப்ரோ இங்க பாரு சைட்டுக்கு ஸ்மோக்கே இல்ல
I know exactly.
Main cipher main.
क्या टाइम It's going B.
Spike inside.
Wait behind you.
Last player standing.
No.
முட்டாள் ப்ரோ இவன்.
One enemy remaining.
Arc last one arc. Outside.
30 seconds left.
இப்படி சுத்தி இப்படி போய்டும்.
வந்து பொட்டன்ல அடிக்க போறான் பாரு.
அதான்.
Let's go. Thrash is ready.
நான் சொல்றேனா நான் உனக்கு என்ன சொன்னேன்
Do not worry my radiant friends.
என்ன சொன்னேன்
நம்மளால எனிமி நல்லா தான் இருக்கா அடிக்கிற மாதிரி ஆனா நம்ம டீம்மேட் அதோட மொக்கையா இருப்பாங்க அதுதான் போன தடவை நடந்துச்சு இந்த தடவை அது மாதிரி தான் இருக்கு க்ளோவை பார்த்தா எனக்கு
Cutting through.
Don't smoke art, just smoke me. நான் சாப்பிட்றான் க்ளோ இப்போ
I'll return.
இங்க ஆடு டபுள் டோர் சார்றேன்
இங்க தான் இருக்கா
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. AFK வா
Here.
வந்துட்டு
ஏய்
இலகி
Wow.
எஸ் நான் சொல்லதானே
இல்லையாடா லோ பண்ணலான்னு வந்தேன் நீ அடிப்பேன்னு நான் யோசிக்கலையா
If there are 5 of them or 50 of
நான் ஃபர்ஸ்டே வந்துட்டேன் நான் வந்து உனக்காண்டி லோ பண்ணி வைக்கலாம் எனக்கு அசிஸ்டாது வரும்னு வந்தேன் நான்
அதுக்கு நீ கிளாஸ் கூட போட்டுக்கலாம்
ஃபிளாஷ் இல்ல எது இல்ல எல்லா அபிலிட்டி யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு வந்துட்டேன் நான் வந்தா என்ன அல்ட் போட்டு போறேன்
அல்ட் போடாத வந்தானா அல்ட் போடுறீங்க அதுக்கடுத்து அவன் மாட்டினதுக்கு அப்புறம் அல்ட் போட்டாங்க.
இந்த ஃபக்கர்ஸ் யாருமே காணா. ஓ அவங்க ஸ்பான் பேரவா நானு.
I'll handle this.
கூட வரேன். இருக்காங்க
ஏதாவது பிளைண்டுக்கிட்டு போடணும்.
One enemy remaining.
டேய் ப்ரோ கரெக்டா சப்போர்ட் வந்துருச்சா ப்ரோ? ஜஸ்ட் 14 சைஃபர் ஓசிக்கல்.
நானும் இந்த க்ளோ பாவம்
14 தான் ரொம்ப இல்ல 14யா?
ஏஜே சேமா
அதே ட்ரை பண்ணுன்றான். அதே ட்ரை பண்ண சொல்றான்.
சேம் வித்யா. ஓகே ஒன் மிட் புஷ். ஓகே
I need a drop.
तो मैं राइट साइड क्लियर करने की कोशिश करता हूँ. लेफ्ट
டிபி ஆக முடியாத மாதிரி அழுத்த போட்டுட்டான். both side
both side.
Spike planted.
eko enna பண்றான் சக்தி.
ஃபேந்தம் பாத்தியா? ஹார்ட் பீட் ஃபேந்தம்ஸ் இருக்கான்.
ஹார்ட் பீட்
நம்ம ஹார்ட் பீட் தெரியும்ல அந்த ஃபேந்தம் சார்.
पीछे प्लांट हुआ दे
फ्रंट प्लांट
नहीं आ रहा.
One enemy remaining.
Side.
Smoke the spike.
Last player standing.
Oh fuck. Back side से fire हुआ.
The blast था नहीं मेरे पे.
Well, that's just grand.
டைம்ல இருக்கு. என்ன ஃபிளாஷ் போட்டு கொண்டான். லஞ்சுக்கடா முடிச்சிருப்பேன். அல்ட் போட்டு டிபி ஆக முடியாம சப்ரஸ் பண்ணி விட்டாங்க. ஃபிளாஷ் போட்டு விட்டாங்க மூஞ்சி மேலே.
அவன் அல்ட் இருந்தனால தான் இந்த சைடுக்கு வந்தான். இல்லாட்டி வரமாட்டான். எப்படி சென்டினல் ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். எவ்வளவு எனிமிக்க பயமா இருக்கா இல்லையா? ஆனா இந்த சைஃபர் எடுத்துட்டு 2 கில் ட்ரிப் போட்டு ஆடும். அப்புறம் அதான் எனக்கு கடுப்பா. We push. Okay.
Cutting through.
அப்படி ப்ரோ ஆப்பாட தெரியாதெல்லாம் ஆப்பாடுது அது.
I'll return.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Oh god.
Reload. I reckon I'll take a cap after this. I've earned it.
Lucy आरा पाना Primordium मेरी.
Stand here. Can someone buy me?
Gun है इधर. There's a gun in spawn. Free gun.
Turret out.
End up. Bro, no more pushing. Not pushing mid this time. Near to where? A main.
Prepare for
உனக்கு அல்ட் நகடு.
मर गया.
Back soon.
ஸ்மோக் முடிஞ்சா நல்லா இருக்கும்.
ஸ்மோக் அதான்
Spike planted.
எவ்வளவு
One enemy remaining.
பட் ப்ரோ ஆப் இம்பாக்ட்டா இருக்கா ப்ரோ?
நைஸ்.
நீ சாம்பர் ஆப் ஆடுது எனக்கு கொடு ப்ரோ
சைராக்ஸ் யார்ட்ட
பின்னாடி இருந்துச்சு வேணுமா உனக்கு இங்க இருந்துச்சு
ஆமா அடா
நான் எடுத்து ஆப் வாங்கி கொடு எடுத்துட்டு வந்துட்டேன் ஆப் எனக்கு வாங்கி கொடுந்தா
ஓகே வெயிட் பண்ணு
அந்த இருக்கு அதை எடுத்துக்க நான் வாங்கிக்கிறேன் இருக்கு காசு இருக்கு
ஓகே ஏன்டைம் இருக்கு இது செம்மையா இருக்கியா சைராக்ஸ் நான் அவனை பாடி ஷாட் பண்ணி தான் பொண்ணேன் அதே சைராக்ஸ்னு வச்சுக்கோ ரெட் ஷாட்டே எடுத்துடலாம் செம்மையா இருக்கு பிறகு வேறு பிரிம் அழுத்து வேஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டான் வெறும் லாக் டவுன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி
They found my trap. Enemy mid.
Like I never left.
I know exactly where you are.
Last player standing.
Time to jump.
ब्रो जब मिड पे फाइट हो रहा है गेको यहाँ बोर क्यों रहा है भाई
Spike planted.
रिपु बोलता आर्ट पेरना
திரும்பி ஓபன் பண்ண முடியல என்னால அது இதுல உடைச்சிட்டு இதுல ஓபன் பண்ணி உட்கார்ந்திருக்கணும்
Last round before the switch.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
Can someone buy me, please?
ரெண்டு ஆப் ஆடுறேன்
இல்ல நான் பாடல அல்ட் இருக்கு இந்த ரவுண்ட் மிட்ல போறவா உனக்கு ஆர்ட்ல போட்டு கிளியர் பண்ணி தரவா இல்ல மெயின் போடுவோமா சரி நீ ஆர்ட் வெயிட் பண்ணு நான் மெயின் இருக்க ஃபுட் ஸ்டெப் கேக்குதான்னு பார்த்துட்டு வரேன் அப்படியே ஆல்ட் போட்டு புஷ் பண்ணுவா ஆர்ட்
இருக்கட்டும் பாய் பாத்துக்கோ இங்க வரேன் நீ டிபி வைக்கல டிபி வச்சே பிக் பண்ணிப்பா மிட் சைஃபர்
சரி உனக்கு ஆர்ட் பில்ல கிளியர் பண்றேன்
வந்துரு ரிட்டர்ன் வரணும்
Spike planted.
அவ்வளவுதான் அவன பயமுறுத்தி பிளான்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு
Big teleport.
Nowhere to run.
Motherfucker. சைட்ட ஒழுங்கா ஹோல்ட் பண்ணாம விட்டுட்டு ஓடி போயிட்டாங்க
Player standing.
भाई तुम लोग सब बी पे थे फिर भी क्यों होल्ड नहीं हो रहा
शिट இது கூட அடிக்க முடியல அவன்
Switching sides.
पार्टी मारे आ रहे हैं
Hey little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
அதான் சொன்னேன் இந்த பத்தியா அதேதான் நம்ம டீம்மேட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வஸ்தி நம்ம மட்டும்தான் ஒரு ரவுண்ட் போன மேட்ச் ஓமன் ஏதோ கில் எடுத்தான் ஆனா அவன் ரொம்ப மோசம் ஆனா तुम लोग आवाज करो इधर मैं ऐसे जाके आ रहा हूँ ओके आई मस्ट गो टू डबल डोर एंड कम
I'll return. Don't let them get up.
Turret out. Reloading.
Can't use that.
Reloading.
Come back. Don't go here. உங்க ஃபேக் கொடுக்க உனக்கு டபுள் டோர்ஸ்ல இல்லனா
வேணாம் இங்க தான் இப்போ ஒருத்தனை கில் பண்ணான் அதனால இங்க தான் இருப்பான்
Kill him.
Toaster is broken. Time to jump.
साइट पे तो था साइफर सही साइट पे
One enemy remaining.
ये बस यहाँ से आ सकता है क्या
Flower.
Who could have predicted this? All right, I did.
सेंटिनल क्लासिक
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
Stinger kill.
Can I get this? Thanks.
We go B.
तो बीजों में मिड होल्ड करता हूँ मिनट से लर्क करके आता हूँ
मैं जोर क्लिक तो कड़ा शुरू करा चाहिए
और टाइम बाय कर
Cutting through.
Placing swarm
started road they all road
Fake teleport.
Cypher gone एक clear I got to
Rotate. Give me spike.
A third one picked me.
Wait. Gecko, don't make a noise. Go ahead B. Go ahead
KO
B.
is mid. KO is mid door. You
Go ahead B.
No, they are waiting.
Back soon.
இல்ல யா வெயிட் பண்றாங்க best to go best to go
Guy art.
they all rotated. Go B. Fast B. Go fast.
30 seconds left.
Today, bro.
Yeah.
I am the Euro.
now we can go B because OB asked
Here. Backside.
both,
One guy in A. Sova A. I spotted Sova. இது நடந்து போய் பிளான் பண்றதுக்குள்ளேயும் முடிஞ்சு போயிடும் டைம்.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
You have time only.
சோவா பார்த்திருந்தேன்னா சோவா முடிச்சுட்டு இருப்பேன். Shit.
Place it. They are coming from mid.
Backstab.
backstab
உடைக்கலாம்ல. லிங்க் கேவோ சோவாவும் லிங்க் தான்.
Both there.
அவனும் both
swarm grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
இவன் தான் போலானா இது
ஆமா இவன் தான் full set வச்சிருக்கான் போல.
Spending too many brain cells
you
figuring
buy the knife as well bro.
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it.
ஒரு B-ல 6 A-ல 6 படுத்தாள்.
No, they will push mid.
இல்லையா கெக்கோ வச்சிருக்காயா அவன்கிட்ட தான் வாங்குறாங்க அவன பாரு
எனக்கு B-லயும் A-லயும் 6 படுத்தாள்.
Yeah, they will push mid actually.
Back soon.
Cypher cage mid okay.
Don't pick B man.
Can I get the vandal?
Then get water.
My vandal.
Goodbye.
Yeah, go.
I'll return.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Fake teleport.
Run it down by.
என் கண்ணு எனக்கு தான்டா சொந்தம் உனக்கு இல்லடா.
நல்லா தான் இருக்கு இந்த ஃபேண்டம்.
Also delete my hard drive.
Russia guys, I have ult.
Okay, go. Okay.
ப்ராப்பரா இனிஷியேட்டர்
I'll handle this.
மெயின்ல இருக்கா
யாருமே இல்லையா
भाई कम कम किया था अरे
I'll return. I'm back.
क्या मारा यार
Bro, what the fuck, bro?
आप पूछता है यार भाई
Cell was breaking.
Back soon.
சைஃபர் எங்க இருந்தா சோவா
Both coming from our.
ஏன் அங்க வந்த ரெண்டு பேரும் அங்க தான் இருக்காங்க
One enemy remaining.
நான் கண்ணு இருக்கு பாரு
இதெல்லாம் ஏன்ட்ட கன் இருக்கு ஒன் சாம்ப்
Match point.
என்ன இவன் ஒரு சாம்ப் வச்சிருக்கான்
But I've got places to
நீ
avoid.
தொப்பில எல்லாம் வச்சிருக்க
ஆமா ஆமா இது அவனோடது இது இருந்துச்சு படி வந்து கேட் இருக்கு ஓகேவா
வேற அதான் சொல்றேன் மோர் சாம்ப்ஸ்
ஒரு அழுத்து போட்டு கரெக்டா எடுத்தானா அப்புறம் சைட்டை
Reloading.
Aguas, keep your guard up.
ஆக்சுவலாக அந்த மேப்புக்கு யோரு தான் பெட்டர்
தெரிஞ்சது
கிடைக்க மாட்டான் பாருங்க
ஓ ஷூட் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றேன்
Placing sentry. Reloading.
Blow him up, Mosh.
Alarm bot.
சி
Took my bomb.
பேக் ஸ்டாப்
பேக் ஸ்டாப் இருக்கு
அப்புறம் அது கில் மை பாட்டன் வந்துச்சு
அது ஃப்ரண்ட்
போகும்போது
ये
நம்ம
एम्प्टी இருக்கான் பாய் ये एम्प्टी बंदा गो 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 स्ट्रेट इज ऑन हेलो
रोटेट करो
भाई तू कुछ करना है तो कर देखो या तो जाओ या ना जाओ मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या तीनों इधर ही है அவன் இருக்கான் பாரு வந்துட்டான் இந்த சைடு இருக்காங்க லெஃப்ட் இந்த
30 seconds left.
முடுக்குள்ள பாய்
Fuck, yeah.
You're done. Big teleport.
Go, both mid. Plant.
Wingman's
Plant a
planting.
spike.
drop and mid
One enemy remaining. Last player
Ah,
standing.
Mid sir.
அதான் ஆர்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க பாய்
Attackers win.
ஃப்ரண்ட் பிளான்ட் அது பேக் சைடு
See you at the next one.
எதிரே பார்த்தா ஒரே மேட்ச்ல டி ரேங்க் அப் பண்ணேன்
ஹவு டு ப்ளே யோரு மீ டாம்பர் நல்லா இருக்கு யோரு ஆடுறதுக்கு ஆக்சுவலா
அந்த மேப்புக்கு ஸ்பிளிட்டுக்கு இதெல்லாம் நல்லா இதுக்கும் ஆடலாம் லோட்டஸ்க்கு வேகமா ரொட்டேட் பண்ணலாம்
லோட்டஸ்க்கு அதுக்கு
யோரு
பதிலா
actually
டேமேஜ் கொடுக்குற கேரக்டர் எடுக்கிறது நல்லது ரேஸ்
இன்னைக்கு யோரு இருந்துச்சுன்னு வச்சுக்கோயேன் ரெண்டு டீம்லயும் சொல்றேன் வயசை மொத்தமா நல்லிஃபை பண்ணிட முடியும் யோருவால யோரு வேற லெவல் ஸ்கில் லெவல் தேவை ஆனா யோரு ஆடணும்னா சும்மா எல்லாராலையும் எடுத்தோன்னு ஆடி இருப்போம் நல்லா ஆட தெரிஞ்சவங்க மட்டும்தான் யோரு ஆடணும் யோரு எடுத்தா அவன் அக்ரெசிவா ஆடணும் ஃபிளாஷ் போட்டு அது என்ன பறந்து ஃபிளாஷ் போடணும்னு நினைப்பான் பாரு அதெல்லாம் கிடையாது
Match
நான் ஃபிளாஷ்
found.
அதிகமாவே யூஸ் பண்ணல. டிபி இது பண்ணி கரெக்டா ஆடணும். அவ்வளவுதான். டீமுக்கு அதுதான்
அவன் பாரு
முக்கியம்.
அவன் டீமை மொத்தமா ஸ்மாஷ் பண்ணிட்டுருவான். அவனுக்கு எய்ம் நல்லா இருக்கா, அதனால அவன் கில் எடுத்துருவான். அதனால ஒன்றும் சொல்ல முடியாது. இன்னும் ஆடலாம்.
கேஜேவே எடுத்துக்க 2 சைட்டை ஹோல்ட் பண்ணிக்குவேன்.
வெறும் கேஜே மட்டும்தான். ஆக்சுவலி நான் இது நல்லா பரவாயில்ல, ஓமெல்லாம் இருக்கிறேன். இப்ப ஆனா கொஞ்சம் க்ளோ கம்மியான மாதிரி இருக்குங்க.
இவங்க தான் தேவையில்லாம எடுக்கிறாங்க. இந்த லாபில எல்லாம் க்ளோ அதிகமா எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. நம்ம இப்ப ஜெனரலா போறோம் பாரு, அந்த லாபில வர மாட்டாங்க.
அதான் எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. அதான் இவனுங்க தான் இன்னும் மாறாம இருக்காங்க. நம்ம கூட இருக்காங்க. 21%
இனிஷியேட்டர் இஸ் பேக் ப்ரோ.
ப்ரோ நேத்து 50% ஹெட்ஷாட் ஆன போல்ல.
யாரு ப்ரோ?
இந்த பக் ஸ்டார் ஆட் பண்ணியாச்சுல, அவன் தான் சொன்னான் இன்னைக்கு மெசேஜ் போடுவேன். அது என்ன
அதெல்லாம் வந்துரும். இந்த பையன்
அவனுக்கு
கரெக்டா
வந்து
இருப்பான்.
என்னவா ஆகணுமான்னா ஓமன் மெயின், அது என்ன ஓமன் மெயின் கண்ட்ரோலர் மெயின் ஆகணுமா. உன் கேடி 2 இது கூடி இருக்கியா 2 மேட்ச்ல.
அந்த பையன்
1% கூடி.
நான் டைமண்ட்ன்றத அவன் நம்பிட்டான் ப்ரோ. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ரவுண்ட் ஆடி கொடுத்து, ஒரு மேட்ச் ஆடி கொடுத்தேன். ஆக்சுவலா நான் ஆடி கொடுத்தேன்ல உங்களுக்கு ஓட்டி போய்.
ஆமா இது ஓமன் எடுத்து
நம்பிட்டான்.
நல்லதான். அதான் நான் அதான் அவனாதான் கேட்டான் ப்ரோ. அது
அந்த
என்ன
பையன்
ஒரு
நல்ல பையன்
ரவுண்டு.
தான்.
அதான் நான் உடனே சொன்னேன்
அவனுக்கு
இதெல்லாம் ஓகே
அவங்க
தான்.
டீம்
அந்த
வந்து
மாதிரி
கரெக்டா
நம்ம
செட் ஆகல. ஆக்சுவலா அவங்க வந்து ஒரு நேரம் ஆடுவாங்க, ஒரு நேரம் ஆட மாட்டாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி இப்போ வந்து ஸ்கூல் முடிஞ்சியா, முழுசு அந்த கேம் தான் ஆடுறதுக்கு அவங்க டயம் இருக்கு. வேற எதுவும் கிடையாது.
Enemies in our way? Hope they like getting hit by lightning.
4K அப்லோட் பண்ணுவோம். டாக்ஸி ட்ரெஸ்ஸர் பாய்னு போட்டு விடுறோம். டாக்ஸி ட்ரெஸ்ஸர் பாய் ஃபார் நாட் கிவிங் எஸ் அப்படின்னு
போட்டு the thieving my yes இவன் கத்துவான்.
ஆனா அது போட முடியாது. ஏன்னா நான் வந்து கில்ஸ் மட்டும் தானே ரெக்கார்ட் பண்றேன்.
ஏன் இதுல இருக்கு, அதை கட் பண்ணி அங்க வச்சிரு.
அதான் கட் பண்ணி அங்க போட்டுற வேண்டியதான் ஐடியா. ஷார்ட்ஸ் இப்ப நிறைய வியூ வருதுயா. ஒரு வீடியோ ஷார்ட்ஸ் தான் ப்ரோ போகணும். எல்லாம் பாக்குறது எங்க இருந்தீங்க? இதுல இருந்து கொரியா இவனை பாரு. ஓமான எடுத்திருக்கான்.
One suppressed.
Jetinia.
Bro, तू देखो था क्या last match?
Enemy spotted B.
Hey, he went. One HP that is.
Saita.
ஆமா.
क्या
400ல தான் ஆடுறேன். நல்லா இருக்கு.
Last player standing. Long.
ஜம்ப் பண்ணிட்டான்ல அந்த பிக் எனக்கு தான் சொன்னோம்.
ரொம்ப भाई स्टूडेंट को मरने मत दे, फिर इन्फो नहीं मिलेगा.
फर्स्ट इन्फो எடுக்கறான் இல்ல நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க.
कैसे बचाओ भाई, तीनों बंद देते उधर भी नहीं को.
तू यहां बैठ जा. यहां
तीनों को एक साथ कैसे लूं भाई पुश आउट से?
तीनों वहां மூணு பேரா வந்தாங்க. மரணமா டரண்ட் அடிச்சிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. அப்ப
இல்ல வெல்ல ஒரு ஆள் தான் வந்தான் ஆக்சுவலா டரக்ட்ல. நியான் மட்டும் தான் ஸ்பாட்
சொல்றான் பாய். அதான்
நியான் மட்டும் தான் ட்ரோன் பண்ணி தூக்குனேன்.
பாத்து நீ அவன்
வரமாட்டறாங்க. இவன் எப்படி வேடிக்கை தான் பாக்குறாங்க. அப்படியே ஈஸி பிக்.
ஒரே பட்டி
ஹீலர் வேற இருக்கா? நமக்கு ஹீலர் இருக்குல்ல இல்லையா?
இல்ல
சேஜ் மாத்திட்டானா?
சேஜ் வச்சிருந்தானோ ஒருத்தன்.
மாத்திட்டான். enemy தான் சேஜ் வச்சிருக்கான்.
ये सी हो जाएगा.
सी போகலாம் வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு.
ஆமா.
பார்சல் ரெக்கார்ட். டேய். கன் மாத்து.
நல்ல வேளை இந்த பைக் இது
Reloading.
ஏதா. அகைன். சேஜ்
One
ஏ.
enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Jet only side.
भाई सबको आने दो
काम ऑल तो वेट कर रहा हूं मैं.
Maybe 3 or back side. கரெக்ட் கூட வச்சிருறியா? அவ்வளவுதான் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி
கன்னு கிடைச்சதுல
I've tried explosions.
ஏப்கே கரெக்டான நேரமா போயிட்டான்.
Those fools just wasted their advantage.
डायमंड कौन है भाई?
இந்த கேக்குறேன். 1 minute
All missiles away.
Many enemies B.
Locating target. Drone is down.
Okay.
Light munition. Executed.
Reyna kill.
ஏய் மெயின்ல இருந்து அடிச்சிட்டான்.
One enemy
கன்
remaining.
இருக்கு என்கிட்ட.
Spike down B.
சைட் தான்.
Player standing.
இது அது என்ன? நான் ஜட்ஜி பிடிச்சா அடிக்கிறேன். நம்ம கன்னே எடுக்க மாட்டறானுங்க.
They should probably reevaluate their approach.
எனக்கு ஒரு செகண்ட் இதாயிடுச்சு, டிசி ஆயிடுச்சு. ஜெட்ட பார்க்க ஜெட் இங்க தெரிஞ்சா அதுக்கு அடுத்து நான் இங்கோ போய் ஏஷு பாபா
எப்படி ஆடுறாங்க
அவனுங்களுக்கு கிட்ட 3 டியூலிஸ்ட் இருக்கிறதுக்கு ஏறதான் செய்யணும். இப்படியே ஆடிப்பாங்க.
All missiles away.
லிங்க் ஓபன்
Locating target.
மேலே போய்ட்டாங்க.
ब्रो क्रॉस कर गया भाई. यार साइड पे था जेट.
अरे तुम साइड पे छोड़ रहे हो भाई. साइड पे खेल रहा हूं मैं, स्टेज पे खेल रहा हूं.
மேல
मैं तो बी खेल रहा हूं.
One enemy remaining.
ஏய் எனக்கு லாகியா? வே நைஃபா பண்றதுடா. ஏ புஷ் பண்ணிட்டு வர்றான். தூக்கிட்டு கார்டியன் கிங். எனக்கு கன் வாங்கி குடியா?
Gracias.
பாய் நீ வந்து லைக் ஜெனரேட்டர்ல ஆடிட்டே இருந்தேன்னு வச்சுக்கோயேன், அதுக்கு அடுத்து ஜெனரேட்டர் மட்டும் தான் ஆடுவேன். நான் சொல்றேன்னு எனக்கு ஜெனரேட்டர் வந்து செட் ஆயிடுச்சு. முதல்ல நானும் விஃப்னு சொல்லுவேன். இப்போ அப்படி இல்லை, பயங்கரமா செட் ஆயிடுச்சு.
All missiles away.
நம்ம கூட லாஸ்ட் கெக்கோ ஆனா
எனிமியா நம்ம டீமா?
நம்ம டீம்
ஏ
எல்லாம் அந்த பேண்டல் எல்லாம் भाई स्मोक तो आया है वो बात थी.
One suppressed.
यार இந்த ஓஸ் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா வராங்க. 8 வாங்க. Neon going C. The hunt begins. He went inside. Oh, deep neon bot deep. இவனுக்கு காலை கொடுத்துக்கிட்டு நான் main பார்த்து ஓமன் கதவை திறப்பான். போ போ போ.
Spike planted.
அடிச்சு
எங்க போயிருப்பா?
don't know.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, okay. Smoke the spike.
எனக்கு செல்வே ரீஜெனரேட் ஆகலையா? புடி.
Last player standing.
Water. This smoke என்ன खराब smoke.
Well, I live.
எனக்கு என்ன பக்கியா? எனக்கு இதே ரீஜெனரேட் ஆகலையா?
अरे नीचे चला गया भाई यार सॉरी.
செல்வே வரல எனக்கு.
மோசமான ஸ்மோக் ப்ரோ. இவன் ஒன் வே மாதிரி போட்டு விட்டான் ப்ரோ உனக்கு. நீ அது ஓகே தான் சால்வ். அது சம்டைம்ஸ் அந்த பக் வருதுங்கிறாங்க. ஒழுங்கா இது பண்ணிருக்கலாம். இவனுங்களுக்காக ஹெல்ப் பண்ணதுனால நான் மாட்டிக்கிட்டேன்.
All missiles away.
நீயான் தான்
Ammunition. Drone going out. Drone is down.
நான் புஷ் பண்றேன்.
கரண்டோட சேர்ந்து வரேன்.
நியான் மெயின் ரைனா சைட்டியா? பாரு எப்படி எல்லாம் பாடி தான் அடிக்கிறாங்க. नियन मेन राइना
पीछे चला गया वो राइना बैक साइड सी चला गया सी पकड़ लिया
Spike planted. Still inside. Cutting their vision. Last player standing.
Bro, what the fuck?
65 low.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger.
4 लोग से हार रहे हैं।
अरे इतना बीटी क्यों है भाई कैसे? हाँ?
Go go go.
ये पिछला मैच कौन सा आया था भाई तेरा?
भाई इतना बीटी में क्यों खेल रहा है भाई?
पता नहीं भाई।
सुबह इतना बीटी देगा तो कैसे होगा?
मेरा ब्रो
खेल रहा रहेगा रात से लेकिन हम सुबह आए ना ब्रो।
All missiles away.
क्या बात कर रही सीए पर?
Here we go. Enemy shocking.
Locating target. Drone is down. There. Grenade is live.
Spike down B.
90.
Very smart comfort for me.
All missiles away.
तो तेरी गन से एक गोली से मर जाएगा.
One enemy remaining.
எப்படி bro இங்க வந்து செக் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கான்.
अभी से
இவன் இப்ப தோத்துறான் பா.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
सी पता है हां.
10 seconds left.
ये प्लांट.
Spike planted.
All missiles away. This is how it ends. Mierda.
நினைச்ச இப்படிதான் சுத்தி வந்திருப்பான்.
அம்மா பின்ன இவன்லாம் வேஸ்ட் ஓமன்லாம் என்னத்துக்கு ஆடுறான் இவன் சொல்றான் நம்மள கித்தனா பிடி தேட்டு இவன் என்னத்த ஆடுறான் இவனுக்கு பிடி கொடுக்காம அவன் எப்படி அங்க வந்து செக் பண்ணான் இங்க வந்து செக் பண்றான் ப்ரோ.
நீங்க ஏறி இருப்பாங்க ஒரு 2-3 ரவுண்ட் அதுல வந்து மேட்ச்ல செக் பண்ணிட்டு போயிருப்பான். நான் அந்த ஆங்கிள் செக் பண்ணுவேன்.
சசி பிளேயர் அவன் பேரு.
நான் செக் பண்ணுவேன் அது அந்த ஆங்கிள் தானே. நான் ஒரு ரவுண்ட் அதில் அடி வாங்கினேன் அதனால ஒரு வீடியோவே போட்டிருப்பேன் அது செக் பண்ணி. अरे
ये कैसे मार दिया भाई?
वो
स्मोक में बैठा था भाई मैं.
भाई इसी स्पैम स्पॉट पे
Locating targets. One suppressed.
Spike planted.
120 on Jet, 65 on Sage. Both low.
I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining.
Deep.
நான் அடிச்சேன் அதுல தான் இது பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
Go go.
Neon deep.
இந்த சைராக்ஸ் இங்க
You will expect them to work.
Bomb grenade out.
அதெல்லாம் இல்லையே.
அவன் பேர் இவன் தான் நியான்ட்ட தான் நம்ம நியாரம் இருந்தது. நான் போன ரவுண்ட் சைராக்ஸ்
கன்னு வேணும்.
செல் பண்ணா கிடைக்குமா இன்னும் ஒன்று பண்ணாலும் கிடைக்கும்.
Gracias.
எனக்கு செல் பண்ண கிடைக்கும்ல இல்ல ஏன்னா நான் போன ரவுண்டே ஃபுல் ஆர்மர் தான் வச்சிருந்திருக்கேன்.
All missiles away.
The hunt begins.
One suppressed.
Yeah, bro. Hey, KJ.
C पर.
तो मैं तो कर दूंगा फिर.
Grenade is live.
You will not kill my ally.
Wah.
All missiles away.
Ini timlang
Spike down B.
Upper.
நீ பின்னாடி பாத்துக்கோ அவன் பார்த்துட்டு தான் இருக்கு. ஓகே அவன் பார்க்கறான். இன்னொருத்தர் இருக்கான் भाई அங்கதான் இருக்கான். उसके पास अल्ट है और किसी और साइड चले.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
He took the spike.
Behind the wall. Yeah.
இவன் நல்லா ஆடுறான் இப்போ. ஃபைனல்.
My advice, don't get shot.
இது இவனுங்க வேகமா அடிக்கிறாங்க ப்ரோ. இவனுங்க கிட்ட இதுதான் சரி சாந்தம் தான் சரி. இதென்ன பாடி ஸ்டாம் பண்ணாலும்
செத்துருவாங்க அவ்வளவு.
சரியான ஷாட் எடுத்தான். நம்மள மட்டும் அடிக்கும் போது லைஃப் டைம் ஷாட்ஸ் அடிக்கிறாங்க.
All missiles away. Locating targets. Drone is down.
One guy in B outside.
C पे और
I'm out of here.
One guy in B, one guy in B.
Turn down.
I guess Neon in B outside.
I am 2 HP. I'm not this. ஆல் போட்டா என்ன
ஷாட் ஆக்சுவலா அது சரி.
அதான்
ஏ இட்ஸ் ஏ.
நீ எப்படியாவது அவன் பிளான்ட்ற மட்டும்
அரே நீ
புர்ரா இதெல்லாம் புர்ரா அடிக்கறாய்.
ஓமன்
Last player standing. Spike planted.
भाई ओमेन थोड़ा कॉल देगा.
சரியான ஷாட் அடிச்சா ப்ரோ என்னலாம். நான் வெறுத்துட்டேன். இது பாரு. ஜஸ்ட் ஃபிளிக் சேஜ்.
हेलो ओमेन.
I'm over them.
अरे इधर से मारा नियॉन ने मेरे को. क्या बोल रहे हैं?
I'm out of here.
फैंटम के लिए.
Can I get this? Thanks.
நீ வாண்டல் கேளு.
I need a drop.
Turret out.
Gracias.
तो साइड के बाहर खड़ा रहेगा तो कैसे दिखेगा भाई?
எப்படி பாரு 2v5 என்னமோ எடுத்தாங்க. இவனுங்க சொல்றானே நான்
ரோமன் பீல இது பண்ணிருக்கான்.
Don't demotivate.
Drone is down. Ammunition. Target down.
நான் ட்ரேட் பண்ண தான்
Last
செய்றேன்.
player standing.
மெசேஜ் வாலுக்கு பின்னாடி இருக்க ஒருத்தங்க.
Here we go.
One enemy remaining.
This waterfall.
Spike down B.
Running low.
லெவல்ல எனக்கு நியான் ஆட தெரியுது இல்லனா அவ்வளவுதான் அந்த அல்ட்.
Last round in the half.
You want to survive?
99 33 78k.
ஐ நான் ஒரே ஸ்பாம்
நான் ஸ்பாம்
मैं हैंडल देता हूं तेरे को. हां भाई.
Can I get this? Thanks, the drop.
मेरे को जज भाई दे.
अरे नियान के पास पैसा है. नियान आस बाय हिम.
All missiles away.
हैंडले वांगे.
Locating target.
Woman here.
One
Wait.
suppressed.
वो रिवाइव करने आएगा. देखिए.
You will not kill my ally.
Enemy spotted.
Grenade is live.
बात किया. सी
Spike down B.
Spike is B.
Hacking.
भाई क्या अपने पे?
इधर है.
இது தரல.
ப்ரோ இது போடுறதுக்காண்டியா ஷாலோ போடுறதுக்காண்டி.
और एन 80 नॉट हिट होगा.
One enemy remaining.
80.
चलो.
अरे बी पे स्पाइक है ओमेन.
On cooldown.
Switching sides.
Do what you're here to do,
Placing alarm
and we
bomb.
won't have a problem.
Placing sentry.
இது போலாம். சி போயிருக்கலாம்.
सी हर राउंड सी खत्म करो ना. सी எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு எல்லாம் ப்ரோ ஏபி அட்லீஸ்ட் ப்ரோ டீம் तो होंगे भाई. हर राउंड सी बस. हो माटा.
கேஜே போட்டு சி லாபின் மென்ஷன் பண்றான்.
நெக்ஸ்ட் ரவுண்ட் தான்.
By any means necessary.
நம்ம பாட்டு போவோம். அவ்வளவுதான் போய் இல்ல ப்ரோ வா ப்ரோ பாம் போய் எடுத்து இழந்துட்டு வருவோம். சாவு. और निबण भाई இப்போ போய் பிளான்ட்டே பண்ணிடலாம். அங்க செத்துட்டாங்க
तो स्मोक के पीछे पिलर के पीछे.
स्मोकिंग.
இல்லையா இங்க அவன் வந்துட்டான். ஜெட்டு வாங்க. ஓபன் பிளான்ட்டே பண்ணுவோம்.
वाटर से सकते
ए प्लांट जा भाग जा तेरे पे यूटी ले हो क्या सेव
अभी क्रिटिकल
பிரதர் டேவ் ஆட போறேன்.
One backstab.
One enemy remaining.
Probably waterfall.
Nice one.
நல்ல கலெக்ஷன் வச்சிருக்காங்க
I feel good.
போன ரவுண்ட் வந்தோம் மாதிரி தெரியல. ஆனா இவனும் சைராக்ஸ் வச்சிருக்கான். அதான் ஆச்சு.
வேற யாரோ அவன் நீ நம்ம கூட யாரோ நீ
வேற யாரோ தான். ஆனா சைராக்ஸ்.
Can I get this? Alarm bot out. Need a drop.
All missiles away.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Reloading. Here. Drone going up. Enemy spotted.
Flash him.
Mag munition. Reloading.
Rena's low.
One enemy remaining.
Backstab था last. Okay, last backstab. हाँ यार, he's backstab. मैं 10 HP हूँ. क्या कर रहा है?
जज ले लेगा.
अरे
ब्रो भाई तेरे जैसे मैं नहीं देख रहा था.
सॉरी
बस
मैंने सोचा इतना देर लगा रहा है तो बैकअप से इधर आ जाए.
करंट मार के आ रहा करो. That's why I came back. मेरे को उसने 1 HP कर दिया मार्शल से.
Missiles away.
Shock it. Work good.
Locating target. Here is dead.
Hey.
Spike down.
Udida.
Come back.
Player standing.
ஆளே உடையுது.
My ultimate is ready. Watch them run. Shadows traveling. Spike planted.
pressure on the पानी उठी मेरी आ रही.
ठीक आएगा रोक आएगा.
यार ये पोटेंशियल வந்து அடிச்சிட்டு போறாங்க. நான் சொன்னேடா.
अरे भाई इधर ही आ गया भाई.
ரொம்ப ஈஸியா அதிகமா இங்க பாரு அந்த மாதிரி பிளான் பண்ணியாச்சா ஒரு ஆங்கிள பார்த்து உட்காரணும் அவ்வளவுதான். கண்டதை கையில அது இது கையில
நான் வந்து மேலே ஏறி உட்கார்ந்திருப்பேன். அவ்வளவுதான் சிம்பிள்.
ஒரு இடத்துல உட்காரு அதுக்கப்புறம் அடிச்சான்னா ஓகே. நீ கையில யூடில சுத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கும் போது அடிச்சா எவ்வளவு கடுப்பா.
Thank you.
பை வச்சிருக்கேன்.
स्ट्रिंगर देना.
Can I get this?
Need a drop. Turret out. Thank you.
எல்லாரும் ஸ்ட்ரிங்கர் வாங்க.
Cutting their vision.
Turret out.
All missiles away. Locating target. One suppressed.
Close left.
கன்னு வேணும்பா.
இருக்கு கன் இருக்குல்ல.
எடுத்துட்டேன். बैक स्टैप तो है, देख रहा है। और डाला 2. Oh God.
One enemy remaining.
वो भी उधर ही था।
बैक ड्रॉप।
ये दे।
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please. Need a drop.
What mantle do you have, bro? Cyrax.
Need a drop. Need a drop. Thank you.
ए ओमेन आजा लर्क करते पीछे रुक ठीक है
ये தெரியலையா ஓ கேப் bro கேப் था इधर इसके वाल கேப் வச்சு போடுறாங்க
Careful here.
अरे गन அந்த கன்னை எடுத்து தூக்கி எறிஞ்சு வால் இருக்கு அங்க அதுக்குள்ள அந்த வால்ல கேப் இருக்கு சீக்கிரம் எடுத்து வேணுக்கு கேப் வச்சு போடுறேன்
Drone going out. One suppressed.
Spike down, C.
Enemy spotted C.
Open the door.
Shadows traveling. All missiles away.
Blind omen.
I have the spike.
Last player standing.
I got the
Spike down, C.
Backstab वाला अंदर का
30 seconds left.
ओके भाई एक जगह चलते खत्म कर दो उनके पास सेंटिनल भी नहीं है जस्ट वो सेज बी वॉल करता है तो उसका स्लो आर्क सी पे तो नहीं आएगा एग्जीक्यूट सी इधर इतना यूटिल आ रहा है वाई को बड़ा कैट तो ये पवाएंगे
स्टिंजर देना इसके पास है
यार देना
Thanks.
चलो यार ये पे रश करते हैं थोड़ा पीछे
ये पे रश नहीं होगा ये पे रश
तो सी चलो
तो हो जाएगा भाई तू करना है
सी पे जज लेके बैठा है भाई
यार आवड़ी इधर बात तो बोलना
One suppressed. All missiles away. Grenade is live.
Sorry bro.
My ultimate is ready.
Reloading.
Strike planted.
Alt இருக்கு.
backstab
Perfect accuracy.
The hunt begins. Enemy spotted C. Grenade out. Finished. Enemy spotted C.
One enemy remaining.
This is how it ends.
hey बात
எனக்கு நம்பிக்கை இல்ல மேல ரைனா மேல ஆக்சுவலா இதால்ட்டு வச்சேன்
நான் மாலிலே 44 வாங்கிடுறேன்
அல்ட்டுக்கு பயந்து தான் வெளில ஓடி இருக்கான் ப்ரோ அவன் இன்னொருத்தன் எனிமி என்ன ரெண்டு பேர் அவனை போட்டு ஃபைட் பண்ணிக்கிருக்காங்க செத்துருவான் அந்த பையன் அப்படின்னு
அவ்வளவுதான் ஈஸியா இது பேசாம கிக் டவுன் பண்ணிட்டு அவ்வளவுதான் கிளம்பி
Placing sentry.
जब और ट्राई பண்ணி टॉप आना
I'm out of here.
All missiles away.
செக் பண்ணுவா அப்படியாடா செக் பண்ணலாம் ஃபைன்
டேய்
Here we go.
Grenade is live.
backstab है
इन हेल அதனா யா
ओ आ गया backstab आ गया
இல்ல சைட்டுக்குள்ள இருக்கா சைட் ஒன் गाय சைட்
one guy
bomb diffusing
backstab,
Hey.
backstab.
My allies.
நைஃப் பண்ணிக்கிருக்காயா உட்காந்துட்டு.
Last player standing.
ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டா ஏற்கனவே.
After nice.
ஈஸியா ஜெயிக்க வேண்டிய ரவுண்ட் உட்காந்து வெயிட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு. பிளான்ட்டே பண்ண மாட்டேன் டி. பிளான் பண்றவனை கவர் பண்ற விட்டு கில்லு கோடிக்கிட்டு உட்காந்துருக்கு.
நீ இனிமே ஒண்ணு பண்ணு, நீ இங்க பிளான் பண்ணு, அவன் கவர் கொடுக்காது நான் கொடுக்குறேன். நான் இங்கிட்டு இப்படி தான் வரேன், ஏன்னா டரண்ட் அலைவா வைக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கா பண்ணனா
என்ன ஸ்மோக்டா.
One suppressed. Live munition.
Spike down, C.
இந்த அல்டிப் கார்ட் 3 some loose idiots.
Last player standing.
Back up. Bro, alt के end में जाना है हाँ? யாரையுமே இல்லை ப்ரோ இவனுங்களுக்குலாம். லிட்ரலி ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை, மூளையே இல்லை. கல்ட்டு முடியவே இல்லை, ஸ்மோக்குள்ள போய் சாவுறானுங்க. அவனையும் சப்ரஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு, அவனால 100 ஸ்மோக்கும் போட முடியாது. அவன்கிட்ட போய் 2 கில்லு, 1 குத்தா பரவாயில்ல, 2 கில்லு.
अरे देखो भाई, एक कुक करो थोड़ा सा, जाओ सी पे थोड़ा रेस्ट करने का ट्राई करो.
நான் சொல்றேன்
நம்ம சொல்றான் பிக்ஸுக்கு ஆட சொல்றான் போல. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச அதெல்லாம் தேவை கிடையாது. ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை இவனுக்கு. இதான் எங்க வால் போட.
I got the spike. All missiles away. Drone going out.
Last player standing. Spike down.
126 ஓமன்யா. உனக்கு ரைட் சைடுல ஓமன்.
நம்ம இந்த மேட்ச் தோத்துறோம் பாருங்க. ஆடுறத பார்த்தாலே தெரியும். வெயிட் பண்ணி கில் எடுத்துட்டாங்க. அவன் பரவாயில்ல, ஆனா இப்ப அவன் மோசமா ஆடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கான். ஓ வால் डालने आता है you can catch him in practice.
Placing alarm bot.
लो खेलो थोड़ा, पिच पे खेलो, टाइम है बहुत.
கரண்ட் திரும்பி வரக்கூடாது தெரியுமா? ஒரு தடவை தான் உனக்கு சான்ஸ்.
இரியா வேணாம் இங்க போவானாம்.
Spike drop.
என்ன பண்ண?
Spike here.
Enemy B.
I got the spike.
All missiles away.
ரைனா அண்ட் சீலா. நான் பார்க்கவே இல்லை. ஓமன் பிளைண்ட் வந்துச்சு, எனக்கு அதான் கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. ரைனா அண்ட் சீலா. கோயே only ஓமன்.
अरे नियॉन.
ரைனா பேக் ஸ்டாப்.
பேக் ஸ்டாப்.
One enemy remaining.
ரைனா பேக் ஸ்டாப்.
ओमन बैक स्टाप.
Give him kills bro. Go. Give him.
Cover going out.
player
ப்ரோ
standing.
பண்றாங்க மதர்ஃபக்கர்ஸ்.
டைம்
டைம் ப்ளே பண்ணு. டைம் ப்ளே பண்ணிருக்கலாம்
இல்லனா ஐஸா
இவன்
और 0.5 था भाई shit
3 मिला ना मैं पता नहीं क्या करूं
If they think it is more honorable to resist
and you ask me why am I raging because I know you guys bro I know you guys
इधर तूने बोला तो ठीक है भाई इधर तो मैं एक्सेप्ट भी कर रहा हूँ भाई
ऐसे चीज़ दे
हाँ क्या बोल रहा है
அந்த ஓமனை எரிச்சிருவான் மொத்தமா மாலிய போட்டு வர கோச்சு
ये सुन ऐसा अल्ट मार दे सीधा चला
Still in sight.
जज गाड़ी
missiles away.
Enemy spotted. The hunt begins.
Reload.
थैंक यू
ओमन सेत्रो
Reloading. Our spikes down.
Bro, both here.
Last player standing.
130
One enemy remaining.
On wall.
wow enough time
ஆல் இருக்கு எபிலிட்டி இருக்கு
I faced worse.
130 அப்படி ஹீல் வாங்கிட்டு வந்திருக்கான் அவன் ரைனா
Match point.
நம்ம பண்ணி ஜெயிச்சு தொலைங்க உள்ள நான் என்ட்ரி கொடுக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கியா நானும் ஓமன் போறான் உள்ள இவனை 2 பேரும் போக மாட்டானுங்க பண்றானுங்க ஜட்ஜ வாங்கி ஆடுறான் பாத்தியா அதான் இவன் அவன் கூட சேர்ந்தவனாதான் ப்ரோ எனக்கு இதெல்லாம் பார்த்தாலே எரிச்சலா வருது ஜட்ஜி
Alarm bot out.
Here we go. They will cover.
Get out of my way.
Let's go.
बी पे था से नहीं
सी
Yeah, push the B and go yeah.
टैग
Point.
Spike down A.
Probably
I got the spike.
take the spike and go B.
இல்ல ரைனா இருக்கா இங்க ரைனா இருக்கா
Oh, रहना है इधर.
Reloading.
केयर करना एंगल से मेन केयर करो स्पेशली मेन
Spike planted.
Main careful they could have come
One enemy remaining.
side jet side 55 low
let's go
నేను right side jet
how many over left
It's over. Attackers win.
என்னெல்லாம் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கா
fuck bye
இதெல்லாம் எவ்வளவு இருந்துச்சு தெரியுமா இது எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு 4 சம்திங் இருந்துச்சு தேவையில்லாம இழுத்து போறாங்க நான் ப்ரோ அடுத்த மேட்ச் ஆடுவியா இல்லையா
ஒரே மேட்ச் அதுக்கப்புறம் போய் சாப்பிட்டுட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் வருவேன் கொஞ்சம் வெளில போக வேண்டியது இருக்கு
அப்ப நீ வரமாட்டேன்
வருவேன் அதான் நேற்று வக்கீல பார்க்க போனேன் கால
ஆடிக்கிட்டு வேற லுசி வேற இருக்கான் இது 100 1000 போய் பார்க்கிறேன்
ஆமா பாய்
கடைசி நேரத்து 1000 பார்த்து நீ எத்தனை மணிக்கு தான் ப்ரோ வந்த
நான் ஒரு 8:30 மணி இருக்கும்
நாங்க 8:30 மணி உன்னை கூப்பிட்டோமே
இல்லை அதுல இருந்து அரை மணி நேரம் கழிச்சு வந்து சாப்பிட்டுட்டு மேட்ச் பார்க்கறதுக்காண்டி தூங்கிட்டேன்
கம் டு கேம் 8 o'clock மேட்ச் பார்க்கணும் தாண்டி போகணும்
Match found.
மட்டுமே அடிக்க வேண்டியதான். இருக்கிறதுலே அவன் தான் பிளாட்டினம், அவன் இனிஷியேட் எடுத்து ஆடிக்கிட்டு நீ என்ன உனக்கு ஸ்மோக் தான் ஆடணும். என்ன பண்றது? டாச் பண்ணிடுவோமா? எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு இவனுங்க ஜெயிக்க மாட்டாங்க. என்னன்னா அசண்டா
நம்ம டாச் பண்ணுவோம். விக்கி கூப்பிடுறாரு.
வராரா? நைஸ்.
வாயா.
எங்க இருந்து ஸ்ட்ரீமா?
வாயா நீ லாக் பண்ணலையா? வாயா டாச் பண்றேன்.
நான் நேத்து தான் டாச் பண்ணுவேன். நான்
ஒரு மேட்ச்க்கு அப்புறம் நான் போயிருவேன் வெளில வைக்கல பார்க்க.
டெய்லி வைக்கல பார்த்துக்கிட்டே
போயிட்டு 11 மணி 12 மணி ஆயிரும்.
ஏன் டிஸ்கார்ட்ல பேசுறீங்களா?
Select your agent.
ஓமனாடவா?
எதுக்கு? யோ எதுக்கியா? டாச் பண்ணலையா?
ஆஹா.
ஏன் என்னாச்சு?
அவர் வரலன்ட்டார்.
அட என்னங்க?
I am the beginning. I am the end.
எங்க இருந்துதான் பேசுறாரு? போட்டா டைப் ரைட்டர்னு வருது.
I have no enemy.
எனிமினா
Enemy race's tech is just spare parts and duct tape. No wonder she hasn't blown herself up.
Reloading.
எங்க அப்பா 5 hour ஸ்ட்ரீம் போட்டிருக்காரு தலைவர்.
ஹலோ டேஜோவா? யாரு? ஆனா என்னத்தான் கேட்கணும்? நான் தானே டேஜோ அண்ணன்.
ஆமா ஆமா.
Placing sentry.
என்ன பாய் கிராஸ் இருக்கான்ல? ஐ மீன் இதுதான். அதெல்லாம்
இந்த அளவுக்கு ஏறி உட்கார்ந்திருக்காயா?
Reloading. I have this bite.
Never mind.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Still doable தான்.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
ப்ரோ நான் லேட்டா போனேன். இவன் அடிச்சுட்டு உள்ள போயிட்டு இருக்கான். நான் இங்க கண்ணை கையில எடுக்காம வந்துட்டேன் ப்ரோ.
Alarm bot out.
இந்த மாதிரி மூவ்மெண்ட் கொடுக்குறவங்கள ஹெட் ஷாட் அடிக்கவே ட்ரை பண்ண கூடாது. முதல்ல ஒரு பாடி ஷாட் கொடுத்து நிப்பாட்டிட்டு ஸ்லோ டவுன் ஆயிடுவாங்க. அதுக்கு அடுத்து அடிக்கணும். ஸ்மோக்
Cover going out.
Turret down.
Last player standing.
செமையா ஆடுறான் ஆஸ்ட்ரா. மட்டி மாதிரி அடி.
Their tech is only as good as their skill, and that we have some creep.
शॉटगन चलाने आता है किसी को? तो शॉटगन में
Cower, run.
Turret out. I have the spike.
Placing alarm bot.
Spike dropped. Still inside.
Finished.
One enemy remaining.
इनका
தெரியலையே.
इधर था ये
Bomb buddy out. I have the spike.
ऐसा शॉटगन क्या
Break down. We build. Back in it.
Need a drop.
Placing sentry.
For you, hermanita. Thank you. Target destroyed. Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted C.
Tagged.
Embarrassing.
Shadows traveling.
सिटी
Raise dead. Enemy spotted A.
रेस्ट ब्रो रेस्ट ரொம்ப boss
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
आ रहा
Flash. Cover going out.
बस நல்லா ஏய் இவன் தான் யா திரும்பவும் வந்திருக்கான் அதே நீயானோ எவனோ
எனிமிலையா?
ப்ரோ பைக் குடுப்பாவன் ஸோ வேண்டல வாங்கிக்கோ
I need this.
என்ன இந்த வேண்டல் வச்சிருக்க என்னால வாங்க முடியாது நான் தான்
Kev, drop me.
Turret out.
Kev.
I need this.
வாங்கிட்டியா ஏதாவது வாங்கி தா
வேணாம் சாவடி நீ அதுக்கு சாவடி டேய் கண்ணு கேட்டா வாங்கி தர
அவன் ஆக்சுவலி
Cover going out.
Sage killed.
Check 70
Spike planted.
आता वहाँ उस साइड है
Here. Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
दो पास होता है உண்மையிலே நம்ம கில் மோட் ஆக்டிவேட் ஆயிடுச்சு ஒருத்தன்னா பரவாயில்ல ஏதோ யூடியூப் யூஸ் பண்றான் நல்லா ஃபிளாஷ் போடுறான் பை அல்ட்ரான் பிளஸ்
Placing alarm bot. Let's start this party.
Shutting them down.
Get out of my way.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Thanks, boss. My ultimate is ready. Great dead.
My ultimate is ready.
Backstab one.
Plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
The backs will be towards at least one of us. Reloading. Reloading.
Target out. Alarm bot out.
Fire in the hole!
Placing swarm grenade.
One suppressed.
Swarm grenade
Reloading.
out.
Enemy spotted A.
Flashbang.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted
You will not kill my allies.
mid पे revive दिया mid revive backstab हो सकता है क्या
Reloading.
Planted. No more. Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
बात आड़ना 20 HP है safe kill
Shadows traveling.
You are so disappointing.
I'm enjoying this. Need a drop. Thank you.
Here.
Advance.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing sentry.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Initiated.
Shotgun long.
Spike down A.
லாங் ரேஞ்சில் நீ அடிச்சிருக்கணும்
நான் லாங் ரேஞ்சில் பக்கத்தில் வந்து செக் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் அவன் அங்கே இருக்கான்னு எனக்கு தெரியும்
Last player
நான் தான்
standing.
கண்டுபிடிச்சேன்
ஷார்ட் கன் மட்டும் தான் யூஸ் பண்றாங்க நீங்க ब्रो इनको इतना शॉटगन की शौक है ना हम सी लॉन्ग चलते हैं कुछ होगा नहीं से
Flash.
जो औकात ही नहीं है रैंडल चलाने की
I'll shut them down. Until then, survive. Reloading.
सीलांग आया सीलांग ओके उस पाई के लेके कहाँ जा रहा था நான் உனக்கு ஒன்று சொல்றேன் நீங்க வந்து ஒரு ஸ்மோக் இங்க போடு இன்னொரு ஸ்மோக் இங்க போட்டு அதுக்குள்ள டிபி போ
Placing sentry.
बात
உங்களோட கரெக்டா வந்து அடிச்சிடுச்சு என்ன.
One enemy remaining. 4.
பதட்டப்பட்டு செத்துருவான் பாரு. பீலாம் மிசீலாம்.
Grace? Good. Never lose your voice.
Turret out.
சரியா ஆடிட்டே இருந்தா கோல்டு போயிடலாம். என்ன நடக்குன்னு பார்ப்போம்.
நாயா
நான் சொல்றேன்.
சொன்னையா நான்
ஜெயிச்சுட்டே இருந்தா கோல்டு
Reloading.
I have started planting seed. Reloading.
Still in sight. Many enemies.
Found them.
backstab.
Enemy spotted B.
Planted.
Back पीछे.
One enemy remaining.
Stay in sight.
இங்க வந்துட்டானே. Post போடு.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
Shotgun bots. ஓடிங் பண்ண போறோம்.
Turret out.
I need this.
shotgun அடிச்சறாங்க. ஓ இந்த ஸ்மாக் இந்த நாய் சைனா எடுத்தாரு.
One suppressed. I have the spike.
Attacker spawn. Last player standing.
तू इतना ये नहीं चेक करेगा. वाह मैं भी आया भाई स्मोक के पीछे. जब तू ये नहीं चेक करेगा तो मैं कैसे चेक करूंगा पहले. तो पहले गया वो नहीं चेक करेगा.
Need a drop. Need a drop.
साथ में ये चलो ये पे तो यहाँ पे शॉटगन रहेगा, यहाँ पे रहेगा, यहाँ पे रहेगा. ड्रॉप
ஸ்டன் போட்டு ஏறறா முறையும் சிம்பிளா.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
You will not kill my ally.
Switching sides.
நான் ஓடினா மனப்ப
You say something?
ட்ரை கரையினா நான் பார்த்தேன். பட் ஒரு பிளைண்ட் கிடையாது அவன்கிட்ட. ஃபுல்லா ஓடியம் தான் அவன் பார்த்து. எப்படி ஜெயிக்கிறாங்கன்னு பார்ப்போம். ஷாட்கன் டிஃபென்ஸ்ல நல்லா இருக்கும். இப்போ ட்ரைன்னு ட்ரை பண்ணேன். வெயிட்ல நம்ம ஓடின்னு வரேன். मिड पे क्या शायद Mid, multiple mid. Bye, TJ. Wow.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Don't talk about shit moves.
Bro. Nice shot. अरे भाई ये लर्क करेंगे
I can
ओके
hold an area
careful.
pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Reloading.
அடுத்த ஓன்ட்ட இதுல இது இருக்கா ஏர் ஸ்கின்
ஓடினுக்கு இருக்கு வேணுமா ஓடின்
ஓடிங் இது அது என்ன ஸ்பெக்டர் இருக்குல்ல ஸ்பெக்டர் கேளு ப்ரோ
I need this. Thank you.
கீழே போட்டு
ஏ
Spike down A.
Stealing sight.
Planting.
ஏய் இப்பறா பிளைண்ட்
Spike planted.
நல்லா ஆடுவானு போல இந்த வெப்பன் Look back side there.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, Obi hai. Oh, smoke.
Backside take a guardian.
Guardian hai, judge hai. Okay, nice. Buy பண்ணிருக்காங்க.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
பாய் அது என்ன ஒரு வித்தியாசமா இருக்கு அந்த இது ஆடி அதே மாதிரியே இழுத்துடலாம்னு நினைச்சேன் வச்சு தர்றன்னு அது ஆனா வித்தியாசமா இருக்கு ஸ்பெக்டரும் ஸ்டிங்கரும் ரொம்ப வித்தியாசமா
இருக்கு வேற பாடியா
நான் ஸ்டிங்கர்
Spike down mid.
क्यों करो बड़ा मैसेज ओके घूम लेगा ये बात तो
Shadows traveling.
Mid, huh? Mid, B.
Cover going out.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling. The spider is diffused.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Thank you.
மராலிலே நடந்து வராங்க சத்தியமா
Claw through them.
You are divided.
Hey woman. Hello. Yeah, woman, yeah.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
Hey, open by one is Kikirawaya. Oh, I used to this motherfuckers, bro.
Reloading.
Yeah,
Satchel out.
Spike down mid.
You will not kill my allies.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky.
Reloading. Reloading.
வந்துட்டேன் ப்ரோ கெஸ்ட் வந்துட்டாங்க ப்ரோ ஷீட் இருக்குல்ல ரவுண்ட் இருக்குல்ல ஆடும்
நல்லவேளை நீ ஏஎஃப்கே போன ரவுண்ட் 1v3 எடுத்தான் ரேஸ்
ஏஎஃப்கேன்னு போட்டுட்டு தானே பை போனேன் இல்லை
அப்படியா எனக்கு தெரியாது
My ult ready.
ஆர்ப் எடுத்துருக்கான் ப்ரோ
be outside one
Spike planted.
both side under one
both side தான் நல்லா தெரியல ஓகே
One enemy remaining.
நீ பக்கத்துல இருக்கான் அவன் பின்னாடி போறான் கேவோ பின்னாடி போயிருக்கான்
ஐயோ
அடியா
Last player standing.
யாரா அவன்
Match point.
I could fight forever, but we should wrap this up. Done here.
கண்ணு வாங்கி கொடுப்பா
லைனா ரிக்வெஸ்ட்
Need a drop. Thank you. Placing sentry.
It begins.
Gaming.
Get out of my way.
Yeah. 130 Z, A main.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Z 130.
Poch, here.
Outside garage.
One enemy remaining.
Garage.
Alt है उसके पास
Last player standing.
ஸ்பைக் இருக்கா
இல்ல ஸ்பைக்ல எடுத்தான் அவன் எடுத்துட்டான்
ஏதான் பேச ஓகே
Spike planted.
ரைட் செக் பண்ணிக்க. லாங்ல ஆடுறான்னு நினைக்கிறேன் ஐ கெஸ். லாங் பிளேயரியா?
எல்லாமே லாங் தான்.
இது வந்திருக்கான்.
ஹெவன்
My city needs me. I can't be away for long.
இவன் அவன்கிட்ட போய் அல்ட்ல சாவாட்டி அழகா ஜெயிச்சிடலாம் தெரியுமா? அல்ட்ல போய் ஓகே ஓகே ஈகோ பண்ணுங்க.
Cover going out.
Fire in the hole!
Okay.
Jets grounded.
Knife deployed. Cover going out.
Oi, mid.
Spike planted.
Mid.
Last player standing.
நான் திரும்பி பார்க்குறப்ப எனக்கு ஸ்டன்னு. நான் என்ன பண்ணுறேன்?
இல்லை நீங்கள் அந்த ஏஜென்ட் கால் சேர்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் கொடுத்த வரைக்கும் வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டேன். Bro, I have ult for the lineup. You can play reset. Me heaven lad. Yalla round heaven la dhaan lad.
Enemy spotted C.
Fine.
Enemy spotted C. Need help. Turret destroyed.
ऊपर चढ़ गया वो स्पॉन अपना स्पॉन और सारा
Get out of here. Bring for me.
मेरा पढ़ना C long both they're running towards A.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
30 seconds left. Defenders win.
Out of my way.
அம்மா எவ்வளோ
அவ்வளோதான் பாய்.
ஓகே அழகா அந்த மேட்ச் ஜெயிச்சிருந்தா நல்லா இருக்கும். அந்த மேட்ச் ஜெயிக்க வேண்டிய மேட்ச் தான் பாய். தான் சரி. ஓகே பாய்.
ஓகே ப்ரோ பாய்.